Tonight, we're diving into the history of rubber, and here's the counterintuitive part. This bouncy, flexible material you've probably touched 6 times today has one of the bloodiest origin stories in industrial history. We're talking millions dead, 2 separate genocides on 2 different continents, a fungus that accidentally saved lives by destroying an economy, an American industrial hubris defeated by biology. This is history with all the details they skipped in textbooks. The fascinating, the bizarre, and yes, the occasionally horrifying. Look around you right now. Phone case, rubber, shoe soles, rubber, car tires, rubber, medical gloves, rubber, that yoga mat gathering dust in your closet. Also rubber. The material is so ubiquitous, so ordinary, that we've completely forgotten it once drove empires to commit atrocities that would make modern war criminals blush. If you enjoy learning about the dark side of everyday materials without falling asleep, hit that like button. Subscribe if you want more deep dives into history's weirdest and most uncomfortable corners. And let me know in the comments, did you know indigenous people invented vulcanized rubber 3,000 years before Charles Goodyear? Because they did, and Europe conveniently forgot that part. Alright, let's start with a question. What do the Olmec civilization, King Leopold II of Belgium, Henry Ford, and a fungus have in common? The answer is rubber, and the story connects all of them in ways that are equal parts ingenious and absolutely horrifying. The history of rubber is fundamentally paradoxical. It's a material essential to modern infrastructure. Try building a car, an airplane, or a hospital without it, yet its journey from sacred indigenous material to global commodity is soaked in blood. Natural rubber, specifically the milky latex derived from the Havia brasiliensis tree, possesses properties that captured the industrial imagination for centuries: flexibility, durability, and waterproofing. These aren't just nice features. They're strategically critical. But here's the uncomfortable part. That essential utility came at a staggering human cost. The material's history is inextricably linked to cycles of exploitation so brutal, so systematically violent, that entire populations were erased. We're not talking about incidental cruelty or a few bad actors going rogue. We're talking about industrial-scale genocide, optimized for profit, filed in triplicate. This isn't a story about progress. It's a story about what we're willing to do. We're willing to justify when a material becomes indispensable. So what are we covering tonight? Buckle up, because this journey spans 3 distinct epochs, and none of them are comfortable. First, the sacred era. We're going back to ancient Mesoamerica, where the Olmec, Maya, and Aztec peoples mastered rubber chemistry over 3,000 years ago. They figured out how to stabilize the naturally sticky, unstable latex using plant extractor, process that Europeans would discover in 1839 and claim as their own invention. The Mesoamericans didn't just use rubber, they revered it. To the Aztecs, latex symbolized blood and semen, linking the material to fertility and life itself. Rubber balls were buried in sacred cenotes. Rubber objects were burned as offerings. This wasn't just a useful material, it was sacred. Remember that? Because what comes next is the opposite of sacred. Second, the bloody era. The 1830s brought vulcanization, Charles Goodyear's accidental discovery that heating rubber with sulfur made it stable. durable, and industrially viable. Suddenly, rubber could withstand extreme temperatures. Suddenly, it could be used for tires, hoses, footwear, industrial belts. Suddenly, everyone wanted it. And there was only one place on Earth you could get it: the Amazon basin. What followed was the rubber boom, spanning roughly 1879 to 1912. An estimated 100,000 indigenous people died in the Amazon during this period, enslaved through debt bondage, tortured for missing quotas, executed for resistance. The Putumayo River Basin became the site of what historians now call the Rubber Holocauster. Systematic campaign of terror conducted by the British-registered Peruvian Amazon Company and its hired thugs, the muchachos de confianza who functioned as professional torturers. And it wasn't just South America. King Leopold II of Belgium at Ferdinand, that's a common mistake, ran the Congo Free State as his personal rubber extraction operation. His private military, the Force Publique, enforced quotas through systematic mutilation. The most infamous practice, cutting off hands, sometimes as punishment for failing to meet quotas, sometimes as proof that expensive bullets had been used against rebellious workers. Between 1 and 10 million people died in the Congo between 1885 and 1930. 2 continents, 2 genocides, identical methods. Why? Because wild rubber trees grow dispersed in forests, making harvesting inefficient and labor-intensive. Companies discovered that enslaving local populations was far cheaper than employing free workers. And when you pay managers based on the amount of rubber collected commission-based brutality, you create an economic system where violence isn't a bug, it's a feature. The conscience of this era was Roger Casement, an Irish diplomat who investigated both the Congo and the Amazon atrocities. His reports exposed the horror to the world. The British government validated his findings. International pressure mounted, and then Britain executed him for treason in 1916, because he had the audacity to also advocate for Irish independence. Whistleblowing is a dangerous profession. Third, the strategic era. The Amazon's monopoly was broken not by moral outrage, but by biopiracy. In 1876, Henry Wickham smuggled 70,000 hevea, Brasiliensis seeds, out of Brazil, the world's first major act of agricultural espionage. Those seeds went to the Royal Botanic Gardens at Kew in England, then to British colonies in Southeast Asia. Ceylon, modern-day Sri Lanka, began rubber plantations in 1876. By the early 1900s, Asia had 10,000 hectares under cultivation. The difference between the Amazon and Asia: plantation efficiency. Asia could grow rubber in concentrated groves. The Amazon couldn't. Why? Because of a fungus called South American leaf blight, Pseudosecios pora hunle, that thrives in dense plantings and kills rubber trees through leaf necrosis and defoliation. This fungus, native to the Amazon basin, made efficient plantation agriculture biologically impossible in South America. Asia didn't have the fungus. Asia won. By 1912, cheaper Asian rubber flooded the market. Prices crashed. The Amazon economy collapsed. The genocide ended not because of justice, but because the business model became obsolete. Sometimes nature intervenes when humans won't. But here's where it gets even weirder. Henry Ford, American industrialist and eternal optimist, looked at the Amazon in 1927 and thought, I can fix this. He negotiated a concession for 10,000 square kilometers of land on the Rio Tapajos and built a town called Fordlandia. He planted dense rubber groves, ignoring the whole dispersed trees prevent blight thing. By 1929, 95% of his trees were dead or dying. He also tried to impose American cultural norms on Brazilian workers' American-style houses, American diets, American work schedules. The workers rioted in 1930 over the cafeteria food. In 1945, Henry Ford sold the land back to Brazil for a loss exceeding $20 million, equivalent to $349 million in 2024 dollars. Fordlandia never produced one drop of latex for a Ford car. Not one. The final twist? World War II forced the development of synthetic rubber. When Japan conquered Southeast Asia and cut off the natural rubber supply, the United States had to figure out chemical alternatives or lose the war. The Rubber Reserve Company was established in 1940. American chemists scaled up production of Government Rubber-Styrene, gaseous synthetic blend of 75% butadiene and 25% styrene. The story of rubber does not begin with European industry, American inventors, or Victorian scientists puzzling over sticky tree sap in laboratories. It begins in ancient Mesoamerica with civilizations that figured out advanced polymer chemistry while Europe was still working out the finer points of not dying from the plague. The Havia brasiliensis Tretha rubber tree is native to the Amazon basin. That's where it evolved, where it grows wild, where it thrives in the humid, tropical conditions that would later make extraction so brutally difficult. But the earliest, most sophisticated use of rubber didn't happen in Brazil or Peru. It happened thousands of miles north among the Olmec, Maya, and Aztec peoples, who turned raw latex into a stable, usable material through a chemical process that wouldn't be discovered by Europeans for another 3 millennia. Let that sink in for a moment. Indigenous Mesoamericans were vulcanizing rubber, stabilizing it, making it durable, giving it the properties that would later make it indispensable around 1600. BCE, Charles Goodyear would accidentally stumble onto the same process in 1839 CE. That's a 3,000-year head start. And yet, when you look up who invented vulcanization in most history books, you'll find Goodyear's name, not the Olmec. Funny how that works. The archaeological evidence is impossible to ignore, even if it's been consistently overlooked. Rubber balls have been recovered from Mesoamerican sites dating between 300 BCE and 250 CE, used in the famous Mesoamerican ballgame sport. There was equal parts athletic competition, religious ritual, and occasionally human sacrifice. But the real showstopper comes from the Olmec site at El Manati, where stabilized rubber balls 10 to 14 centimeters in diameter have been dated to 1600 to 1700 BCE. 1600 BCE, that's Bronze Age. That's before the fall of Troy, before the rise of classical Greece, before Rome was even a twinkle in Romulus and Remus's eye, and the Olmec were already bouncing rubber balls. But here's the thing, raw latex doesn't bounce. Raw latex is sticky, unstable, and prone to degradation. It's sensitive to heat, breaks down under UV light, gets brittle in cold temperatures, and generally falls apart if you look at it wrong. For latex to become useful, for it to become rubric, needs to be stabilized. The long-chain polymers in the latex need to be cross-linked. creating a molecular structure that's elastic, durable, and resistant to environmental damage. The Olmec figured this out using plant extracts. They discovered that mixing latex with juice from certain vines, specifically vines from the morning glory family, created a chemical reaction that cured the rubber, stabilizing it without the need for heat or sulfur. This wasn't trial and error. This was sophisticated chemistry. They understood that different ratios of latex to plant extract produced different properties. Bouncier balls, harder soles, more flexible coatings. They were tuning the molecular structure of a polymer 3,000 years before the word polymer existed. Think about that next time someone tells you ancient peoples were primitive. The Mesoamerican ball game wasn't just entertainment. It was deeply embedded in religious and cultural practice. A ritualistic contest that represented cosmic struggles between gods, the movement of celestial bodies, and the eternal battle between life and death. The ball itself, made from that carefully stabilized rubber, wasn't just a piece of equipment. It was sacred. To the Aztecs and the Maya, latex wasn't just useful, it was symbolically powerful. The milky sap flowing from the rubber tree represented blood and semen, the fluids of life and fertility. Rubber was life-giving, generative, connected to the gods and the cycles of nature. Consequently, rubber objects were treated with reverence. They were burned as offerings. They were buried in ritual contexts. They were deposited in sacred cenotes, deep, water-filled sinkholes that the Maya believed were portals to the underworld. At Chichen Itza, one of the most famous Maya cities, archaeologists have recovered rubber offerings from the cenote, where they had been carefully placed as gifts to the gods. This wasn't commerce. This was devotion. But rubber wasn't purely ceremonial. The Mesoamericans were also intensely practical. They used rubber to create waterproof coatings for textiles, producing garments that could withstand rain critical in the humid, tropical climates where these civilizations thrived. They made rubber-soled sandals. They created rubber bands and bindings. They even used rubber to waterproof containers and seal joints in construction. By the time the Spanish arrived in the early 1500s, rubber was already an established commodity. Moving along trade routes from the tropical lowlands where the trees grew to the highland cities where the material was in demand. The Aztec Empire had a word for rubber, uli. They had professional rubber workers. They had standardized products. This wasn't some novelty material. This was an integral part of the economy. And then the Spanish conquered Mesoamerica, and most of that knowledge was lost. Not because it wasn't valuable, but because the conquerors weren't interested in learning from the conquered. Here's where the story gets frustrating. When Europeans eventually encountered rubber in South America, remember, the Spanish were busy in Mesoamerica, but Portuguese explorers were poking around the Amazon. They treated it as a curiosity, a weird, sticky substance that the locals used for whatever reason. European scientists spent decades trying to figure out what to do with it, how to work with it, how to make it useful. They dissolved it in solvents. They tried to mold it. They heated it, cooled it, mixed it with various chemicals. For over a century, rubber remained a scientific novelty precisely because Europeans couldn't figure out how to stabilize it. The material would degrade, lose its elasticity, become brittle or sticky depending on the temperature. It was useless for any serious industrial application. The Olmec had solved this problem in 1600 BCE using plant extracts. The Maya and Aztec had perfected the technique, creating a thriving industry around stabilized rubber products. And Europeans, with all their vaunted scientific advancement, couldn't figure it out until 1839, when Charles Goodyear accidentally dropped some rubber mixed with sulfur onto a hot stove. This isn't a feel-good story about human ingenuity. This is a story about colonial amnesia. Europeans encountered a sophisticated technology, dismissed it because it came from primitive peoples, lost the knowledge, and then spent 100 years reinventing it badly before stumbling onto a solution by accident. Goodyear's vulcanization process heating rubber with sulfur to create cross-links between polymer chains works. It's effective. It's the foundation of the modern rubber industry. But it's not new. It's a rediscovery of principles that indigenous chemists understood 3,000 years earlier, using different materials and different methods, but achieving fundamentally the same result: stable, durable, elastic rubber. History doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes, and sometimes it plagiarizes. Let's talk about what made Mesoamerican rubber so impressive, because the technical sophistication here is genuinely remarkable. First, the material sourcing. The Hevea brasiliensis tree isn't native to Mesoamerica. It grows in the Amazon basin, hundreds of miles south, which means the Olmec, Maya, and Aztec were either importing raw latex from distant regions, suggesting extensive trade networks. They were working with related species of latex-producing trees and plants that grew closer to home. Either way, they had to identify the right plants, figure out how to harvest the latex without killing the tree, and transport the raw material to where it was needed. Second, the chemistry. Mixing latex with morning glory vine juice doesn't just randomly stabilize the rubber. The vine contains specific alkaloids and chemical compounds that react with the latex polymers, creating cross-links that lock the molecular structure into a stable, elastic form. The ratio matters. The preparation matters. The curing process matters. This isn't something you stumble onto. This is something you experiment with, refine, and perfect over generations. Third, the applications. The Mesoamericans weren't just making balls. They were producing a range of rubber products with different properties for different uses. Hard rubber for sandal soles, elastic rubber for balls, waterproof rubber for textiles. Each application required a slightly different formulation, a slightly different curing process. That's not basic craftsmanship. That's materials engineering. And they were doing this without written chemical formulas, without laboratories, without the scientific method as Europeans would later define it. They were doing it through observation, experimentation, accumulated knowledge passed down through apprenticeships and oral traditions. That's not primitive. That's brilliant. But here's the tragedy. When the Spanish conquistadors swept through Mesoamerica in the 1500s, they weren't interested in indigenous technology. They were interested in gold, silver, land, and converting souls to Christianity. The knowledge systems that had produced advanced rubber chemistry, sophisticated astronomical observations, complex agricultural engineering, and monumental architecture were systematically dismantled. Books were burned, priests were killed, apprenticeships were disrupted, trade networks collapsed. Within a few generations, much of the accumulated knowledge of Mesoamerican civilizations was gone, surviving only in fragments archaeological artifacts, a few surviving codices, oral traditions maintained by communities that resisted assimilation. The rubber knowledge survived in practice among some indigenous groups, particularly in regions where Spanish control was less absolute. But the sophisticated, large-scale production that had characterized the Aztec Empire, gone the sacred cenote offerings, ended the ball games. Suppressed by Catholic authorities who saw them as pagan rituals, and when Europeans finally started taking rubber seriously in the 18th and 19th centuries, they had to start from scratch. They couldn't just ask the descendants of the people who had perfected the technology centuries earlier, because those knowledge systems had been deliberately destroyed. Colonial conquest doesn't just kill people, it kills knowledge. And sometimes that knowledge takes centuries to recover if it ever does. So let's recap. By 1600 BCE, the Olmec were producing stabilized rubber balls. By the time of the Maya Classic period, roughly 200 to 900 C, Erebar was an established part of Mesoamerican material culture, used for everything from sacred offerings to practical waterproofing. By the time of the Aztec Empire in the 14 and 1500s, rubber was a traded commodity moving along established routes, with specialized craftspeople producing a range of rubber goods. This wasn't an accident. This wasn't luck. This was 3,000 years of accumulated chemical knowledge, refined and perfected by civilizations that understood polymer science before the word polymer existed. And then Europeans showed up, dismissed it all as primitive curiosity, lost the knowledge, and spent the next 300 years trying to figure out what indigenous peoples already knew. Next time someone tells you that real science began with the European Enlightenment, maybe remind them that the Olmec were vulcanizing rubber, while Europe was still figuring out bronze metallurgy. Just a thought. But here's the uncomfortable question we need to ask. If Mesoamericans had such sophisticated rubber technology, why didn't it spread? Why didn't rubber become a global commodity earlier? Why did it take European intervention, colonial extraction, industrial vulcanization, global trade networks to turn rubber into the ubiquitous material it is today? The answer isn't that Mesoamericans lacked the capability. It's that they lacked the incentive. Rubber, for them, was valuable but not critical. It was useful but not indispensable. They had other materials, other technologies, other priorities. Rubber was sacred, yes. Rubber was practical, yes. But rubber wasn't the foundation of their civilization. Europe, by contrast, was building an industrial revolution. Europe was mechanizing production, expanding colonial empires, developing technologies that required materials with specific properties, flexibility, durability, waterproofing, insulation. When Europeans finally figured out how to stabilize rubber, they saw something Mesoamericans never needed to see. A material essential to industrial infrastructure, that shift from sacred sap to industrial necessities where the story gets dark. Because once rubber became indispensable, once it became critical to European and American economic interests, the question wasn't, how do we make this? It was, how do we get as much of this as possible, as cheaply as possible, as quickly as possible? And the answer to that question involves slavery, genocide, and systematic brutality on a scale that would make the Spanish conquistadors look almost restrained. The Aztecs revered rubber as a symbol of life and fertility, a gift from the gods to be treated with respect and used with reverence. Europeans would turn it into a commodity worth killing for. But that's chapter 2. For now, remember this. The story of rubber begins with genius, not with Goodyear. It begins with the Olmec, the Maya. The Aztec civilizations that understood chemistry 3,000 years before Europe caught up. They just never wrote it down in a way Europeans would recognize as science. And that made all the difference. In 1735, a French explorer named Charles-Marie de la Condamine was wandering around the Amazon basin, doing what European explorers did best, observing local peoples, taking notes, collecting samples, and generally treating indigenous knowledge as raw material for European scientific advancement. Le Condamine watched Amazonian inhabitants harvest latex from rubber trees and use it to create waterproof containers, shoes, and various other practical items. He recognized that this material had potential European potential, which is different from actual potential because it requires colonial extraction and patent offices, and brought samples back to France for the scientific community to examine. This was rubber's formal introduction to European science, and Europe immediately did what it does best when encountering sophisticated indigenous technology: overthink it, overcomplicate it, and fail spectacularly for 100 years. Let's be clear about what Le Condamine brought back. He didn't bring back instructions. He didn't bring back the accumulated knowledge of how Amazonian peoples processed and stabilized the latex. He didn't interview rubber workers about their techniques or document the cultural context of rubber use. He brought back samples, physical lumps of processed rubber and some raw latex, and essentially said, "Hey, look at this weird stuff. Figure it out." The French scientific establishment looked at it. They poked it, they heated it, they stretched it, they dissolved it in various solvents, and they concluded, interesting but ultimately impractical. This would be the European scientific consensus for the next century. Interesting but impractical. Curious but useless. Novel but fundamentally flawed. Meanwhile, indigenous peoples in South America and Mesoamerica continued using rubber for waterproofing, footwear, containers, and ritual purposes because they had actually figured out how to make it work. But that knowledge didn't count as science because it wasn't written in French or Latin, wasn't published in academic journals, and wasn't produced by people Europeans considered capable of scientific thought. Colonial logic is a hell of a drug. The first significant European breakthrough came in 1770, courtesy of Joseph Priestley, the same Joseph Priestley who discovered oxygen, or at least gets credit for discovering oxygen, depending on how you feel about Carl Wilhelm Scheele and Antoine Lavoisier. Priestley was experimenting with rubber samples when he noticed something peculiar. The material could erase pencil marks from paper. This is the origin of the term rubber. Not because it's elastic, not because it's durable, okay? Because it rubs out pencil marks. Priestley's contribution to rubber science was essentially discovering that the material is mildly abrasive and can pick up graphite particles. This is like discovering your phone can also send emails. Technically correct, wildly missing the point, and not particularly useful compared to what the device is actually capable of doing. But Priestley gets his name in the history books, so mission accomplished. To be fair to Priestley, he wasn't trying to revolutionize materials science. He was just tinkering, which is what scientists did in the 18th century, when they weren't arguing about phlogiston or getting executed during the French Revolution. The problem wasn't Priestley's curiosity. The problem was that European science was approaching rubber from entirely the wrong angle. Indigenous peoples had asked, how do we stabilize this material so it maintains its useful properties?
Okay.
European scientists asked, how do we dissolve this material so we can manipulate it more easily? See the problem? The dissolution obsession started in earnest in 1764, when Francois Fresnel, a French engineer working in French Guiana, discovered that turpentine could dissolve rubber. This was treated as a significant finding because it meant rubber could be liquefied, applied as a coating, and then allowed to dry. In theory, this would make rubber easier to work with, easier to transport, easier to apply to textiles and other materials. In practice, it meant you now had dissolved rubber that would eventually dry into a sticky, unstable mess that would degrade over time because you still hadn't solved the fundamental stability problem. But hey, progress. 15 years later, in 1779, Italian scientist Giovanni Fabbroni discovered that naphtha, petroleum-based solvent, could also dissolve rubber, and did so more effectively than turpentine. This was considered an improvement. European scientists were very excited about their ability to turn solid rubber into liquid rubber. They wrote papers about it, they published findings, they patted themselves on the back. What they didn't do was figure out how to make rubber stable, durable, or industrially viable. The fundamental misunderstanding here is almost painful to watch in retrospect. Dissolving rubber doesn't stabilize it. Dissolving rubber just turns it into a solution that will eventually evaporate, leaving behind the same unstable material you started with. What rubber needed was chemical modification, cross-linking, the polymer chains to create a stable molecular structure that could withstand environmental stresses. The Olmec had figured this out using morning glory vine extracts. European scientists were dissolving rubber in turpentine and calling it progress. This is what happens when you ignore indigenous knowledge and try to reinvent the wheel using petroleum products. The real problem, the reason rubber remained scientifically interesting but industrially useless for so long, was its fundamental instability. Raw, unvulcanized rubber is chemically vulnerable and extraordinarily sensitive to temperature extremes. In hot conditions, rubber becomes soft, sticky, and prone to melting. It loses its shape, becomes tacky to the touch, and generally transforms into a gooey mess that sticks to everything except what you want it to stick to. In cold conditions, rubber becomes brittle, rigid, and prone to cracking. The flexibility that makes rubber useful disappears. The material becomes hard, stiff, and liable to shatter under stress. Add UV light to the mix, and rubber degrades even faster, breaking down chemically as sunlight damages the polymer structure. Throw in exposure to acids, fuels, or other chemicals, and the material deteriorates further, losing elasticity and structural integrity. This wasn't a minor inconvenience. This was a fundamental barrier to industrial use. You can't build reliable products with a material that melts in summer, cracks in winter, and falls apart when exposed to sunlight. You can't create industrial infrastructure with a substance that degrades unpredictably over time. European scientists recognized this problem. They just couldn't figure out how to solve it. And because they couldn't solve it, rubber remained a curiosity, something to experiment with in laboratories, something to write papers about, something to dissolve in increasingly exotic solvents, but not something you could actually build an industry around. This instability bottleneck was, in retrospect, a blessing. It delayed the industrial rubber rush. It delayed the exploitation. It delayed the genocide. For 100 years, indigenous peoples in the Amazon were relatively safe from large-scale European extraction efforts. Not because Europeans had moral qualms about exploitation, they absolutely did not, but because there was no economic incentive to extract a material that nobody knew how to use effectively. Sometimes incompetence saves lives. This was one of those times. But European scientists kept trying. Throughout the late 1700s and early 1800s, researchers across Europe and America attempted to make rubber useful. They tried different solvents. They tried different heating methods. They tried mixing rubber with various chemicals, hoping to stumble onto some combination that would stabilize the material. Charles Mackintosh, a Scottish chemist, made significant progress in 1823 by dissolving rubber in coal tar, naphtha, and using it to waterproof fabrics. This produced the famous Mackintosh raincoatis. That's where the name comes from. And yes, it's technically spelt with a K, even though most people spell it with a C. Mackintosh's innovation was genuinely useful. Waterproof clothing was valuable in rainy climates, and if you've ever been to Scotland, you know rainy climates were relevant to Mackintosh's business interests. But his rubber-coated fabrics still suffered from temperature sensitivity. In hot weather, the coating became sticky. In cold weather, it became stiff. The garments were waterproof, but they weren't comfortable, durable, or reliable across different conditions. Still, this was the most successful commercial application of rubber Europe had managed in nearly a century of trying. Mackintosh raincoats sold. They were popular. They represented the state-of-the-art in rubber technology, which tells you everything you need to know about the state-of-the-art. Here's what's maddening about this entire period. The solution already existed. Indigenous peoples had already solved the stability problem. The knowledge was there. The technology was there. The expertise was there. But European scientists couldn't access it. Because they had spent the previous 200 years systematically destroying indigenous knowledge systems through conquest, colonization, and cultural genocide. The Spanish had burned Maya codices. The Portuguese had disrupted Amazonian trade networks. Colonial authorities across the Americas had suppressed indigenous practices, forbidden traditional crafts, and forced conversions to Christianity that deliberately erased cultural knowledge. By the time European scientists were desperately trying to figure out how to stabilize rubber, the people who knew how to do it had either been killed, displaced, or forced to abandon their traditional practices. The knowledge still existed in fragments. Some indigenous communities still processed rubber using traditional methods, but it existed outside European networks, outside European languages, outside European recognition. And European scientists, for the most part, didn't think to ask indigenous peoples for help. Why would they? These were primitive peoples, savages, people without science, without industry, without civilization as Europeans defined it. The idea that indigenous Amazonians might have sophisticated chemical knowledge that Europeans lacked was simply not a hypothesis most European scientists were willing to entertain. So they kept dissolving rubber in solvents, kept heating it and cooling it, kept mixing it with random chemicals, hoping to accidentally stumble onto something that would work. And for 100 years, they failed. The broader context here is important. This wasn't happening in a vacuum. The late 1700s and early 1800s were the height of the Industrial Revolution. Steam engines were transforming manufacturing. Mechanized textile production was reshaping the economy. Railroads were beginning to connect cities and regions. Industrial capitalism was exploding across Europe and North America, creating unprecedented demand for raw materials and new technologies. Rubber, if it could be stabilized, had obvious applications. Waterproofing for industrial machinery, seals and gaskets for steam engines, flexible tubing for chemical processes, insulation for emerging electrical technologies. The industrial imagination could see dozens of uses for a material that was flexible, durable, waterproof, and chemically resistant. But nobody could make it work reliably, and that meant rubber remained a marginal material, a scientific curiosity that occasionally showed up in niche applications like raincoats and pencil erasers, but never achieved the kind of widespread industrial adoption that other materials, steel, coal, cotton, were experiencing. The economic incentive was there. The industrial need was there. The global trade networks capable of extracting and distributing rubber on a massive scale were there. What wasn't there was the technology to make rubber stable enough for industrial use. That bottleneck, that 100-year gap between recognizing rubber's potential and figuring out how to realize it probably saved hundreds of thousands of lives. Because once the technology arrived, once someone finally figured out how to stabilize rubber reliably at industrial scale, the extraction rush would begin. And that rush would be brutal. Let's talk about what European scientists should have been looking for during this period, because it highlights just how fundamentally they misunderstood the problem. Rubber is a polymer long-chain molecule composed of repeating units of isoprene. In its natural state, these polymer chains slide past each other relatively freely, giving rubber its characteristic flexibility, but also making it unstable and temperature sensitive. What stabilizes rubber is cross-linking, creating chemical bonds between the polymer chains that lock them into a stable, three-dimensional network. The Olmec achieved this using plant extracts that reacted with the latex to create those cross-links. Charles Goodyear would eventually achieve it using sulfur and heat. Both methods work. Both create the same fundamental result: a stable, elastic material that maintains its properties across a range of temperatures and environmental conditions. But European scientists weren't thinking in terms of polymer chemistry and cross-linking. They didn't have the conceptual framework. Polymer science as a formal discipline wouldn't emerge until the early 20th century. The language to describe what was happening at the molecular level simply didn't exist yet. So instead of looking for chemical reactions that would modify the polymer structure, European scientists were looking for ways to manipulate the physical properties of the material dissolving it, melting it, molding it, without understanding that physical manipulation alone couldn't solve the fundamental chemical instability. They were trying to solve a chemistry problem using physics, and it didn't work. This isn't meant as a condemnation of individual scientists. They were working with the tools and knowledge available to them. But it is a condemnation of the broader colonial mindset that dismissed indigenous knowledge as primitive and assumed that European science was inherently superior. Even when European science was failing spectacularly at problems indigenous peoples had already solved. Pride, as they say, goeth before a fall, or in this case, pride goeth before a century of frustration and sticky failures. By the 1830s, rubber was at an impasse. It was recognized as potentially valuable. It had some limited commercial applications, but it remained fundamentally unreliable, prone to degradation, and unsuitable for most industrial uses. Investors had tried on, failed to build rubber industries, Companies had formed, produced rubber goods, and watched those goods deteriorate within months. Fortunes had been lost betting on rubber products that couldn't withstand basic environmental conditions. The material had developed a reputation as interesting but unreliable, novel but impractical. This reputation would change very suddenly, because in 1839, an American inventor named Charles Goodyear, after 5 years of obsessive experimentation and mounting financial desperation, would accidentally drop some rubber mixed with sulfur onto a hot stove, and everything would change. But before we get to Goodyear's accident, before we get to the breakthrough that would finally make rubber industrially viable, it's worth pausing to appreciate just how long it took European science to catch up to what indigenous peoples already knew. 3,000 years from the Olmec to Goodyear, 100 years from Le Condamn's introduction to vulcanization, decades of dissolution, heating, mixing, and frustrated experimentation. All because European scientists couldn't imagine that the people they were colonizing might actually know more about the materials they'd been working with for millennia. The arrogance would be funny if the consequences weren't so catastrophic. Because once Goodyear made his discovery, once the industrial bottleneck was finally broken, the rush for rubber would begin. And with it, the violence, the slavery, the genocidal, the horrors that follow when Europe decides a commodity is indispensable, and the people sitting on that commodity are expendable. The 100-year delay wasn't scientific curiosity taking its time. It was incompetence accidentally functioning as a humanitarian buffer, and that buffer was about to disappear. Next up, the sticky mess becomes a global commodity, and Charles Goodyear accidentally creates the economic justification for mass murder. Progress. Charles Goodyear was not a successful man. By most measures, he was a spectacular failure. He had been imprisoned for debt multiple times. His family lived in poverty. He had contracted various illnesses from inhaling toxic fumes during his endless rubber experiments. His obsession with stabilizing rubber had consumed his life, destroyed his finances, and alienated nearly everyone around him. And then, in 1839, he accidentally dropped a mixture of rubber and sulfur onto a hot stove in his workshop. The rubber didn't melt. It didn't become sticky. It didn't degrade. Instead, it transformed into something new. A material that was pliable, durable, elastic, and critically stable across a wide range of temperatures. Goodyear had stumbled onto vulcanization, the chemical process that would transform rubber from a scientific curiosity into an industrial necessity. He called it cured rubber. The industry would later call it vulcanized rubber, after Vulcan, the Roman god of fire and metalworking. Because apparently, accidentally dropping something on a stove deserves a mythological reference. Goodyear's discovery was world-changing. It was also, indirectly, responsible for the deaths of millions of people. Sometimes progress has a body count. Let's talk about what actually happened in Goodyear's workshop, because the mythology around this discovery tends to obscure the reality. Goodyear had been experimenting with rubber for 5 years by this point. He had tried mixing rubber with everything he could think of: magnesia, lime, nitric acid, turpentine, various salts and minerals. Nothing worked. Everything he tried either failed to stabilize the rubber or made it worse. He was running out of money, running out of options, and running out of patience. At some point in 1813, the exact date is disputed, and Goodyear himself wasn't great at keeping records. He was working with a mixture of rubber and sulfur. Sulfur had been suggested as a potential additive by Nathaniel Hayward. a former employee who had noticed that sulfur seemed to reduce the stickiness of rubber when applied to its surface. Goodyear was exploring this further, mixing sulfur throughout the rubber rather than just coating the surface. And then, according to the most popular version of the story, he accidentally dropped some of this mixture onto a hot stove. Instead of melting into a sticky mess, which is what raw rubber does when heated, the material charred slightly around the edges but remained elastic and flexible. More importantly, when Goodyear tested the material after it cooled, it maintained its properties. It didn't become brittle in cold temperatures, it didn't become sticky in heat, it was stable. Goodyear recognized immediately that he had found something significant. He spent the next several months refining the process, figuring out the optimal ratios of rubber to sulfur, determining the correct temperatures and heating times. By 1844, he had received a U.S. patent for vulcanization. The process is chemically straightforward, at least in retrospect. Heating rubber with sulfur causes the sulfur atoms to form crosslinks between the long polymer chains of the rubber. These crosslinks create a three-dimensional molecular network that gives vulcanized rubber its stability and elasticity. The material can still flex and stretch, that's what makes it useful. But it can't slide apart or degrade as easily, because the polymer chains are locked together. This is fundamentally what the Olmec had achieved using morning glory vine extracts 3,000 years earlier. Different chemicals, different process, same result. Cross-linked polymer chains creating stable rubber. But Goodyear gets the patent and the credit because he was the one who figured out how to do it at industrial scale using readily available material sulfur and heat that could be controlled and replicated in factories. Indigenous knowledge was sophisticated, Goodyear's process was scalable, and in the 19th century, scalability was what mattered. Here's where the story gets uncomfortable, because we need to talk about what vulcanization made possible. Before Goodyear, rubber was marginally useful. You could make raincoats that got sticky in summer and stiff in winter. You could make erasers. You could make waterproof boots that would crack after a few months of use. The market for rubber was limited because the material itself was limited. After Goodyear, rubber became essential. Suddenly, you could manufacture rubber products that would last for years, that could withstand extreme temperatures, that could be used in high-stress applications. The range of possible uses exploded overnight. Footwear, industrial belts and bands, hoses for steam engines and chemical processing, gaskets and seals for machinery, waterproof coatings for electrical wiring, insulation for emerging telegraph systems, and most importantly, most catastrophically, tires. The bicycle boom of the late 1800s and the automobile revolution of the early 1900s would have been impossible without vulcanized rubber. Pneumatic tires, surf-filled rubber tires, transformed transportation. They made bicycles practical for everyday use. They made automobiles fast, comfortable, and reliable. They created unprecedented demand for rubber, and that demand would kill millions of people because there was only one place on Earth where rubber trees grew naturally, the Amazon basin. And extracting rubber from dispersed wild trees in dense tropical rainforest required labor. Lots of labor. Cheap labor. Cheap labor. Coerced labor. Goodyear didn't enslave anyone. Goodyear didn't torture indigenous workers or cut off their hands or burn their villages. But Goodyear's invention created the economic incentive for other people to do exactly those things. He solved the technical problem of rubber stability, and in doing so, he created a strategic commodity rush that would produce some of the most brutal atrocities of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Technological breakthroughs are morally neutral. How they're used is not. It's important to note that Goodyear wasn't the only person working on rubber stabilization. Thomas Hancock, an English inventor and engineer, was conducting parallel research and made similar discoveries around the same time, possibly even earlier, depending on which historical accounts you trust. Hancock had been working with rubber since the 1820s, developing machinery for processing and shaping the material. He collaborated with Charles McIntosh's the raincoat guyon methods for applying rubber to textiles. In the early 1840s, Hancock discovered that heating rubber with sulfur produced similar stabilization effects to what Goodyear had found. There was, predictably, a patent dispute. Hancock filed for an English patent in 1843 before Goodyear's patent was recognized in Britain. Goodyear filed for a British patent in 1844. Legal battles ensued. Both men claimed priority. Both men accused the other of stealing ideas. The historical consensus generally gives Goodyear credit for the initial discovery and Hancock credit for independent development and refinement of the process. Both contributed to making vulcanization practical and commercially viable. Both deserve recognition for advancing rubber technology. But here's the thing. It doesn't really matter who discovered it first. What matters is that by the mid-1940s, vulcanization was known, patented, and beginning to be implemented at industrial scale on both sides of the Atlantic. The technological barrier was broken. The industrial applications were obvious. The economic incentives were enormous. And the Amazon basin, home to millions of rubber trees and thousands of indigenous communities, was about to become the target of the most rapacious resource extraction boom of the 19th century. Goodyear and Hancock were competing for patent priority. They were arguing in courts about intellectual property. They were negotiating licensing deals and trying to profit from their inventions. Meanwhile, rubber barons in South America were preparing to enslave entire populations. The gap between technological innovation and ethical consideration has never been wider. Let's talk about what vulcanization actually meant for the material properties of rubber. Because understanding the technical achievement helps understand why demand exploded so dramatically. Before vulcanization, rubber had a usable temperature range of roughly 0 to 40 degrees Celsius. Below 0, it became brittle and prone to cracking. Above 40, it became soft and sticky. This narrow range made rubber almost useless for anything that would be exposed to normal seasonal temperature variations, let alone the extreme conditions found in industrial applications. After vulcanization, rubber could withstand temperatures from -40 to over 100 degrees Celsius without losing its essential properties. It remained flexible in Arctic cold. It remained stable in tropical heat. It could be used in steam engines where temperatures routinely exceeded 100 degrees. It could be used in railroad applications where materials were exposed to everything from winter freezes to summer heat waves. This wasn't an incremental improvement. This was a fundamental transformation of the material's capabilities. Vulcanized rubber was also resistant to chemical damage. It could withstand exposure to oils, acids, and various industrial chemicals that would destroy untreated rubber. This made it invaluable for industrial applications where materials needed to resist corrosive substances, chemical processing plants, petroleum refining, manufacturing facilities. The tensile strength or amount of stress the material could withstand before breaking increased dramatically. Vulcanized rubber could be stretched, compressed, twisted, and subjected to repeated stress without degrading or losing its elasticity. This made it perfect for applications like drive belts in factories, where materials needed to transmit power reliably over long periods under constant stress. And perhaps most importantly, vulcanized rubber was waterproof and maintained that waterproofing over time, unlike untreated rubber, which would eventually break down and lose its water-resistant properties. Vulcanized rubber could provide reliable waterproofing for years or even decades. All of these properties combined to make vulcanized rubber one of the most versatile materials available to 19th century industry. It could do things that no other material could do. It could be used in applications where alternatives simply didn't exist. This versatility, this indispensability is what made rubber strategically critical, and strategic criticality in the age of industrial capitalism and colonial extraction meant that rubber-producing regions would be exploited without mercy. The speed with which rubber went from marginal curiosity to industrial necessity is genuinely striking. In 1839, when Goodyear made his discovery, global rubber consumption was measured in tons, literally a few tons per year, mostly for novelty items and limited waterproofing applications. By 1860, barely 20 years later, annual global rubber consumption had increased to thousands of tons. Rubber factories were operating in the United States and Europe. Rubber products were becoming common in industrial settings. The material was transitioning from specialty item to mainstream commodity. By 1900, global rubber consumption had exploded to over 50,000 tons per year and was accelerating rapidly. The bicycle boom was in full swing. The automobile industry was just beginning but growing exponentially. Electrical insulation was consuming enormous quantities of rubber as telegraph and telephone networks expanded. Industrial applications were multiplying as manufacturers discovered new uses for the material. And by 1910, as the automobile industry hit its stride, global rubber consumption exceeded 100,000 tons per year. Demand was doubling every few years. Prices were rising. Fortunes were being made, and the Amazon basin, the only source of natural rubber, was being systematically pillaged. That trajectory from a few tons in 1839 to over 100,000 tons by 1910 represents one of the fastest resource extraction booms in human history. And every ton of rubber extracted came from wild trees in the Amazon, harvested by workers who were increasingly being coerced, enslaved, and brutalized to meet impossible quotas. Goodyear died in 1860, deeply in debt despite his world-changing invention. Before the worst of the rubber boom atrocities occurred, he never saw the full consequences of his discovery. He never witnessed the Putumayo genocide or the severed hands of Leopold's Congo, but his invention made all of it economically rational. That's the uncomfortable truth about technological progress. Solving one problem often creates 10 new ones. And those new problems frequently involve human suffering at massive scale. Here's the thing about vulcanization that makes this story so darkly ironic. It's not a complicated process. Heat rubber with sulfur. That's it. The exact temperatures and ratios matter, but the fundamental concept is straightforward. A moderately equipped workshop with basic heating equipment can vulcanize rubber, and yet it took European science 100 years to figure it out, despite indigenous peoples having solved the stability problem. Millennia earlier, using different but equally effective methods, this century-long delay had consequences. If vulcanization had been discovered in 1740 instead of 1840, the rubber boom would have occurred earlier, probably with even worse humanitarian outcomes, because colonial oversight such as it was would have been even weaker. If vulcanization had never been discovered, rubber would have remained a marginal material and millions of lives would have been spared. But vulcanization was discovered in 1839 at exactly the moment when industrial demand was accelerating, when global trade networks were expanding, when colonial powers were aggressively exploiting tropical resources, and when the ideological justifications for those exploitations, racism, social Darwinism, the civilizing mission were at their peak. Goodyear's accidental discovery didn't cause the rubber holocaust, but it was the catalyst. It was the technological breakthrough that transformed rubber from interesting to indispensable, from marginal to strategic, from curiosity to commodity worth killing for. Technology doesn't have agency. Technology doesn't make moral choices. But technology creates possibilities, and human beings decide which possibilities to pursue and at what cost. The possibility of vulcanization created was industrial-scale rubber production. The cost humanity chose to pay was measured in hundreds of thousands of lives, maybe millions, destroyed through slavery, torture, and systematic violence. That's not Goodyear's fault, exactly. He wasn't commanding rubber extraction operations. He wasn't enslaving indigenous workers. He wasn't cutting off hands in the Congo. But his sticky mace transformed through accidental chemistry into a material that transformed modern life, created the economic incentive for all of those atrocities. His solution to the stability problem became someone else's justification for genocide. Progress, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't it wonderful? So where does this leave us? With a material that can withstand extreme temperatures, resist chemical damage, provide waterproofing and insulation, and transmit power through industrial machinery. With a discovery that solved a century-old problem and opened up countless industrial applications. With a technological breakthrough that would reshape transportation, manufacturing, and infrastructure across the globe. And with an insatiable demand for a raw material that grew only in one specific region, in wild, dispersed trees that required brutal, labor-intensive harvesting methods to extract. Goodyear transformed a sticky mess into a material that transformed modern life. He deserves credit for persistence, for obsessive dedication, for solving a problem that had defeated some of the best scientific minds of his era. He also inadvertently created the preconditions for one of the most horrific periods of exploitation in human history. Both things are true. History is complicated like that. Next up, the automobile age arrives, and the Amazon basin becomes ground zero for systematic brutality on an industrial scale. The rubber boom begins, and with it, the body count starts climbing. Fast. Remember that sacred sap the Aztecs revered. It's about to become the most blood-soaked commodity of the late 19th century. Buckle up, it gets worse from here. Pop quiz. What do bicycles, automobiles, and systematic genocide have in common? If you answered rubber, congratulations, you've been paying attention. If you're also deeply uncomfortable, that's the appropriate response. Welcome to the rubber boom, where technological progress met colonial extraction and produced one of the most brutal resource rushes in human history. By the late 1800s, vulcanized rubber had transitioned from industrial novelty to absolute necessity, and two specific technological developments accelerated demand to levels nobody had anticipated. The bicycle and the automobile both required tires. Tires required rubber, and rubber required labor, coerced, brutalized, expendable labor working under conditions that make modern sweatshops look almost humane by comparison. This is the story of how the Amazon basin became an economic trap, how biological monopoly created genocidal extraction systems, and how the modern world's love affair with personal transportation was built on a foundation of corpses. Let's start with the bicycle. The bicycle boom of the late 1800s is one of those historical phenomena that sounds quaint until you realize its economic scale. Bicycles weren't toys. They weren't recreational equipment for wealthy hobbyists. They were transformative transportation technology that democratized personal mobility in ways nothing had before. Before bicycles, if you wanted to travel faster than walking pace, you needed a horse. Horses are expensive. Horses require food, stabling, and maintenance. Horses are, frankly, a pain in the ass, sometimes literally. Most people couldn't afford personal horse ownership, which meant most people were limited to walking or using expensive public transportation. Bicycles changed that. A good bicycle costs a fraction of what a horse cost. It required no feeding, minimal maintenance, and could be stored in a small space. It was faster than walking, more flexible than trains or streetcars, and accessible to the middle class in industrializing nations. The result was explosive demand. Bicycle production in the United States alone went from essentially zero in 1880 to over 1 million units per year by 1900. Europe saw similar growth. Bicycles became ubiquitous in cities and towns across the industrialized world. And every single one of those bicycles needed tires. Pneumatic tires invented by John Boyd Dunlop in 1880 made bicycles comfortable, practical, and fast. These air-filled rubber tires absorbed road shock, provided better traction, and made cycling pleasant rather than bone-jarring. But pneumatic tires required significant amounts of rubber. Not just any rubber, vulcanized rubber that could withstand repeated stress, temperature variations, and extended use without degrading. Each bicycle needed 2 tires, and those tires needed to be replaced periodically as they wore out. Do the math. Millions of bicycles, 2 tires each, regular replacement. Suddenly, you're talking about enormous quantities of rubber needed just to keep the bicycle industry running. And that was before the automobiles showed up. The automobile industry in 1900 was barely an industry. It was more like a collection of wealthy eccentrics, building expensive, unreliable machines that broke down constantly and terrified horses. Carl Benz had patented his motor wagon in 1886. Henry Ford wouldn't found Ford Motor Company until 1903. The model Tether car that would truly democratize automobile ownership wouldn't appear until 1908. But even in its infancy, the automobile industry was consuming rubber at rates that made bicycle manufacturers look modest. A bicycle needed maybe 2 kilograms of rubber for its tires. An automobile needed 10 times that minimum. Early car tires were thick, heavy, and prone to failure. They needed to be robust to handle the weight and speed of vehicles that weighed hundreds of kilograms and traveled at speeds bicycles couldn't match. And cars, unlike bicycles, were being adopted by wealthy consumers who didn't care about cost. If you could afford a car in 1900, you could afford to replace the tires regularly, because early automobile tires were terrible. They punctured easily, they wore out quickly, they needed constant maintenance and frequent replacement. As automobile production ramped up slowly at first, then explosively after the Model T's introduction in 1908 rubber, demand went from substantial to absolutely insane. By 1910, the automobile industry was consuming more rubber than any other sector. By 1920, automobiles were consuming more rubber than all other applications combined. This wasn't incremental growth. This was exponential expansion. And the only source of natural rubber in the world was the Amazon basin. Picture this. You have a material that's strategically critical to the two most transformative transportation technologies of the era. You have demand growing faster than supply can possibly keep up. You have prices rising rapidly as manufacturers compete for limited resources. And you have a biological monopoly, one specific species of tree growing in one specific region with no alternatives readily available. This is the economic recipe for disaster. Or, more accurately, the economic recipe for genocide. Let's talk about that biological monopoly, because it's the key to understanding why the rubber boom became so catastrophically brutal. The Hevea brasiliensis tree is native to the Amazon basin. It evolved there, adapted to the specific conditions of Amazonian rainforests, and exists naturally nowhere else on Earth. There are other latex-producing plants, dozens of species, can produce latex, but none of them produce latex with the same chemical properties, in the same quantities, or with the same commercial viability as Hevea brasiliensis. In the 19th century, this meant the Amazons had an absolute monopoly on rubber production. If you wanted rubber, and by the late 1800s, you definitely wanted rubber, you had to get it from the Amazon. There were no alternatives, there were no substitutes. There was no way to synthesize rubber chemically. The Amazon basin was the only source, and that geographic concentration gave the region enormous economic power, except the people actually living in the Amazon. Indigenous communities who had inhabited the region for thousands of years didn't have that power. The power belonged to whoever could control the extraction process, and control in the colonial era meant violence. The rubber boom is typically dated from around 1879 to 1912. Though the exact dates are fuzzy because rubber extraction didn't start and stop neatly at specific moments, what's clear is that during this period there was a massive influx of colonists, entrepreneurs, and extraction companies into previously uncolonized Amazonian territories in Peru, Brazil, and Colombia. These weren't regions under strong state control. These weren't areas with functioning legal systems or regulatory oversight. These were frontier zones, legally ambiguous spaces where national governments had claimed sovereignty but exerted minimal actual authority. This lack of governance created a power vacuum that rubber companies eagerly filled. The phrase rubber barons gets thrown around a lot, and it's accurate. These weren't companies operating within legal frameworks. These were essentially private fiefdoms, where company owners exercised total control over vast territories and the people living in them. They made their own laws. They enforced their own justice. They operated with impunity. And the fundamental economic structure of the rubber trade made brutality not just likely, but inevitable. Here's the problem. Rubber trees in the Amazon don't grow in convenient, concentrated groves. They grow dispersed throughout the rainforest, scattered among hundreds of other tree species. Finding rubber trees requires extensive knowledge of the forest. Harvesting latex from those trees requires traveling long distances through dense, difficult terrain. This dispersed distribution meant that rubber harvesting was extraordinarily labor-intensive and logistically complex. You couldn't set up a central processing facility and have workers come to you. You had to send workers deep into the forest, often for days or weeks at a time, to tap trees scattered across enormous territories. This created two problems for rubber companies trying to maximize profit. First, hiring free labor at market rates would have been prohibitively expensive. Paying workers enough to voluntarily spend weeks trudging through rainforest, tapping trees in dangerous conditions, and transporting heavy loads of latex back to collection points would have consumed most or all of the profit margin. Second, supervising dispersed workers across vast territories required extensive management infrastructure. How do you ensure workers are actually collecting rubber and not just disappearing into the forest? How do you prevent them from keeping the latex and selling it independently? How do you maintain control over a labor force spread across hundreds of square kilometers? The rubber company's solution to both problems was the same: forced labor and systematic violence. Enslaving indigenous populations was, in the blunt economic calculation of the rubber barons, far cheaper than employing free workers and creating a regime of terroir failure to meet quotas resulted in immediate, brutal punishment solved the supervision problem. Workers who knew that missing their quota meant torture or death tended to be very motivated. This wasn't a few bad actors going rogue. This was the business model. This was how the rubber trade operated at scale. The violence wasn't incidental. It was structural. The system that emerged was called enganche pour deudas. In some regions debt bondage, though that sanitized term doesn't capture the reality. Here's how it worked. Rubber companies would advance goods stools, food, clothing, sometimes alcohol or other items to indigenous workers or poor migrants on credit. These goods were priced far above their actual value, often at markups of 300% or more. The worker now owed money to the company. The worker would then be sent into the forest to collect rubber. The rubber they collected would be credited against their debt at prices set by the company prices that were invariably far below market value. The worker could never collect enough rubber to pay off the debt. The debt grew rather than shrank. The worker was trapped, and if the worker tried to leave, if they attempted to escape the debt, that's where the violence came in. Rubber stations, the remote outposts where latex was collected and processed, were typically overseen by managers who were paid on commission. Their income was directly tied to the amount of rubber produced. This created an economic incentive structure that directly rewarded brutality. If workers weren't producing enough rubber, the manager had a simple choice: accept lower income or terrorize the workers into higher productivity. Guess which option most managers chose? The managers hired their own security forces men, who functioned as a mix of overseers, enforcers, and private militia. These were the muchachos de confianza we'll hear more about in the next chapter. Trustworthy boys, that's a hell of a euphemism for professional torturers. These security forces in short quotas were met through systematic application of violence. Flogging, starvation, rape, mutilation, execution, whatever it took to keep rubber flowing. This wasn't secret. This wasn't hidden. The rubber barons knew. The company owners knew. The investors back in London and New York knew. They didn't care. Or more accurately, they cared only insofar as scandal might hurt stock prices. As long as rubber kept flowing and profits kept rising, the violence in the Amazon was simply the cost of doing business. The scale of the operation was staggering. At the height of the boom, tens of thousands of workers were laboring in rubber collection across the Amazon basin. Entire indigenous communities were forcibly conscripted. Populations from other regions bore migrants, from Brazil's northeast, workers from the Caribbean, anyone desperate enough or unlucky enough to be caught in the labor recruitment system were shipped into the rainforest and put to work. The conditions were designed to be unsustainable. Workers were malnourished because adequate food would cut into profits. Workers were denied medical care because that would cost money. Workers were housed in minimal shelters because better housing wasn't necessary for expendable labor. The assumption, ever stated explicitly but clear in the operations, was that workers were disposable. If someone died, you recruited more. If someone escaped, you hunted them down or replaced them. The supply of desperate people seemed inexhaustible, so why invest in their welfare? This callousness was enabled by racism and dehumanization. Indigenous Amazonians were viewed as subhuman by the rubber barons and their European investors. They were savages, primitives, people without rights or value beyond their capacity to extract latex. This ideological framework made the violence easier to justify, easier to ignore, easier to systemize. And the geographic isolation of the Amazon meant there were no witnesses, no journalists, no reformers, no oversight. The rubber stations were days or weeks away from any settlements with functioning authorities. Whatever happened in the forest stayed in the forest. Until, eventually, it didn't. Until the bodies piled up so high that even the colonial powers couldn't ignore them. Until investigators like Roger Casement started documenting the atrocities and forcing them into public consciousness. But that's getting ahead of the story. We're still in the phase where the rubber boom is ramping up, where demand is exploding, where the automobile industry is just starting to realize its potential, and where the Amazon basin is being transformed into an industrial death machine. By 1900, the economic dynamics were fully established. Rubber prices were high and rising. Production was concentrated in the Amazon. Extraction methods relied on forced labor and systematic violence. Profits were enormous for those at the top of the supply chain, the rubber barons, the export companies, the manufacturers and merchants in Europe and North America. For the workers in the forest, the economics was simpler. Work until you die, or try to escape and probably die faster. The bicycle boom had created the initial demand surge. The automobile industry was accelerating that demand to unprecedented levels, and the structural conditions, biological monopoly, dispersed wild trees. Lack of governance, racist ideology, commission-based management, incentives created a perfect storm for industrial-scale, human rights, catastrophe. This is what happens when a material becomes strategically indispensable and the people sitting on that material are viewed as expendable. This is what happens when profit incentives align with power imbalances and geographic isolation. This is what happens when the global North's consumption is enabled by violence in the global South, and nobody with power cares enough to stop it. The Amazon rubber boom was capitalism functioning exactly as designed. The invisible hand of the market was holding a whip, and the body count was just getting started. So let's recap where we are. Goodyear's accidental discovery in 1839 made rubber industrially viable. The bicycle boom of the 1880s and 90s created substantial demand. The automobile industry's emergence after 1900 created exponential demand growth. The Amazon's biological monopoly meant all that rubber had to come from one specific region, and the logistics of wild rubber harvesting made forced labor economically rational from the perspective of profit maximization. Every tire on every bicycle, every tire on every automobile, every rubber hose, every gasket, every waterproof coating, every piece of insulation, all of it came from latex extracted by workers laboring under conditions of systematic violence. The sacred sap the Aztecs had revered, the material indigenous chemists had mastered 3,000 years before Europe, had become the most blood-soaked commodity of the industrial age. Next time you complain about your morning commute, remember, the rubber in your tires has a history, and that history involves debt bondage, commission-based torture, and a business model that treated human beings as disposable inputs in an extraction process. Progress. Isn't it grand? Next up, the Putumayo genocide. We're about to get specific about exactly how brutal the rubber boom became. Warning, this is where the body count gets counted, and the numbers are horrifying. The rubber holocaust wasn't hyperbole. It was accurate, and it was optimized. Industrialized suffering, designed to maximize latex extraction per unit of human misery. Because why kill people inefficiently when you can systematize it? Welcome to Chapter 5. Sleep well tonight. The Putumayo River Basin wasn't just a site of exploitation, it was an industrial laboratory for maximizing human suffering per unit of latex extracted. And yes, that sentence should make you feel sick. That's the appropriate response to what's coming. This chapter is about the rubber holocaust, a term historians use not for dramatic effect, but because it accurately describes what happened in the Amazon during the rubber boom. We're talking about systematic, industrialized genocide carried out by a British registered company with shareholders, quarterly reports, and a business model that treated torture as a management technique. If you're looking for light entertainment, this isn't it. This is history at its darkest, where economic incentives met colonial racism and produced atrocities that rival anything in the 20th century's catalogue of horrors. The difference is that this genocide was legal, profitable, and conducted by respectable businessmen in London who never had to see the results of their investment portfolios. Let's start with the numbers, because the scale needs to be understood before we get into the methods. During the Amazon rubber boom, roughly 1879 to 1912, an estimated 100,000 indigenous people died. That's not died in the passive sense of succumbing to disease or natural causes. That's died in the active sense of being worked to death, tortured, executed, or starved as a direct result of the rubber extraction system. 100,000 people. That's equivalent to wiping out a medium-sized city. That's more than the population of most urban centers in South America at the time. That's a Holocaust-level body count achieved not through industrial gas chambers, but through whips, starvation, and bullets in remote rainforest stations. In the Putumayo region, specifically the area that became the epicenter of the worst, atrocitista death toll over a 12-year period was approximately 30,000 people, killed directly by the staff of the Peruvian Amazon Company and its subcontractors. Not 30,000 casualties from all causes, 30,000 murders. And in some areas of the Putumayo, the indigenous population declined by over 90% during the rubber boom period. That's not exploitation. That's ethnocide, deliberate destruction of entire ethnic communities. These numbers come from contemporary investigations, testimony from survivors, company records that accidentally documented their own crimes, and the painstaking work of historians who've spent decades piecing together what happened when the world wasn't looking. The world should have been looking, because what happened in the Putumayo was one of the clearest examples in modern history of how economic systems can transform ordinary human cruelty into industrialized horror. Let's talk about the Peruvian Amazon Company, because this is where corporate structure meets genocide in ways that should make every MBA student deeply uncomfortable. The company was founded by Julio César Arana, a Peruvian rubber baron who had made his fortune through the usual combination of ruthless extraction practices and strategic violence. By the early 1900s, Arana controlled vast territories in the Putumayo Regionan area, straddling the border between Peru and Colombia, which meant it was effectively governed by nobody. In 1907, Arana registered his operation as a British company, the Peruvian Amazon Company, with shares traded on the London Stock Exchange. This wasn't just a business decision. This was a legitimation strategy. British registration gave the company legal protection, access to British capital markets, and the implicit backing of the British Empire. Respectable London investors bought shares. The company published annual reports, dividends were paid. Everything looked completely legitimate on paper. And in the Putumayo, company managers were systematically torturing indigenous workers to death. This disconnect between the civilized veneer of corporate finance in London and the brutal reality of operations in the Amazon is the essence of colonial extraction economics. The violence happens far away, conducted by people you'll never meet, producing profits you can enjoy without ever confronting the human cost. Out of sight, out of mind. Out of the Amazon, on to the London Stock Exchange. The Peruvian Amazon Company's business model was straightforward. Extract as much rubber as possible, as quickly as possible, using the cheapest labor available. And the cheapest labor available was enslaved indigenous peoples who could be coerced, threatened, and brutalized into meeting impossible quotas. The system worked like this. Indigenous communities in company-controlled territory were forced to collect rubber. Each family or individual was assigned a quota, specific amount of latex they had to deliver within a set time period, usually measured in weeks or months. These quotas were not based on what was realistically possible. They were based on what the company wanted to extract. If a family could collect 50 kilograms of rubber per month through sustainable labor, they'd be assigned a quota of 75. If they managed to meet that through extraordinary effort, the quota would be raised to 100. The goal was to keep workers perpetually behind, perpetually failing, perpetually subject to punishment. Because punishment was how control was maintained. Mishiyokwata, flogging, fall significantly short, starvation rations, with family members sometimes denied food as collective punishment. Tried to resist or escape. Execution, often public, designed to terrorize others into compliance. This wasn't discipline. This wasn't maintaining order. This was optimized terror, calibrated to maximize rubber production while minimizing company costs. The enforcers of this system were called muchachos de confianza, trustworthy boys, which has to be one of history's most grotesque euphemisms. These were the men hired by station managers to oversee rubber collection and punish workers who failed to meet quotas. Contemporary accounts describe them as beasts of prey who delighted in shedding blood. These weren't reluctant enforcers carrying out distasteful but necessary duties. These were men who enjoyed the violence, who took pleasure in inflicting suffering, who had completely shed any sense of moral restraint. How do people become like that? Part of it is selection. The job attracted sadists and sociopaths. Part of it is dehumanization. When you're told repeatedly that indigenous people are subhuman savages, it becomes easier to treat them as such. Part of it is impunity. When you can torture and kill without consequence, the guardrails of normal human behavior disappear. And part of it is incentive structure. Remember, station managers were paid on commission based on rubber production. The muchachos worked for the managers. Higher rubber production meant higher pay for everyone in the extraction chain except the workers. Violence wasn't just tolerated, it was economically rewarded. The more brutal you were, the more rubber you extracted, the more money you made. The system wasn't broken. It was working exactly as designed. Let's get specific about the methods, because the abstract horror of systematic torture doesn't capture the reality of what happened. Workers who missed quotas were flogged with whips made from dried taper, hide material that could lay open skin and muscle with a single stroke. 50 lashes was considered a standard punishment. 100 lashes was not uncommon. People died from the beatings themselves or from infections afterward. Workers who tried to escape were hunted down by armed parties. When caught, they were sometimes executed immediately as examples. Sometimes they were mutilated, hands cut off, ears removed, hamstrung to prevent future escape, attempts sent back to work as living warnings to others. Women and children were not exempt. Rape was routine, used both as a form of control and as casual entertainment for the muchachos. Children were sometimes killed in front of their parents to demonstrate the futility of resistance. Food was weaponized. Workers were kept on starvation rations as a baseline, with the implicit threat that rations could be cut further or eliminated entirely. Malnutrition was endemic, weakening workers and making them more susceptible to disease, which the company considered acceptable attrition. And when entire communities resisted, when indigenous groups tried to flee company-controlled territories or fight back against the extraction system, the company response was collective punishment. Villages burned, populations massacred. Survivors forcibly relocated to rubber stations where they could be more effectively controlled. This was the daily reality for tens of thousands of people across the Putumayo for over a decade. This wasn't an occasional atrocity or an isolated incident. This was the system operating continuously, year after year, producing both rubber and corpses at industrial scale. One investigator we'll meet him properly in the next chapter estimated that 30,000 indigenous people were killed by Irana's staff over a 12-year period. That's an average of 2,500 deaths per year, 7 deaths per day, every single day for 12 years. Think about that. Every morning, somewhere in the Putumayo, 7 people died because they didn't collect enough latex, or because they tried to escape, or because a muchacho decided to make an example of someone, or simply because the casual brutality of the system ground them down until their bodies gave out. 7 people every day for 12 years. And the Peruvian Amazon company kept paying dividends to shareholders in London. This is what happens when profit maximization meets absolute power, meets racist dehumanization, meets geographic isolation. This is what happens when the supply chain that connects your bicycle tire to the Amazon basin passes through a region where human life has no value. The rubber on those tires wasn't just extracted by enslaved labor. It was extracted by people being tortured to death in slow motion, day after day, while investors in London congratulated themselves on their diversified portfolios. The depopulation of the Putumayo region was so severe that it qualifies as ethnocide under modern definitions. Some indigenous groups lost over 90% of their population during the rubber boom. That's approaching total extermination. That's the deliberate destruction of entire peoples and their cultures. The survivors were left traumatized, displaced, and culturally devastated. Traditional knowledge systems passed down through generations were disrupted as elders died and communities were scattered. Languages were lost as speakers were killed or dispersed. Social structures collapsed as families and clans were broken apart by the extraction system. This cultural destruction was, from the company's perspective, irrelevant. Indigenous cultures had no value in the balance sheet. What mattered was latex production. Everything else was externalities costs borne by people who didn't matter, in places nobody cared about, producing outcomes nobody would be held accountable for, until someone finally did care, until someone finally documented what was happening and forced the world to pay attention. But we're not there yet, because before we get to Roger Casement and his investigations, we need to understand that the Putumayo wasn't unique. This wasn't one bad company going rogue. This was the standard model for rubber extraction across the Amazon. Different companies, different regions, same methods. The Peruvian Amazon company was just the most thoroughly documented because it made the mistake of registering as a British corporation, which eventually brought British investigators into the picture. Other rubber operations, Brazilian companies, Peruvian operations, Colombian extractors were doing exactly the same things: debt bondage, impossible quotas, systematic violence, murder as management technique. The entire rubber boom across the entire Amazon basin was built on this foundation of optimized human suffering. 100,000 deaths. Tens of thousands more traumatized, displaced, or permanently disabled. Entire communities destroyed. All so Europe and North America could have rubber tires. Here's the question that should haunt anyone studying this period. Why didn't anyone stop it sooner? The violence wasn't secret. Reports filtered out. Missionaries wrote letters describing the atrocities. Some workers escaped and told their stories. Travelers passing through rubber regions saw enough to understand what was happening. But nobody with power did anything, because the people being killed were indigenous Amazonians, people who, in the racist hierarchies of the early 20th century, simply didn't matter. Their deaths weren't important enough to interrupt the flow of a strategically valuable commodity. The British government knew. British investors knew. The London Stock Exchange knew. Arana himself was openly operating the Peruvian Amazon Company under British registration, publishing reports that could have been investigated if anyone had cared to look closely. But the rubber kept flowing. The profits kept rising. And as long as the violence happened far away, among people who could be dismissed as primitive or savage, nobody with the power to intervene felt compelled to do so. This is colonialism in a nutshell. Value what the colony produces, devalue the people producing it, and maintain plausible deniability about the methods used to extract the commodity. The Putumayo genocide wasn't a failure of the colonial system. It was the colonial system working exactly as intended, maximizing extraction while externalizing human costs onto populations deemed expendable. Let's talk about the economic logic one more time, because understanding the incentive structure explains why the violence was so systematic and sustained. Station managers were paid commission based on rubber output. More rubber meant more money. Simple. But rubber trees are dispersed in the rainforest. Harvesting is labor-intensive. Workers can't be easily supervised across vast territories. So how do you maximize output? Option 1. Pay workers well. Provide good conditions. Create incentives for productivity through positive reinforcement. This costs money. This requires infrastructure. This assumes workers have rights and agency. This, from the company's perspective, is inefficient. Option 2. Enslave the workers, set impossible quotas, punish failure with immediate, brutal violence, and create a regime of terror where fear overrides everything else. This is cheap. This requires minimal infrastructure, just enough armed men to maintain control. This assumes workers are disposable and can be replaced. This, from the company's perspective, is optimized. The Peruvian Amazon Company chose option 2. So did every other major rubber operation in the Amazon, because option 2 was more profitable. This isn't a defense. This is an explanation. The horror of the Putumayo wasn't irrational sadism, though sadism was certainly present. It was rational economic calculation applied with genocidal consequences. When you pay people to maximize extraction and give them absolute power over the extractors, when you dehumanize the workers and remove all accountability, when you operate in geographic isolation with no oversight, you get the Putumayo, you get 30,000 dead in 12 years. You get 90% population loss in some regions. You get systematic torture as a business model. You get rubber that costs 7 lives per day, every day, for over a decade. And you get London investors who never had to see a single corpse while collecting their dividends. So that's the Putumayo genocide. That's the rubber holocaust. That's what happened when the bicycle boom and automobile revolution created insatiable demand for a commodity that grew only in one region, extracted through methods that treated human beings as disposable machinery. The Aztecs thought rubber symbolized life and fertility. The Peruvian Amazon Company thought it symbolized profit margins and quarterly returns. One of those perspectives valued the sacred. The other counted corpses as overhead. If you're wondering how this compares to the Congo, King Leopold II's simultaneous rubber genocide in Africa hold that thought, because Roger Casement investigated both. He documented both. He proved that the pattern was consistent. Wild rubber extraction plus colonial power plus racist dehumanization equals systematic mass murder. The Putumayo and the Congo weren't isolated incidents. They were the same story playing out on different continents. The variables changed: different companies, different colonial powers, different specific methods, but the fundamentals remained constant. Rubber made the violence economically rational. Colonial ideology made it morally acceptable to the perpetrators. Geographic isolation made it invisible to people with the power to stop it. Until it wasn't invisible anymore, until someone forced the world to look. Next up, Roger Casement, the man who saw too much, documented it all, and paid for his conscience with his life. The British Empire was happy to use his investigations when they were politically convenient. They were less happy when he turned his reformist energy toward Irish independence. This whistleblowing is dangerous, especially when you're blowing the whistle on genocide, and the people profiting from it have the power to execute you for treason. Sleep well, there are more stories to come, and they don't get less disturbing. King Leopold II of Belgium looked at the Amazon genocide and thought, we can make this more efficient. Spoiler, he did. And it was even more horrifying. Before we go further, let's clear up a common mistake. The major African rubber atrocity wasn't perpetrated by King Ferdinand. It was King Leopold II of Belgium. Ferdinand is a common name confusion, but Leopold was the architect of one of history's most nightmarish colonial projects. Getting the right villain is important when discussing crimes against humanity. So let's talk about Leopold's Congo Free State, a private colonial enterprise so brutal, so systematically violent, so economically extractive that it became the template for understanding how commodity booms produce genocidal outcomes. The Putumayo was horrific. The Congo was that horror multiplied, industrialized, and sustained for over 2 decades. Same commodity, different continent. Identical pattern. Because wild rubber extraction in isolated territories governed by private commercial interests produces genocide with the reliability of a chemical reaction. The Congo Free State wasn't a state in any meaningful sense. It was Leopold II's personal property, a private colonial holding larger than Western Europe, acquired through diplomatic maneuvering during the scramble for Africa in the late 1800s. The Berlin Conference of 1884 to 85, where European powers carved up Africa like a pie and distributed slices to each other without bothering to consult any actual Africans, recognized Leopold's claim to the Congo Basin. The justification was humanitarian, naturally. Leopold promised to bring civilization to the region, suppress the slave trade, and improve the lives of Congolese people through European guidance and Christian mission work. This was, to put it mildly, a lie. What Leopold actually wanted was rubber, and ivory initially, but increasingly rubber as global demand exploded in the 1890s and early 1900s. The Congo Free State was established in 1885. By the early 1890s, rubber had become the primary export commodity, and Leopold had figured out how to extract it at maximum efficiency with minimum cost. The method was terror. Systematic, industrialized, bureaucratized terror, applied with the mechanical precision that Europeans liked to think distinguished them from savage peoples. Turns out, savagery scales really well when you apply European organizational methods to it. Let's talk about the Force Publique, because this is where Leopold's genius for efficiency became truly monstrous. The Force Publique was Leopold's private military and police force in the Congo colonial army, composed primarily of Congolese soldiers commanded by Belgian officers. It was responsible for maintaining order, suppressing resistance, and enforcing rubber collection quotas. Maintaining order meant terrorizing the population into submission. Suppressing resistance meant massacring villagers that refused to cooperate. Enforcing rubber collection quotas meant torturing and murdering anyone who failed to deliver the required amount of latex. The Force Publique operated under a simple principle: violence works. Apply enough of it, consistently enough, and people will do whatever you demand to avoid being the next victim. This wasn't random cruelty. This was calculated brutality, designed to maximize compliance while minimizing the need for actual supervision. Leopold couldn't afford to station Belgian administrators in every village across the vast Congo territory. He couldn't directly oversee rubber collection across millions of square kilometers, so instead he created a system where the threat of violence was so pervasive, so immediate, and so horrifyingly demonstrated that workers would police themselves. Quota systems were established. Each village had to deliver a specific amount of rubber within a set time frame. The quotas were, as in the Amazon, impossible to meet through sustainable labor. They required workers to abandon food cultivation, neglect their families, and spend every available hour searching for and tapping rubber trees. Failure to meet quotas resulted in immediate punishment: flogging, mutilation, or execution. Entire communities could be destroyed if they collectively failed to deliver enough rubber. And to prove the Force Publique was doing its job, to demonstrate that punishments were being carried out, and that expensive ammunition was being used against rebels rather than wasted on hunting Leopolds, administrators implemented a policy that would become the most infamous symbol of Congo atrocities. They collected hands, severed human hands, as proof of kills and punishment. The hand-cutting practice deserves its own examination, because it encapsulates everything wrong with the Congo Free State in one horrifying policy. Force Publique soldiers were issued ammunition. Ammunition was expensive. Leopold's administrators wanted to ensure soldiers weren't wasting bullets on hunting or personal use. So they required proof that each bullet had been used for its intended purpose: killing or punishing Congolese people who resisted the rubber extraction system. The proof? Severed hand for each bullet fired. In theory, this meant that every bullet used against a person would be accounted for with a hand. In practice, the policy created perverse incentives that made the horror exponentially worse. Soldiers would cut off hands from living people as punishment for failing to meet rubber quotas. The victim might survive the mutilation, infected, disabled, traumatized, but alive as a walking warning to others. The soldier got credit for the bullet without actually having to kill anyone, preserving ammunition for actual combat while still demonstrating enforcement. Alternatively, soldiers would raid villages to collect hands as proof of kills that never happened. Allowing them to divert ammunition to hunting while maintaining the appearance of carrying out orders. People were mutilated, not because they'd done anything wrong, but because soldiers needed hands to present as evidence of bullets used. Children were targeted because their smaller hands were easier to cut off and transport. Women were targeted because they were often the ones actually collecting rubber, while men were forced into other labor or fled into the forest. The elderly and disabled were targeted because they were easy victims who couldn't fight back. Entire villages lived in terror of the hand-cutting raids. The psychological impact was as devastating as the physical mutilation. You could follow orders perfectly, meet your quotas, do everything demanded of you, and still lose your hand because a Force Publique soldier needed to account for ammunition. This wasn't brutality for its own sake, though the brutality was real and horrifying. This was industrial management technique applied to human bodies. This was accounting through mutilation. This was bureaucratic genocide, where every severed hand was a line item proving efficiency. Leopold never personally cut off anyone's hand. He never visited the Congo Free State. He remained in Belgium, managing his colonial enterprise through reports, quotas, and profit calculations, but his administrative policies, his quota system, his ammunition accounting, his commission-based rewards for administrators created the conditions where hand-cutting became standard operating procedure. The violence was a feature, not a bug. It was policy systematically applied. The demographic cost was catastrophic. Estimating exact death tolls is difficult because Leopold's administration wasn't keeping careful census records. They were too busy extracting rubber to worry about documenting the people they were killing. But historical demographers have attempted reconstructions based on population estimates before and after Leopold's rule. The conservative estimate, 1 to 5 million Congolese people died between 1885 and 90. It as a direct result of the rubber extraction system that includes deaths from murder, starvation, disease exacerbated by forced labor and malnutrition, and population displacement. The higher estimates go up to 10 million deaths, extending the time frame to 1930 to account for the demographic collapse that continued even after Leopold's direct rule ended. 10 million. That's roughly the population of Belgium at the time. Leopold killed as many Congolese people as there were Belgians, and he did it for rubber and ivory, to fund his architectural projects back home, to maintain his lifestyle as a European monarch with expensive tastes. The Congo Free State made Leopold extraordinarily wealthy. Rubber exports generated enormous profits, and because the territory was his personal property rather than a Belgian state colony, those profits went directly to him. He used them to construct grand buildings in Brussels, to maintain palaces, to fund his mistresses and illegitimate children, to live as a wealthy king. Every building Leopold constructed was paid for with Congolese blood. Every architectural flourish in Brussels represents thousands of severed hands. Millions of hours of forced labor, countless lives destroyed in the equatorial rainforest. There should be plaques. This monument was built with rubber profits extracted through systematic mutilation and mass murder in Central Africa. But there aren't. Architecture doesn't come with genocide disclaimers. The international response, when it finally came, was driven by the same man who would later investigate the Putumayo. Roger Casement, the Irish diplomat who apparently couldn't see colonial atrocities without documenting them. Casement's 1903 investigation of the Congo Free State brought international attention to Leopold's brutality. His report documented the hand-cutting, the systematic torture, the mass death, the complete absence of the humanitarian mission Leopold had promised. The report created a scandal. The British government, which had initially supported Leopold's Congo venture, was embarrassed by association. International pressure mounted. Edmund Morel, a British journalist and activist, founded the Congo Reform Association in 1904, the first large-scale international human rights organization, built specifically to fight against Leopold's atrocities. The movement worked, sort of. In 1908, the Belgian government, facing intense international criticism and worried about being complicit in Leopold's crimes, annexed the Congo Free State, ending Leopold's personal rule and establishing the Belgian Congo as a formal state colony. The worst abuses decreased. The hand-cutting largely stopped. The quota system was reformed. The Force Publique's carte blanche to terrorize populations was curtailed. But and this is in part the rubber extraction didn't stop. The economic exploitation didn't stop. The colonial framework that devalued Congolese life and prioritized European economic interests didn't stop. It was just sanitized, made less overtly brutal, rendered more bureaucratic, and thus more acceptable to international observers. Leopold died in 1909. He never faced prosecution for the millions of deaths in his private colony. He died wealthy, respected by some, criticized by others, but never held legally accountable for what happened in the Congo. The Belgian state continued ruling the Congo until 1960. When independence finally came after decades of continued exploitation and struggle, the legacy of Leopold's rubber terror shaped Congolese society for generations. The demographic collapse, the cultural disruption, the economic extraction. The racialized hierarchical of it continued in modified forms long after Leopold was dead and buried. So why are we spending so much time on the Congo in a history of rubber? Because the Congo proves that the Putumayo wasn't an anomaly. Two different continents, two different colonial powers, British registered company in South America, Belgian king in Africa, two different specific methods, the muchachos de confianza versus the Force Publique, flogging versus hand-cutting, debt bondage versus quota systems, but the same fundamental pattern. Wild rubber extraction in isolated territories enforced through systematic violence, optimized for profit maximization, enabled by racist dehumanization, operating with impunity because the victims were too far away and too primitive for anyone with power to care. The Amazon and the Congo weren't isolated incidents. They were the same story, the same economic logic, the same colonial mindset, the same genocidal outcomes. This is what wild rubber extraction produces when you combine it with colonial power structures and profit incentives. This is what happens every single time. Roger Casement understood this. He investigated both the Congo and the Putumayo. He documented the structural parallels. He recognized that these weren't failures of individual morality, though individual cruelty was certainly present, but failures of systems designed to prioritize commodity extraction over human life. The Congo Reform Association's success in forcing Leopold to relinquish control proved that international pressure could work, at least partially. But it also proved how much suffering it took before anyone cared enough to apply that pressure. Millions dead, decades of brutality, overwhelming evidence, and even then the intervention was partial, the reforms incomplete, the fundamental exploitation continuing in modified form. Let's talk about the economic parallels more explicitly. Because the Congo and the Amazon operated on identical financial incentives. In both regions, rubber trees grew dispersed in rainforest. In both regions, extraction required extensive labor across vast territories. In both regions, paying free workers at market rates would have consumed most or all of the profit margin. In both regions, the solution was forced labor enforced through violence. In both regions, managers were paid based on rubber output. In both regions, workers were assigned impossible quotas. In both regions, failure to meet quotas resulted in torture or death. In both regions, women and children were targeted as much as adult men. In both regions, entire communities were destroyed for resistance or collective failure. The specific details varied: hand-cutting in the Congo, flogging in the Amazon, but the structure was identical. Because the structure was determined by economics, not culture or individual choice. When you make rubber extraction profitable through terror, and when you remove all accountability for that terror, you get mass death. Every time. Reliably, predictably. The Congo didn't need to study the Amazon model. The Amazon didn't need to study the Congo model. They independently arrived at the same methods because the economic incentives were the same and the colonial power structures enabled the same outcomes. This is what rational economic behavior looks like when human life is treated as worthless and profit is the only measure of success. This is capitalism without guardrails, without regulation, without any ethical framework beyond maximization of extraction. And it works from a purely profit maximization perspective. Leopold got rich. The Peruvian Amazon company paid dividends. Rubber flowed to Europe and North America. The bicycle boom and automobile revolution got their tires. The system functioned exactly as designed. It just happened to kill millions of people in the process. Here's the question that should haunt anyone studying this period. What would it have taken to stop the Congo atrocities before millions died? Casement's report helped. The Congo Reform Association helped. International pressure helped. Eventually, the Belgian government intervened not out of moral conviction, but out of embarrassment and fear that continued association with Leopold's methods would damage Belgium's international reputation. But all that came after decades of brutality, after millions were dead, after the demographic collapse was already well underway. The intervention was reactive, not preventive. It addressed symptoms, not root causes. It sanitized the extraction system rather than ending it. The fundamental problem, treating African lives as less valuable than European profits. Organizing economic systems around extraction rather than development, maintaining colonial hierarchies that denied agency and rights to colonized peoples, remained unaddressed. The Congo Reform Association didn't argue that colonialism was wrong. It argued that Leopold's particular version was too brutal, too openly violent, too damaging to colonialism's reputation. The goal was better colonialism, not no colonialism. This is the limitation of reform movements operating within colonial frameworks. They can reduce the worst excesses, they can force surface-level changes, but they can't address the fundamental power imbalances that make the excesses possible in the first place. Leopold's Congo ended. The Belgian Congo that replaced it was still exploitative, still extractive, still built on the assumption that Congolese people existed to serve European economic interests. The hand-cutting stopped. The underlying logic didn't. So let's recap. Leopold II acquired personal ownership of the Congo Basin through diplomatic maneuvering in 1885. He established a rubber extraction system based on quotas, forced labor, and systematic violence. The Force Publique enforced compliance through torture, execution, and the infamous hand-cutting practice. Between 1 and 10 million Congolese people died. International pressure, driven largely by Roger Casement's investigation and the Congo Reform Association, eventually forced the Belgian government to annex the territory in 1908, ending Leopold's direct rule and reducing, but not eliminating, the worst abuses. The parallel to the Amazon is exact. Wild rubber extraction plus colonial power plus profit incentives equals genocide. The variables change. The outcome doesn't. And the material that cost so many lives, it ended up in bicycle tires, automobile tires, industrial gaskets, waterproof coatings, mundane products that Europeans and Americans used every day without thinking about where the rubber came from or what it costs to extract. The Aztecs thought rubber was sacred. Leopold thought it was profitable. One of those perspectives valued life. The other counted corpses as overhead and moved on. Next up, Roger Casement, the man who connected these dots, who investigated both genocides and documented the structural parallels, who created the template for modern human rights investigations, and then got executed by the British government for advocating Irish independence. Because apparently exposing genocide is fine, but challenging empire is treason. Priorities? The British Empire had them. They were just terrible. Roger Casement investigated 2 rubber-driven genocides on 2 different continents, documented them both with meticulous detail, and forced the world to confront the human cost of its tire addiction. Then the British government executed him for treason. Whistleblowing is a dangerous profession, especially when you're blowing the whistle on atrocities that powerful people are profiting from. And then you have the audacity to suggest that maybe Ireland should be independent too. Casement's story is about what happens when someone with access, credentials, and moral conviction decides that genocide is unacceptable regardless of economic convenience. It's about the template he created for human rights documentation methods still used today by investigators, examining war crimes and crimes against humanity. And it's about the price you pay when you challenge empire, even when empire is nominally grateful for your service. Let's start with who Casement was before he became the conscience of colonialism. Roger David Casement was born in 1864 in Dublin, Ireland, though he spent much of his childhood in Northern Ireland and England. He was Anglo-Irish, Protestant, educated, and by all accounts deeply committed to humanitarian principles from an early age. This made him both useful to the British Empire and eventually dangerous to it. Casement joined the British colonial service and spent years working in Africa, initially in Nigeria, and then in various administrative roles across the continent. He was competent, respected, and trusted by his superiors. He wasn't a radical. He wasn't an anti-colonial firebrand, He was, by the standards of his time, a progressive reformer operating within the colonial system, someone who believed colonialism could be civilized, that European administration could benefit colonized peoples if done properly. The Congo changed that belief, not immediately, but permanently. In 1900, reports of atrocities in King Leopold's Congo Free State were beginning to circulate in Europe. Missionaries were writing letters, travelers were telling stories, journalists like Edmund Morel were publishing exposés, but systematic, official documentation was lacking. The reports were scattered, anecdotal, easy to dismiss as exaggerations or the complaints of people who didn't understand the complexities of colonial administration. The British government, which had supported Leopold's claim to the Congo, and was now feeling embarrassed about being associated with whatever was happening, they needed official confirmation. They needed someone credible, someone with diplomatic status, someone who could travel through the Congo and produce a report that would either validate or refute the accusations. They sent Roger Casement. It was 1903. Casement was 39 years old. He was about to see things that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Casement spent months in the Congo, traveling between rubber stations, interviewing workers, observing conditions, gathering testimony from both Congolese people and European administrators. He was methodical. He took notes. He documented specific incidents with dates, locations, and names. He collected physical evidence where possible. What he found wasn't ambiguous. It wasn't a matter of interpretation or cultural misunderstanding. It was systematic, brutal, undeniable horror. He documented the hand-cutting. He interviewed victims who had survived the mutilations. He met children missing hands, women disfigured by machete cuts, men bearing scars from floggings that would have killed weaker people. He visited villages that had been burned for failing to meet rubber quotas. He saw the emaciated workers, the signs of malnutrition, the fear in people's eyes when Force Publique soldiers appeared. He spoke with Belgian administrators and company officials, many of whom were shockingly frank about the violence. They didn't deny it, they justified it. They explained that maintaining rubber production required harsh discipline. They argued that Congolese people wouldn't work without coercion. They treated the torture and mutilation as unfortunate but necessary management techniques. Casement recognized what he was seeing, not isolated incidents of cruelty, but a system. The violence wasn't individuals going rogue. It was policy implemented consistently across the entire territory, enabled by the quota system and commission-based compensation that Leopold's administration had established. His report, published in 1903, was devastating. It was detailed, specific, and impossible to dismiss. It documented crimes on a scale that shocked even people accustomed to colonial violence. And it named names, not just abstract systems, but specific administrators, specific companies, specific practices. The report created an international scandal. The British government was vindicated in its suspicions, but embarrassed by association. Leopold protested that Casement was exaggerating, that he'd been misled by disgruntled workers and anti-Belgian propagandists, but the evidence was overwhelming. Other investigations followed. The Congo Reform Association was founded. International pressure mounted, and Casement became known as the man who exposed Leopold's Congo, a hero, a humanitarian, a trusted voice on colonial reform, which is why, 7 years later, the British government sent him to investigate similar reports coming from the Amazon. The Putumayo investigation began in 1910. Casement was 46 years old, now with a reputation as someone who could be trusted to document atrocities without either minimizing them or exaggerating for effect. The British Foreign Office wanted an official investigation of the Peruvian Amazon company, the British Registered Corporation, that was producing disturbing reports about labor practices in the Putumayo River Basin. Casement arrived in Peru in September 1910. He traveled to rubber stations along the Putumayo River. He interviewed workers, many of them brought from Barbados and other British Caribbean colonies, which gave Britain legal justification for investigating their treatment. He spoke with indigenous workers through translators. He examined company records. He observed conditions firsthand, and he realized he was looking at the Congo all over again. Different continent, different company, different specific methods. Same fundamental structure. Debt bondage instead of quotas, muchachos de confianza instead of force publique, flogging instead of hand cutting. But the economic logic was identical. Impossible extraction targets, forced labor, systematic violence, commission-based incentives rewarding brutality, managers who saw workers as disposable inputs rather than human beings. Casement's report, published in 1912, documented 30,000 indigenous deaths in a 12-year period. It detailed the torture methods, flogging with whips, starvation rations, rape, execution of resistors, collective punishment of communities. It identified managers by name. It exposed the complicity of the Peruvian Amazon company's British directors, who were receiving reports about labor practices and choosing to ignore them as long as rubber kept flowing and dividends kept being paid. The report noted, and this is the phrase that captures Casement's growing understanding, that the Putumayo atrocities were even more disturbing than what he'd found in the Congo. Not because they were quantitatively worse. The Congo's death toll was higher, but because they demonstrated that the Congo wasn't an aberration. This was the pattern. This was what rubber extraction produced reliably and predictably when combined with colonial power structures. Two different investigations, 7 years apart, two different continents, identical conclusions. Wild rubber extraction in isolated territories produces genocide, period. Casement's investigations didn't just document individual crimes. They established a template for human rights documentation that's still used today. First, systematic evidence collection. Casement didn't just gather anecdotes or rely on second-hand reports. He visited sites personally. He interviewed multiple witnesses to corroborate testimony. He collected physical evidence where possible. He documented specific incidents with dates, locations, and named perpetrators. Second, structural analysis. Casement recognized that individual cruelty was enabled by systemic incentives. He traced the violence back to quota systems, commission-based compensation, racist dehumanization, and lack of accountability. He showed how administrative policies created the conditions for atrocities. Third, explicit naming. Casement didn't hide behind generalizations or protect the powerful. He named companies, he named managers, he named administrators who were complicit through inaction. He made clear that these weren't abstract failures but specific people making specific choices. Fourth, moral clarity without hysteria. Casement's reports are straightforward, detailed, and damning without being sensationalistic. He let the facts speak for themselves. He didn't need to exaggerate. The reality was horrifying enough. This methodology's systematic documentation, structural analysis, explicit accountability, moral clarity became the foundation for modern human rights investigations. Organizations like Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, and the International Criminal Court use methods that trace directly back to Casement's template when modern investigators examine war crimes in the Balkans, genocide in Rwanda, atrocities in Syria. They're following the path Casement pioneered in the Congo and the Putumayo. Document the specific, analyzed structural, name the perpetrators, present the evidence clearly. Casement created the playbook for holding power accountable for mass atrocities. Which is why, when he turned that same moral clarity toward questioning British rule in Ireland, the British government decided he was dangerous. The international response to Casement's Putumayo report followed a similar pattern to the Congo investigation. Scandal, outrage, parliamentary inquiries. The British government established a select committee to investigate further. The committee validated Casement's findings. International pressure mounted on the Peruvian government and the Peruvian Amazon Company. The United States Congress got involved, publishing a parallel report in 1913 titled Slavery in Peru. American companies were buying Putumayo rubber. American consumers were using products made with latex extracted through torture and murder. The US government wanted to distance itself from the atrocities while continuing to benefit from rubber imports. Some perpetrators were prosecuted. Some fled. Some continued operating with slightly modified methods in regions where oversight was weaker. The Peruvian Amazon Company's British directors resigned. The company restructured. Rubber extraction in the Putumayo continued, though with less overt brutality. And Casement, once again, was celebrated as a humanitarian hero, the man who exposed colonial atrocities, the conscience of empire, the reformer who proved that even the worst excesses could be documented and challenged. But here's what Casement was beginning to understand. Reform wasn't enough. Exposing individual atrocities didn't address the fundamental structure of colonialism that made those atrocities possible. The Congo had been reformed and exploitation continued. The Putumayo would be reformed and exploitation would continue. The problem wasn't bad actors within colonialism. The problem was colonialism itself. This realization drove Casement toward more radical politics, toward questioning British rule in Ireland, toward advocating for Irish independence, toward the actions that would ultimately get him executed. Casement's philosophy, the moral framework that drove his investigations, can be summarized in his own words. He believed there was a commission and a right to defend the weak against the strong, and to protest against brutality in any shape or form. This wasn't abstract humanitarianism. This was specific, practical, confrontational advocacy. Defending the weak meant challenging the strong. Protesting brutality meant naming perpetrators and demanding accountability. No matter how powerful they were, no matter how much they protested that the violence was necessary or justified or exaggerated, this philosophy served Casement well when he was investigating Leopold or Aristogeites, whose atrocities the British government was happy to condemn. It served him less well when he turned that same lens toward British colonial practice in Ireland. During World War I, Casement travelled to Germany seeking support for Irish independence. He hoped to organize Irish prisoners of war into a brigade that could fight against British rule. The effort largely failed. Most Irish POs declined to join, but the attempt was enough. In April 1916, Casement returned to Ireland aboard a German submarine, hoping to participate in, or prevent accounts, differ the Easter Rising. He was captured almost immediately by British authorities. He was tried for treason. He was convicted, and on August 3rd, 1916, he was hanged in Pentonville Prison in London. The British government, which had celebrated Casement's investigations when they were politically convenient, executed him when he challenged British power directly. His humanitarian work meant nothing. His documentation of genocide meant nothing. His moral authority meant nothing. He had exposed atrocities in the Congo and the Amazon, but questioning British sovereignty over Ireland, that was treason. That was unforgivable. The irony is almost too perfect to bear. Casement demonstrated that colonial systems produce systematic brutality. He showed that the violence wasn't accidental but structural. He proved that economic incentives, combined with racial dehumanization and unchecked power, led predictably to mass death. And then he suggested that maybe British colonial rule in Ireland operated on similar principles: exploitation dressed up as civilization, violence justified as necessary order, resistance painted as barbarism requiring suppression. The British government could tolerate Casement criticizing Belgian and Peruvian atrocities. They couldn't tolerate him applying the same analysis to British colonialism. This is the limitation of reform from within. You can expose other people's crimes. You can document other empires' genocides, but challenge the legitimacy of your own empire. Suggests that maybe the entire colonial project is fundamentally unjust, and suddenly you're not a humanitarian hero anymore. You're a traitor, and traitors hang. Casement's legacy is complicated. He's a hero of human rights documentation, a pioneer of systematic atrocity investigation, a man who risked his career and ultimately his life to expose genocides that powerful people wanted hidden. His reports saved lives, not enough lives, not soon enough, but some. His methodology shaped how we understand and document mass atrocities today. He's also a figure of Irish nationalist mythology, martyred by the British Empire for advocating independence. There are statues of him in Ireland. There are commemorations. There's ongoing debate about whether his sexual orientation, he was gay, and the British government circulated excerpts from his diaries detailing his relationships to damage his reputation after his arrests should be relevant to how we remember him. What's not complicated is this. Casement saw structural violence and documented it. He understood that rubber extraction under colonial conditions produced genocide. He proved that the pattern was consistent across continents, across companies, across different specific methods. The Congo and the Putumayo weren't isolated incidents. They were the same story. Wild rubber extraction plus colonial power plus racist dehumanization plus profit incentives equals mass death. Every time, reliably Casement established that connection. He created the documentation proving it wasn't coincidence but causation. He showed that the atrocities weren't failures of individual morality, but logical outcomes of economic and political systems designed to prioritize extraction over human life. And for that work, for exposing genocide and demanding accountability, he deserves recognition. The British government gave him recognition. Eventually, they just did it with a noose. Here's the uncomfortable question. Did Casement's investigations actually change anything fundamental? The Congo Free State ended, but the Belgian Congo that replaced it continued exploiting Congolese people and resources for another 5 decades. The violence became less overt, more bureaucratic, more acceptable to international observers, but the extraction continued. The Putumayo atrocities were exposed. Some perpetrators faced consequences. The Peruvian Amazon Company restructured. But rubber extraction in the Amazon continued. Workers were still exploited, still coerced, still denied basic rights and fair compensation. The methods became less overtly brutal, more economically rationalized. But the fundamental inequality remained. Casement proved that rubber extraction produced genocide. He documented it meticulously. He created international scandals. He forced governments and companies to respond. But he didn't stop the rubber trade. He couldn't, because the demand was too high, the alternatives too limited, the economic incentives too powerful. Reforming the worst excesses was possible. Ending the extraction system that produced those excesses wasn't. This is the tragedy of Casement's work. He was right about everything, and it didn't matter enough. He exposed the crimes. He named the perpetrators, created the template for accountability, and the system adapted, sanitized itself, and continued, until something changed that Casement didn't anticipate, that nobody investigating rubber atrocities could have predicted: biopiracy. The Amazon's monopoly would be broken not through moral reform or accountability mechanisms or international pressure, but through agricultural espionage and a few thousand smuggled seeds. So where does Casement fit in the story of rubber? He's the moral witness, the man who forced the world to confront what it was doing, the investigator who proved that the atrocities weren't isolated incidents, but systematic, structural, inevitable outcomes of how rubber was being extracted. He created the documentation that we still use today to understand the rubber Holocaust. Without his reports, we'd have scattered testimony, anecdotal evidence, plausible deniability. Because of his reports, we have specific crimes, named perpetrators, structural analysis, proof beyond any reasonable doubt. Casement's dual investigations, Congo and Putumayo, established that commodity extraction under colonial conditions produces predictable horror. That lesson remains relevant today. When we see labor abuses in lithium mining, cobalt extraction, rare earth processing, we're seeing the same pattern. Different commodity, same structure. Casement taught us to look for the structural causes, to trace violence back to economic incentives, to recognize that atrocities don't just happen there, produced by systems that make them profitable or necessary or both. And he paid for that moral clarity with his life, executed by the same government that had celebrated his humanitarian work when it was politically convenient. The British Empire had Roger Casement knighted in 1911 for his Congo and Putumayo investigations. They hanged him in 1916 for questioning British colonialism in Ireland. Apparently, exposing genocide is heroic. Challenging empire is treason. The line between the two is thinner than you'd think, and crossing it is fatal. Next up, the biopiracy that broke the Amazon's monopoly and inadvertently ended the genocidal extraction system, not through moral reform, but through economic obsolescence. Sometimes nature and theft accomplish what human rights advocacy can't. Henry Wickham is about to steal 70,000 rubber seeds and destroy an entire regional economy. From a certain perspective, he's a hero. From another, he's a thief. From the indigenous perspective, he's complicated. Let's talk about the heist that changed everything. In 1876, a British man named Henry Wickham committed what might be the most consequential act of agricultural espionage in history. He smuggled 70,000 rubber tree seeds out of Brazil in a chartered steamship. Past customs officials who either didn't notice or didn't care, and transported them to England, where they would become the foundation of Asian rubber plantations. One man, one boat, 70,000 seeds, and the Amazon economy never recovered. Is Wickham a hero? Is he a thief? The answer depends entirely on whose perspective you're asking from. The British Empire celebrated Himi Venchlan. After decades of ignoring him as the man who broke the Amazon monopoly and secured rubber supplies for the colonies, Brazilian historians call him a bioprat who stole their natural patrimony. Indigenous Amazonians might note, with considerable justification, that the genocide largely ended once rubber extraction became economically uncompetitive, making Wickham an accidental humanitarian. All of these perspectives are valid. History is complicated like that. Okay, let's start with who Wickham was, because understanding the man helps understand why this heist succeeded when others failed. Henry Alexander Wickham was born in 1846 in London. He was, by most accounts, not particularly successful at anything before his rubber seed adventure. He tried planting in Nicaragua, failed. He tried growing sugar in Honduras, failed. He settled in Brazil in the early 1870s, attempting to establish a plantation and generally not making much progress. He was not a trained botanist. He was not a professional plant collector. He was not an experienced spy or smuggler. He was a British expatriate, scratching out a marginal existence in the Amazon basin, attempting and mostly failing to make money from tropical agriculture. What Wickham had was timing, opportunity, and a willingness to exploit both. By the mid-1870s, the British government and the Royal Botanic Gardens at Kew were increasingly interested in obtaining heavier Brasiliensis seeds for experimental cultivation in British colonies. The rubber boom was beginning. Demand was rising. The Amazon monopoly meant prices were high and supply was controlled by Brazilian and Peruvian interests. Britain wanted alternatives. Several attempts had been made to collect rubber seeds and transport them successfully. Most failed. Heavier Brasilians seeds are notoriously difficult to preserve. They lose viability quickly if they dry out, but they rot if kept too moist. Transporting them across the Atlantic before they either desiccated or decomposed was challenging. Wickham, living near the Amazon River town of Santarém, was perfectly positioned to collect seeds when they became available. And in May 1876, that's exactly what he did. The story Wickham told later, and we should note that Wickham was prone to exaggeration and self-mythologizing, so we should take his account with several grains of salt, was that he mobilized local workers to collect seeds. From rubber trees in the surrounding forest, they gathered approximately 70,000 seeds, carefully packed them in banana leaves to maintain moisture, and loaded them onto a chartered steamship called the Amazonas. Wickham claimed he deceived Brazilian customs officials by labeling the shipment as botanical specimens for Her Majesty's government, and rushing the departure before anyone could inspect the cargo carefully. He portrayed himself as a daring smuggler, outwitting authorities through quick thinking and British audacity. The more mundane reality, according to historians who've examined customs, records, and contemporary accounts, is that Brazilian authorities probably didn't care very much. Rubber seeds had been collected and exported before. The assumption was that they wouldn't germinate successfully, or that even if they did, plantation cultivation would fail. Wild rubber trees were scattered through the forest for a reasoned concentrated planting invited pests and disease. Everyone knew that. So when Wickham showed up with a shipment of seeds, customs officials likely shrugged and waved him through, not because he was clever, but because nobody thought it mattered. They were catastrophically wrong. But the error was understandable given what they knew at the time. Wickham sailed from Brazil to England in June 1876. The voyage took about 3 weeks. The seeds arrived at the Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew, on June 14th. And here's where the real expertise came in, not from Wickham, but from the botanists at Kew. Out of 70,000 seeds, approximately 2,700 germinated successfully at Kew. That's less than 4%, which sounds terrible, but was actually remarkable given the difficulty of transporting tropical seeds across the Atlantic in the 1870s. The seedlings were carefully cultivated in Kew's greenhouses, given optimal conditions to grow strong enough for transplanting. And then the British government made a strategic decision. Where should these seedlings be planted to maximize the chance of successful plantation establishment? The answer was British colonies in Asia with similar climatic conditions to the Amazon. Humid, tropical, abundant rainfall, warm temperatures year-round. Ceylon, modern Sri Lanka, was selected as the primary site. Malaya, modern Malaysia, would come later. Singapore, Burma. Eventually, plantations would spread across Southeast Asia wherever conditions were suitable. The first shiplings from Wickham's seeds were planted in Ceylon in 1876 at the Henerath Goda Botanical Gardens near Colombo. More followed in 1877 and 78. The early results were promising. The trees grew. They produced latex. The climate was suitable. But nobody knew yet whether Hevea brasiliensis could be cultivated successfully in concentrated plantations. The Amazon experience suggested it couldn't, that pests and disease would devastate dense plantings, requiring the dispersed wild harvesting that made extraction so labor-intensive and brutal. Turns out, Asia didn't have the Amazon's pests. Asia didn't have South American leaf blight. Asia didn't have the specialized insects and fungi that had evolved alongside Hevea brasiliensis and kept wild tree populations in check through constant pressure. Asia was a pest-free paradise for rubber trees, and that biological accident would change global economics permanently. The plantation cultivation advantage cannot be overstated. In the Amazon, rubber trees grew dispersed through the rainforest, maybe 1 or 2 trees per acre mixed among hundreds of other species. Finding them required extensive forest knowledge. Tapping them required traveling long distances. Collecting latex meant weeks, in the forest. In Asia, rubber trees could be planted in concentrated rows, dozens per acre, organized in neat plantations that could be managed efficiently. Workers didn't need to trek through rainforest. They could move systematically between trees in a single location. Collection was centralized, processing was streamlined, management was easier, costs were lower. By the early 1900s, Asian plantations had 10,000 hectares under cultivation. Production was ramping up. The trees were maturing and reaching peak latex production, and the cost per unit of rubber was dropping dramatically. This efficiency gap meant Asian rubber could be produced cheaper than Amazon rubber, even accounting for transportation costs from Asia to European and American markets. The biological advantage: no endemic pests. Enabling plantation concentration created an economic advantage that was insurmountable. Wickham's seeds didn't just give Britain an alternative rubber source. They gave Britain the ability to produce rubber more efficiently than the Amazon could ever achieve under wild harvesting conditions. The monopoly was broken, and it happened not through competition within the same production model, but through a fundamentally different model enabled by biological accidents. Let's talk about what this meant for the various parties involved, because the consequences were complex and not uniformly negative. For Britain and other colonial powers in Asia, this was an enormous strategic victory. Rubber supplies were now under their control, produced in their colonies, subject to their administration. Prices could be managed. Supply could be expanded to meet growing demand from the automobile industry. The leverage that South American rubber producers had enjoyed evaporated. The British Empire, specifically through its Malayan and Ceylonese colonies, would come to dominate global rubber production. By the 1920s, Asia was producing the vast majority of the world's natural rubber. The center of the rubber economy had shifted permanently from South America to Southeast Asia. For Asian colonies specifically, the people living there, this was complicated. Rubber plantations created employment, but that employment was often coercive, poorly paid, and exploitative. Workers on rubber plantations faced harsh conditions. Debt bondage systems similar to what had been used in the Amazon, and brutal management. The violence was generally less extreme than the Putumayo or the Congo, but that's a very low bar. The rubber plantations also drove environmental destruction. Vast areas of tropical forest were cleared for rubber cultivation. Indigenous lands were appropriated, traditional livelihoods were disrupted. The same colonial dynamics that had made the Amazon rubber boom so brutal were replicated in Asia, just with slightly more bureaucratic oversight and less overt sadism. For Brazil and the Amazon region, the consequences were economically catastrophic. The rubber boom collapsed. Prices crashed. The enormous wealth that had flowed into cities like Manaus and Belém cities that had built opera houses and electric tram, systems on rubber profits disappeared almost overnight. And for indigenous Amazonians, the genocidal extraction system ended. Not because anyone decided genocide was wrong, but because rubber extraction became economically uncompetitive. When Asian rubber flooded the market in 1912, Amazon rubber couldn't compete. Demand collapsed. The rubber barons lost their profits. The extraction system that had killed 100,000 people became obsolete. This is the darkest kind of irony. Wickham's biopiracy accidentally saved lives. Not through moral intervention or humanitarian concern, but through economic disruption. The genocide ended because the business model failed. Henry Wickham himself is a footnote in most histories, which probably annoyed him. He spent decades trying to claim credit and receive recognition for his rubber seed collection. He wrote letters to British officials emphasizing his role in breaking the Amazon monopoly. He sought honors and compensation. The British government largely ignored him for decades. It wasn't until 1920 that he was finally knighted, becoming Sir Henry Wickham in recognition of his contribution to establishing Asian rubber plantations. By that point, he was in his 70s, and the rubber industry he'd helped create had long since eclipsed its origins. Wickham died in 1928, largely forgotten except by historians of agriculture and colonialism. He's remembered today mainly as a bioprat, though that term wouldn't be coined until decades after his death. Was Wickham a thief? By modern definitions of biopracy, the appropriation of biological resources or traditional knowledge without permission or compensation, absolutely. He took seeds of a species native to Brazil, transported them without authorization, and enabled their cultivation in competing regions, destroying Brazil's economic advantage. Was he a villain? That's harder to say. Wickham was operating within the norms of his time. When collecting plant specimens from colonies and transporting them to botanical gardens was standard practice. The concept of national sovereignty over genetic resources didn't exist yet. The idea that Brazil had rights to control who could collect and use its native species would have seemed absurd to most people in the 1870s. And from a utilitarian perspective, Wickham's actions inadvertently ended a genocidal extraction system. If we value indigenous lives, and we should, then the collapse of the Amazon rubber boom was positive, even if the mechanism was economic rather than humanitarian. History doesn't offer clean heroes and villains. It offers people acting within contexts, producing consequences that ripple outward in unpredictable ways. Wickham stole seeds. That theft destroyed an economy and saved lives. Both things are true. The biopiracy story is often told as a tale of British cleverness triumphing over Brazilian complacency. That narrative is both accurate and deeply misleading. Yes, British officials and botanists at Kew were strategically planning to break the Amazon monopoly. Yes, they actively sought seed collectors and funded expeditions. Yes, they had a sophisticated understanding of how to propagate tropical species and where to establish plantations for optimal results. But the success of Asian rubber plantations wasn't primarily due to British expertise. It was due to biological accident, the absence of South American leaf blight in Asia. Without that accident, without the pest-free environment that made plantation concentration possible, Wickham's seeds would have produced scattered groves that couldn't compete economically with Amazon production. The British got lucky. They made strategic decisions based on incomplete information. And those decisions succeeded because of factors they didn't understand and couldn't have predicted. They thought they were establishing alternative rubber sources. They accidentally established superior rubber sources because Asia lacked the pests that made Amazon plantations impossible. This distinction matters because it affects how we understand colonial resource extraction. British success wasn't purely due to superior knowledge or strategic planning. It was due to exploiting biological accidents and power imbalances, taking plants from colonized regions and planting them in other colonized regions where conditions happened to be more favorable. The same pattern repeats across colonial history. Coffee from Ethiopia to Colombia, tea from China to India, cinchona bark from Peru to Java. Colonial powers identified valuable plants, appropriated them, transplanted them to colonies where labor and land were cheaper and control was absolute, and then competed with or replaced the original sources. This wasn't innovation. This was theft, with botanical gardens as the middleman. So what happened after 1912, when Asian rubber flooded the market and Amazon production collapsed? The immediate effect was economic crisis across the Amazon region. Cities that had boomed on rubber wealth contracted almost overnight. Manaus, the Paris of the Amazon, went from wealthy cosmopolitan center to isolated backwater. The opera house sat empty. The electric trams stopped running. The merchants and traders who'd grown rich on rubber profits went bankrupt or fled. For rubber workers, the indigenous peoples and imported laborers who'd been enslaved, tortured, and brutalized during the boom, the collapse was complicated. The genocidal violence ended. The debt bondage systems collapsed. The muchachos de confianza disappeared. But the economic opportunities also disappeared. Workers were left in a devastated region with no employment, no infrastructure, no way to rebuild lives or communities that had been shattered by decades of extraction. The demographic damage was permanent. Entire indigenous groups had been wiped out or reduced to remnant populations. Traditional knowledge systems had been disrupted. Social structures had been destroyed. The regions affected by the rubber boom didn't recover. They remained marginal, impoverished, and traumatized for generations. And the rubber economy simply moved. The plantations in Malaya and Ceylon expanded. New plantations were established across Southeast Asia. The extraction continued, now with slightly different victims, slightly different methods, slightly less overt brutality, but fundamentally the same. Colonial dynamic of extracting value from colonized peoples and lands for the benefit of metropolitan powers. The Amazon rubber boom ended. Rubber exploitation didn't. It just changed addresses. Here's the question that haunts this entire story. What would have happened if Wickham hadn't succeeded? If the seeds hadn't germinated, or the plantations had failed, or South American leaf blight had somehow been introduced to Asia, the Amazon would have maintained its monopoly. Prices would have remained high. The genocidal extraction system would have continued, probably intensified as automobile demand exploded in the 1920s and 30s. Hundreds of thousands more would have died, maybe millions. Or, and this is the more optimistic scenario, the sheer brutality might have eventually forced international intervention. If the atrocities had continued at scale for another 20 years, would Casement-style investigations and reform movements have finally demanded more than cosmetic changes? Would the economic disruption of World War I have shifted priorities? Would synthetic rubber development have accelerated out of necessity rather than wartime crisis? We can't know. History doesn't run controlled experiments. We can't rewind and try alternate scenarios to see what would have happened if Wickham had stayed in England, or if his seeds had rotted in transit. What we do know is that biopiracy accomplished what humanitarian intervention couldn't. It ended the Amazon rubber genocide, not through moral suasion or accountability mechanisms or international pressure, but through economic obsolescence. The extraction system became unprofitable. The rubber barons lost their leverage. The violence stopped because the business case disappeared. This is both encouraging and deeply depressing. Encouraging because it shows that economic systems that rely on extreme violence are vulnerable to disruption. They can be outcompeted, made obsolete, rendered unprofitable. Depressing because it suggests that moral arguments and humanitarian concerns aren't sufficient to end atrocities. When powerful economic interests are invested in continuation, the Putumayo genocide didn't end because people decided it was wrong. It ended because cheaper rubber became available elsewhere. That's a dark lesson about how change actually happens in global commodity systems. Let's talk about the modern legacy of Wickham's biopiracy, because the story doesn't end in 1912. Brazil has never forgotten. The theft of heavier Brasiliensis seeds is taught in Brazilian schools as a cautionary tale about imperialism and economic sovereignty. Wickham is a villain in Brazilian historical narratives, the man who stole Brazil's future prosperity, the bioprat who enabled foreign domination of a naturally Brazilian resource. This memory shapes Brazilian policy on genetic resources and biodiversity. Brazil is one of the most protective countries regarding collection and export of biological materials. Foreign researchers face extensive bureaucracy and restrictions. The fear of another Wickham, another biopiracy event that shifts economic advantage away from Brazil remains powerful. The term biopiracy itself, while coined long after Wickham's death, is specifically designed to capture what he did: the unauthorized appropriation of biological resources that belong rightfully to the country or community where they originated. Modern international agreements, like the Convention on Biological Diversity and the Nagoya Protocol, exist partly to prevent future Wickhams. To establish that countries have sovereignty over their genetic resources and that commercial use requires benefit sharing with countries of origin. Whether these frameworks actually work is debatable, but their existence proves that Wickham's legacy extends far beyond rubber. He demonstrated that plants have geopolitical value, that biological resources can shift power balances, that controlling genetic materials is economically strategic. And because he demonstrated that, because he proved that stealing seeds could destroy entire regional economies, countries protect their biodiversity more jealously. Now, that protection has costs and benefits. It limits research, it complicates conservation, it creates bureaucratic barriers to legitimate scientific work. But it also prevents the worst excesses of colonial-era appropriation, where European powers simply took whatever they wanted from colonized regions and justified it as scientific progress. Wickham's heist changed how the world thinks about who owns nature. That's not a small legacy for a failed British planter who got lucky with timing and seed transportation. So where does this leave us? With an Amazon economy destroyed by biopiracy, with Asian rubber plantations built on stolen seeds and colonial labor, with a genocidal extraction system ended through economic disruption rather than humanitarian intervention, with Henry Wickham as simultaneously a thief, a strategic asset to the British Empire, and an accidental humanitarian who saved lives by destroying livelihoods. All of these things are true. History is messy. The sacred sap the Aztecs revered has now traveled from Mesoamerican chemistry to Amazonian genocide, to British botanical gardens, to Asian plantations. It's been worshipped, weaponized, monopolized, and stolen. And through all of it, the actual rubber Trezevia brasiliensis, growing in rainforests and plantations across multiple continents, remain biologically unchanged, producing the same latex they've always produced, indifferent to the human dramas playing out around them. Next up, the biological weapon that finished what Wickham started. South American leaf blight, the fungus that permanently ended any hope of Amazon rubber revival and confirmed that Asia's plantation advantage was insurmountable. Because sometimes nature picks winners and losers in global economics, and the Amazon lost. Meet the fungus that changed geopolitical history. It's probably the most consequential microorganism you've never heard of, and it's the reason your car tires don't come from Brazil. Biology, it turns out, has veto power over capitalism. And sometimes biology exercises that veto with extreme prejudice. The Amazon rubber boom didn't end because of moral outrage. It didn't end because of international pressure or Roger Casement's reports or the British parliamentary inquiries. It didn't even end primarily because of Henry Wickham's biopiracy, though that certainly accelerated the process. It ended because of a fungus, specifically a fungus called Pseudocercospora uli South American leaf blight, or SALB, for those of us who don't enjoy pronouncing Latin binomials, that loved dense rubber plantations and absolutely despised capitalism. This is the story of how a microscopic organism permanently ended the Amazon's ability to compete in global rubber markets. How biology imposed constraints that no amount of capital or technology could overcome, and how nature occasionally intervenes in economics with the subtlety of a sledgehammer. Meet the fungus that saved lives by destroying an economy. It's weirdly good at its job. Let's start with what happened in 1912, because that's when Asian rubber fundamentally broke the Amazon's economic model. By 1912, Asian plantations, primarily in British Malaya and Ceylon, were producing rubber at scale. The trees planted from Wickham's seeds in the 1870s and 80s had matured. They were in peak production because they were growing in concentrated plantations rather than dispersed through rainforest. The cost per unit of rubber was dramatically lower than anything the Amazon could produce. When Asian rubber hit global markets in volume, prices collapsed. Rubber that had been selling for high prices during the monopoly period suddenly became cheap and abundant. Supply outstripped demand. The economic equation that had made Amazon rubber extraction profitably, even accounting for the high labor costs of wild harvesting. Brazilian rubber traders and export houses went bankrupt by the dozens. Companies that had built entire business models around rubber exports suddenly had inventory they couldn't sell at profitable prices. Credit markets seized up. The financial infrastructure that had sustained the boom evaporated. The rubber boom townsmen Weld Maquitas went from wealthy to stagnant almost overnight. The opera houses sat empty because nobody could afford tickets. The electric trams stopped running because there was no money for maintenance. The merchants closed their shops. The rubber barons liquidated their assets and fled to other opportunities. By the early 1920s, per capita incomes in the Amazon rubber regions had shrunk back to pre-boom levels. An entire economic cycle boom peak collapse compressed into roughly 35 years. Fortunes made and fortunes lost. An entire regional economy built on a single commodity, and when that commodity's price crashed, everything crashed with it. This is what economists call Dutch disease, when a region becomes so dependent on a single export commodity, the lapse of that commodity devastates the entire economy. The Amazon rubber regions were the textbook case. But here's the critical question. Why couldn't the Amazon compete? Why couldn't Brazilian and Peruvian rubber producers simply adopt plantation methods like Asia had done? Why couldn't they reorganize production to match Asian efficiency and undercut Asian prices with lower transportation costs to American markets? The answer is lying in wait, microscopically, on every rubber tree in the Amazon basin. Pseudocerospora hule, South American leaf blight, the fungus that evolved alongside Hevea brasiliensis, adapted to infect it, and kept natural rubber tree populations in check through constant evolutionary pressure. Salbei was reported on wild rubber trees as early as 1904, before the Asian plantations hit full production, before the price crash, when the Amazon boom was still at its peak. But undispersed wild trees, Salbei wasn't a major problem. It infected some trees, it caused some leaf damage. But because the trees were scattered through the forest, surrounded by dozens of other species, the fungus couldn't spread efficiently. Infection rates stayed manageable. Plant a bunch of rubber trees close together. Different story entirely. Salbei is a nasty piece of work, biologically speaking. The fungus infects rubber tree leaves, causing necrosis tissue death that spreads across the leaf surface. The infected areas turn brown or black. The leaves become structurally compromised. They can't photosynthesize effectively. Eventually, they fall off the tree. This process is called defoliation. And for a tree, losing its leaves is catastrophic. Leaves are how trees capture energy from sunlight. No leaves means no photosynthesis, means no energy, means no growth. If defoliation is severe enough, the tree dies. On individual wild trees, this is unpleasant but survivable. The tree loses some leaves, produces new ones, recovers. The fungus persists at low levels but doesn't overwhelm the tree's defenses. On concentrated plantations, salb spreads like wildfire. Fungal spores travel lazily between closely spaced trees. Infection rates skyrocket. Defoliation becomes severe. Trees can't recover before the next wave of infection hits. The plantation becomes a salb breeding ground, producing astronomical quantities of spores that infect every tree, every new leaf, constantly. Dense rubber plantations in South America are, from SALB's perspective, an alga carne buffet, and salb has excellent appetite. This is why the Amazon never developed plantation rubber successfully. Every attempt to concentrate rubber trees in South America created perfect conditions for salbei and salbei. Having evolved specifically to infect Hevea brasiliensis, was extremely good at killing concentrated stands of its preferred host. Asia didn't have salbei. Asia's rubber plantations were pest-free paradise, at least regarding the specific fungal pathogen that made South American plantations impossible. And that biological difference, the presence or absence of one specialized fungus, determined which regions could produce rubber economically. Biology, it turns out, doesn't care about your business plan. Let's be specific about the timeline, because the relationship between salb and the rubber boom's collapse is sometimes misunderstood. Salbei was present throughout the rubber boom. It infected wild trees. Brazilian planters were aware of it by the early 1900s. Some attempts were made to establish rubber plantations in the Amazon during the boom years, and salbei was a known problem. But the boom collapsed in 1912 primarily because of price competition from Asia, not because salbei prevented Amazon production. Wild harvesting was still economically viable at higher prices. The problem was that Asian plantation rubber was so much cheaper that wild harvesting couldn't compete even at the lower labor costs available through forced labor and violence. What SELB did was make recovery impossible after the price crash, when Brazilian interests tried to rebuild rubber production using plantation methods to match Asian efficiency. SELB said no, definitively, repeatedly, permanently. Every attempt to establish rubber plantations in the Amazon or other parts of South America encountered the same problem. SELB would infect the plantation, spread rapidly through the concentrated trees, cause severe defoliation, and kill or severely damage most of the trees within a few years. This happened in Brazil. This happened in Peru. This happened in every region of South America where rubber trees are native and SELB is endemic. The pattern was consistent and devastating. The Amazon couldn't compete with Asian plantations using wild harvesting because the costs were too high. It couldn't compete using plantation methods because SELB made plantations biologically impossible. The region was locked out of rubber production by a combination of economic disadvantage and biological constraint. Attempts to control SELB filled decades of agricultural research and represent millions of dollars in wasted effort. None of it worked. Chemical fungicides were tried. SELB is resistant to most of them. Or the cost of applying fungicides across vast plantation areas makes production economically unviable. You end up spending more on fungicide than you earn from rubber. Biological control using other organisms to suppress SAL was researched extensively. No effective biological control agent was found. SELB has evolved in the Amazon ecosystem for millennia. It's well defended against natural predators and competitors. Breeding programs attempted to develop SAL resistant rubber tree varieties. Some progress was made certain. Hybrid varieties show partial resistance. But partial resistance means the trees die slower, not that they survive and produce economically viable latex yields. And breeding programs take decades to produce results, which is longer than most investors are willing to wait for returns. Grafting techniques were explored using resistant rootstocks with high yield science. Same problem. Partial resistance isn't enough, and the complexity adds cost that makes the rubber uncompetitive. The most recent approaches involve genetic modification, attempting to introduce genes that provide fungal resistance into rubber trees. These efforts are ongoing, but even if they succeed technically, they face regulatory barriers, public acceptance issues, and the fundamental question of whether genetically modified rubber can compete economically with established Asian production. Every solution runs into the same problem. By the time you've invested enough to maybe solve the SALB problem, Asian plantations have expanded production, improved efficiency, and maintained their cost advantage. You can't compete with a pest-free production system when you're constantly fighting biology. SALB is the biological equivalent of a trust-busting law, except instead of breaking up monopolies through regulation, it breaks them through natural selection. And unlike legal monopoly busting, SALB's intervention is permanent. You can appeal legal decisions. You can't appeal evolutionary adaptation. The modern statistics tell the story of SALB's total victory over South American rubber ambitions. In 2018, over a century after the boom collapsed, the Asia-Pacific region accounted for 91% of global natural rubber production. 91%. Latin America, 2%. 2. after being the sole global source for centuries. After producing all the rubber that fueled the bicycle boom and early automobile industry, Latin America now produces essentially a rounding error in global rubber statistics. That's not market fluctuation. That's not temporary competitive disadvantage. That's permanent biological exclusion from a major global commodity market. Thailand is now the world's largest natural rubber producer. Indonesia is second. Vietnam is third. Malaysia and India round out the top 5. All Asian countries, all benefiting from the absence of salbi and the possibility of efficient plantation agriculture. Brazil produces some rubber. It's enough for domestic use and small-scale export, but its dispersed cultivation, small groves rather than large plantations, constant monitoring and management to keep SALB under control. The costs are high. The yields are lower than Asian plantations. The economic model barely works. The Amazon tried to compete and lost. Not to superior business practices or better management or more investment capital. To a fungus. A highly specialized, extremely effective, evolutionarily successful fungus that looked at dense rubber plantations and said, "This is my moment," and then proceeded to eat them all. Here's where the story gets philosophically interesting. SALB accidentally accomplished what decades of humanitarian activism couldn't. It ended the Amazonian rubber extraction system. Not through moral suasion, not through reform, not through accountability mechanisms or international pressure, through economic obsolescence. SALB made wild rubber harvesting uncompetitive and plantation cultivation impossible. The business case for Amazonian rubber collapsed, and with it the incentive structure that had produced the genocidal violence. The muchachos de confianza disappeared because there was no rubber baron money paying their wages. The debt bondage systems collapsed because there was no valuable commodity to extract. The systematic torture ended because there was no profit in maintaining it. Shelby didn't care about indigenous lives. Shelby was just a fungus doing what fungi do, infecting host plants and reproducing, but the economic disruption Shelby caused had humanitarian consequences. Unintentional consequences, but real ones. This is simultaneously depressing and encouraging. Depressing because it means moral arguments about the value of human life weren't sufficient to end the atrocitized economic calculus. Was encouraging because it shows that systems built on exploitation are vulnerable to disruption. And sometimes that disruption comes from unexpected sources. You can't predict what will end a genocide. Sometimes it's international pressure, sometimes it's military intervention, sometimes it's regime change, and sometimes it's a fungus that makes the genocidal business model economically unviable. Casement's reports documented the horror and created accountability mechanisms. Wickham's biopiracy shifted production to Asia. SALB made sure the Amazon could never compete again. All three factors combined to end the rubber boom atrocities, but SALB's contribution was the most permanent. You can reform labor practices. You can negotiate new trade relationships. You can't negotiate with evolutionary biology. Let's talk about what SALB means for understanding economic geography and commodity production, because the lessons extend far beyond rubber. Commodities are often geographically concentrated because of biological or geological constraints. Coffee grows best in specific climatic zones. Oil deposits exist in specific geological formations. Rare earth minerals concentrate in particular rock types. This geographic concentration creates economic power. If you control the region where a valuable commodity originates, you have leverage. You can set prices, control supply, demand favorable terms from importers. But geographic advantages are vulnerable to technological change, synthetic alternatives, reducing demand for natural products, to substitution different materials serving the same function, and to biological constraints, pests, diseases, or environmental factors that make continued production impossible or uneconomical. Salby is a perfect example of biological veto power. The Amazon had first mover advantage, biological monopoly, centuries of knowledge about rubber extraction. None of it mattered once plantation production became possible elsewhere, and SAL made it impossible locally. This pattern repeats across agricultural history. The Irish potato famine wasn't just about monoculture vulnerability. It was about how quickly biological factors can destroy economic systems built on single crops. The Panama disease outbreak that nearly eliminated banana production in the mid-20th century. The coffee rust fungus that continues to threaten plantations globally. Biology doesn't respect economic theories. It doesn't care about comparative advantage or market efficiency. It just exists, imposes constraints, and forces economic systems to adapt or collapse. The Amazon couldn't adapt. Salby was insurmountable. And so an entire regional economy that had been built on rubber extraction disintegrated, leaving behind ghost towns, traumatized populations, and economic depression that persisted for generations. Is there any hope for South American rubber revival? Any possibility that new technology or techniques could overcome Salby and allow the Amazon to compete again? Technically, maybe. Genetic modification might produce truly resistant varieties. Climate change might alter the geographic range where Salby thrives, though that's a horrifying solution that creates more problems than it solves. Some future antifungal treatment might emerge that's cheap and effective enough to make plantation cultivation economical. Realistically, no. Even if Saab could be overcome tomorrow, the Amazon would face 100 years of accumulated competitive disadvantage. Asian plantations have mature infrastructure, established labor forces, optimized cultivation practices, proximity to major rubber-consuming markets in Asia. They've had a century to improve efficiency and reduce costs. Starting from zero, fighting Salby, competing with entrenched producers who have pest-free advantages, that's not a viable business proposition. No rational investor would fund it. No government would subsidize it long term. The window closed, Salby locked it, and the longer time passes, the more firmly it stays closed. This is the nature of path dependency in economic development. Early advantages compound, early disadvantages become insurmountable. The Amazon lost its rubber monopoly and can't regain competitive position even if the biological constraints were somehow removed. The fungus won, permanently, decisively, with no appeals process and no reversal possible. So where does this leave us? With an Amazon economy that never recovered from the 1912 collapse, with Asian rubber plantations that continue to dominate global production, with Salby standing as biological proof that some competitive advantages are literally insurmountable, and with the darkly ironic reality that a fungus accomplished what humanitarian movements couldn't. It ended the genocidal rubber extraction system by making it economically obsolete. The Aztecs thought rubber was sacred. The rubber barons thought it was profitable. LB thought it was dinner. SALB won. Next time you're tempted to believe that economic forces always triumph over biology, that technology can solve any constraint. That investment capital can overcome any obstacle. Remember the fungus that looked at concentrated rubber plantations and said, "Not in my evolutionary territory." And remember that sometimes nature picks winners and losers in global economics. And all the investment, capital, and technological innovation in the world can't override biology's veto. Next up, American hubris versus Amazonian reality. Henry Ford decided he could beat Selby through industrial efficiency and American determination. Reader, he could not. Welcomed Fordlander, where 95% of the trees died by 1929. Workers rioted over cafeteria food, and $20 million disappeared into the jungle without producing a single tire. Sometimes betting against fungus is expensive. Ford learned that lesson the hard way. At least the failure is entertaining. Henry Ford looked at the Amazonian place that had defeated empires. Bankrupted capitalists resisted plantation agriculture for decades and harbored a fungus that ate rubber trees for breakfast and thought, "I can fix this with assembly line thinking." Reader, he could not. Fordlandia is one of the most spectacular failures in industrial history. It's a story about what happens when American confidence meets biological reality, when efficiency experts tackle ecological constraints they don't understand, and when someone with unlimited money decides that cultural imperialism is a reasonable approach to agricultural development. It's also a story about how 95% tree mortality, worker riots, and $20 million can disappear into the jungle without producing one drop of latex for automobile tires. Not one. Zero. The complete absence of rubber for Ford vehicles. This is American exceptionalism versus Amazonian fungus. Spoiler, the fungus won. The fungus always wins. Let's start with Henry Ford's motivation, because understanding why he launched this disaster helps explain how it failed so spectacularly. By the mid-1920s, Ford Motor Company was the world's largest automobile manufacturer. The Model T had democratized car ownership. Production was running at over 2 million vehicles per year, and every single one of those cars needed tires. Multiple tires, tires that wore out and needed replacement. Ford was dependent on rubber, and in the 1920s, global rubber supply was controlled by British interests in Asia, primarily through plantations in British Malaya and Ceylon. This made Ford and American industry more broadly vulnerable to price manipulation and supply disruptions. The British had attempted to establish a rubber cartel in the early 20s, restricting supply to drive up prices. The Stevenson Plan, implemented in 1922, limited rubber exports from British colonies to inflate market prices. American manufacturers, including Ford, were furious. They saw this as British economic imperialism, holding American industry hostage to colonial rubber monopolies. Ford's solution: vertical integration. He would secure an independent rubber supply by establishing his own rubber plantation. No British middlemen, no vulnerability to cartels. Just American industrial efficiency applied to tropical agriculture. This plan had one minor flaw. Ford knew absolutely nothing about tropical agriculture, rubber cultivation, or the biological constraints that had defeated every previous attempt at Amazonian plantation rubber. But why would that matter? Ford had revolutionized automobile manufacturing. He'd perfected the assembly line. He'd created the $5 workday. He'd built an industrial empire through efficiency, standardization, and relentless optimization. Surely those same principles could be applied to growing rubber trees. How hard could it be? In 1927, Ford negotiated a concession with the Brazilian government for approximately 10,000 square kilometers of land along the Rio Tapajós in the state of Para. For context, that's roughly the size of Lebanon or Jamaica. It's enormous. The terms were generous to Ford. He received the land for essentially nothing. The Brazilian government was desperate for foreign investment and development in the Amazon region. Ford's only obligations were to pay a modest tax on exported rubber and to provide infrastructure and services to workers. Ford named the settlement Fordland, literally, Ford's land, and began construction immediately. The plan was ambitious. Build a complete American town in the middle of the Amazon rainforest. Establish rubber plantations using modern agricultural techniques. And produce enough latex to supply Ford Motor Company's tire needs indefinitely. What could possibly go wrong? Everything. Everything could go wrong, and did. Let's start with the ecological disasters, because those were the most immediate and catastrophic failures. Ford's agricultural expat. We should be generous with the term expats here, since none of them had significant experience with tropical rubber cultivation, decided to plant rubber trees using the same principles that worked for American agriculture: dense, organized rows of a single crop, mechanized cultivation where possible, standardized spacing for efficient harvesting. This is called monoculture, and it's how most industrial agriculture operates. Plant one crop in concentrated stands, optimize all practices for that specific crop, achieve maximum efficiency through standardization. It's also exactly the planting method that South American leaf blight loves most. Dense concentration of a preferred host species, no diversity to slow fungal spread, perfect conditions for an epidemic. Ford's planters, ignored or more likely, were completely unaware of the reason wild rubber trees in the Amazon grow dispersed through the forest. That distribution pattern isn't random. It's an evolutionary adaptation. Trees that clump together die from salby. Trees that spread out survive. Natural selection has been running this experiment for millennia, and the result is clear. Concentrated rubber plantings in South America are ecological suicide. Ford's team planted dense rubber groves. Albie looked at this like a kid looking at a candy store. Oop! And then proceeded to devour the plantation. By 1929, barely 2 years after planting began, 5% of the rubber trees at Fordlandia were dead or dying. 9 to 5%. That's not a problem. That's catastrophic failure. That's nature saying no, with the force of evolutionary certainty. Leaf blight swept through the plantation like wildfire. Trees defoliated, weakened, died. New plantings suffered the same fate. Every attempt to establish rubber groves encountered the same salby devastation. But wait, it gets worse. Because salb wasn't the only ecological problem. Ford's planters also had to deal with leafcutter ants. These industrious insects, remarkable in their own right, operating complex fungus farming societies in elaborate underground colonies, decided that Ford's rubber trees were an excellent source of leaf material for their agricultural operations. Leafcutter ants can defoliate trees as effectively as fungus can, just through different mechanisms. They cut leaves, carry them to their nests, and use them to cultivate fungus gardens that feed the colony. A large ant colony can strip a tree bare in days. Ford's agricultural team tried everything to control the ants. Pesticides, burning nests, flooding colonies, physical barriers. Nothing worked effectively. The ants kept coming. The trees kept losing leaves. And between Selby and the ants, most rubber trees at Fordlandia spent more time defoliated than leafy. Then there were the caterpillars. Multiple species of caterpillars that feed on rubber tree leaves, causing additional defoliation. And lace bugs, tiny insects that suck plant juices and weaken trees. And various other pests that had evolved alongside, Hebia brasiliensis, and were delighted to have such concentrated food sources suddenly available. The Amazon ecosystem, it turns out, has spent millions of years developing organisms that eat rubber trees. And when you plant thousands of rubber trees close together, you're essentially ringing a dinner bell for every specialized herbivore and pathogen in the region. Ford discovered this the expensive way. Very expensive. But the ecological failures weren't even the most entertaining disasters. The cultural imperialism and social engineering failures deserve their own examination, because they reveal assumptions about labor, culture, and human nature that are almost breathtakingly arrogant. Ford didn't just want to grow rubber. He wanted to create an American town in the Amazon, a model community that would demonstrate the superiority of American culture and industrial organization. A showcase for Ford's particular vision of how working people should live. Fordlandia was designed to replicate a small Midwestern American town. Workers were housed in American-style bungalows with screened windows and indoor plumbing luxuries by Amazonian standards, but inappropriate for the climate. The houses were built with metal roofs that turned into ovens in the tropical heat. Workers roasted. The town had American-style amenities: a movie theater, a golf course, swimming pools, recreational facilities. These were supposed to attract workers and create a wholesome, productive community. In practice, they were mostly unused. Brazilian workers had no cultural connection to golf. They weren't interested in swimming in Ford's pools. They wanted to be paid fair wages and allowed to live according to their own cultural preferences. Ford imposed American work schedules, 8-hour days, 5-day weeks, scheduled lunch breaks. These schedules ignored the rhythm of tropical life, where work typically begins early in the morning before the worst heat, breaks during midday, and resumes in the cooler afternoon. Workers also faced behavioral restrictions. Alcohol was Bamford, was a teetotaler, and believed abstinence was morally superior. Workers were expected to eat in communal cafeterias serving American-style food rather than Brazilian cuisine. They were subjected to hygiene inspections and required to maintain Ford-approved standards of cleanliness and behavior. This wasn't cultural exchange. This was cultural imposition. Ford's message was clear. American ways were superior, and Brazilian workers would become better people by abandoning their culture and adopting American habits. The workers disagreed strongly. The most famous incident of resistance was the Cafeteria Riot of 1930, which has become legendary in Brazilian labor history. Ford's cafeterias served American food, canned vegetables, white bread, unfamiliar cuts of meat prepared in American styles. Workers were required to eat quickly and return to work on schedule. The food was unfamiliar, often unpalatable to Brazilian tastes, and served in quantities and styles that didn't match local eating customs. In December 1930, workers at Fordlandia rioted. They destroyed cafeteria equipment. They drove American supervisors out of the compound. They refused to work until conditions improved and they were allowed to eat food they actually wanted. The riot was eventually suppressed. Brazilian authorities sent police to restore order, but it sent a clear message. You can't impose cultural practices through force and expect workers to accept them gratefully. People have agency. They have preferences. They have cultural identities that they value and won't abandon just because some American industrialist thinks his way is better. Ford made some concessions after the riot. The cafeteria food improved slightly. Some of the more restrictive rules were relaxed, but the fundamental assumption that Brazilian workers needed to be civilized through American cultural practices, and workers continued to resist. Turnover was constant. Productivity was low. The workforce was resentful, unmotivated, and actively hostile to Ford's vision of what Fordlandia should become. You can impose work schedules, you can build infrastructure, you can pay wages, though Ford's wages were below market rates, which created additional resentment. What you can't do is force people to adopt your culture and expect enthusiasm in return. By the mid-1930s, it was obvious that Fordlandia was failing. The rubber trees were dying. The workers were rebellious. The costs were astronomical. And Ford Motor Company wasn't getting any latex. Ford's response: doubled down. Establish a second plantation. In 1934, Ford opened Belterra, a second rubber plantation site a few dozen kilometers from Fordlandia. The idea was that Belterra would incorporate lessons learned from Fordlandia's failures. Better site selection, better agricultural practices, less aggressive cultural imposition. Belterra was marginally less disastrous than Fordlandia. The trees died slower, the workers were slightly less rebellious, but less disastrous is a low bar when you're comparing two catastrophic failure. Salbees still ravaged the plantations. Pests still consumed the leaves. The costs still exceeded any conceivable returns. And Ford Motor Company still wasn't producing rubber for automobile tires. Ford hired actual rubber experts at Belterra botanists and agricultural specialists who understood tropical cultivation and tried to implement practices that might work against Sal. They experimented with grafting, spacing, mixed planting strategies. Some experiments showed promise. None produced economically viable rubber at scales Ford needed. The fundamental problem remained. You can't overcome SELB through incremental improvements when Asian plantations don't have to deal with SELB at all. You're fighting an evolutionary arms race that you've already lost. Asian plantations produce rubber more cheaply, more reliably, more abundantly. Fighting fungus in the Amazon is expensive, frustrating, and ultimately futile. The financial numbers tell the story of Fordlandia's failure with brutal clarity. Ford invested approximately $20 million in the Fordlandia and Belterra projects between 1927 and 1945. In 2024 dollars, adjusting for inflation, that's roughly $349 million. Nearly $350 million poured into the Amazon jungle over 18 years. The return on that investment? Zero. Ford Motor Company never produced one drop of latex from Fordlandia or Belterra that went into Ford automobile tires. Not one. The plantations produced small amounts of latex in later years, but never at scales or costs that made them economically competitive with Asian rubber. In 1945, Henry Ford, the founder's grandson, who had taken over company leaderships, surveyed the Amazon properties and made the rational business decision: sell, cut losses, admit failure, move on. Ford sold Fordlandia and Belterra back to the Brazilian government for approximately $740,000, a tiny fraction of what had been invested. The loss exceeded $19 million, one of the largest corporate failures of the mid-20th century. The towns themselves still exist. Small communities remain at both Fordlandia and Belterra, inhabited by descendants of the original workers and by people who've moved in since. Some of the original fort infrastructure survives: the American-style houses, the power plant, remnants of the industrial equipment. But the rubber plantations, overgrown, abandoned, reclaimed by the rainforest, nature reasserted control, as it always does when human ambitions exceed ecological constraints. So what went wrong? Let's be systematic about cataloging Ford's failures, because there's a lot to learn from spectacular disasters. Ecological ignorance. Ford's team didn't understand Salby, didn't recognize the significance of wild tree dispersal patterns, didn't appreciate the complexity of Amazonian ecosystems. They tried to apply temperate agriculture principles to tropical conditions and were shocked when it didn't work. Cultural arrogance. Ford assumed American cultural practices were universally superior and that Brazilian workers would be grateful for opportunities to adopt them. This assumption was wrong, offensive, and counterproductive. The cultural imperialism alienated the workforce and created constant labor problems. Insufficient research. Ford jumped into the project without adequate study of previous rubber plantation attempts in South America. If he'd consulted the historical record, he would have discovered that every previous attempt had failed for predictable reasons. He could have saved $19 million by reading the literature. Technological overconfidence. Ford believed that industrial efficiency and modern technology could overcome any constraint. This works for manufacturing. It doesn't work for biology. Salby doesn't care about assembly line optimization or $5 workdays. It just eats rubber trees, and no amount of American industrial might can stop it. Distance and control problems. Managing operations in the remote Amazon from Detroit created information delays and control challenges. By the time problems were recognized and responses implemented, months had passed and conditions had worsened. Remote management of agricultural projects in unfamiliar ecosystems is extraordinarily difficult. Strategic inflexibility. When Fordlandia failed, the rational response would have been to cut losses immediately. Instead, Ford established Belterra, doubling down on a failed strategy. This is sunk cost fallacy in action. Throwing good money after bad because admitting failure is psychologically difficult. Any one of these problems might have been manageable. All of them combined produced one of history's most expensive agricultural failures. Here's the ironic coda. By 1945, when Ford finally gave up on Amazonian rubber, synthetic rubber had become commercially viable at scale. World War II had forced massive investment in synthetic rubber development. The strategic crisis of Japanese control of Asian rubber supplies had driven American innovation in elastomer chemistry. Ford didn't need Amazonian rubber anymore. Nobody did. The synthetic alternatives that emerged from wartime research could supply most rubber needs. Natural rubber remained important for specific applications, but the crisis of dependence on Asian plantations had been solved through chemistry rather than agriculture. If Ford had waited, if he'd invested that $20 million in synthetic rubber research instead of Amazonian plantations, he might have achieved his goal of rubber independence years earlier and more cheaply. But hindsight is perfect vision. In 1927, synthetic rubber was primitive, expensive, and inadequate for most applications. Establishing independent, natural rubber supplies seemed like the rational, strategic choice. It just happened to be impossible in practice because of a fungus that nobody on Ford's team understood or adequately respected. The legacy of Fordlandia is complex. It's a cautionary tale about hubris, certainly. A warning about cultural imperialism and technological overconfidence. A reminder that biology imposes constraints that capital can't overcome. It's also, in a strange way, a monument to Ford's ambition and persistence. Most people would have given up after the first massive failures. Ford kept trying, kept investing, kept believing that American determination and industrial know-how could eventually triumph. He was wrong. But there's something almost admirable about being so confidently, expensively, spectacularly wrong. The towns themselves, Fordlandia and Belta, remain as physical evidence of the failure. They're tourist destinations now, particularly Fordlandia, which has developed a reputation as a fascinating ruin. The American-style houses sit empty or house local families. The power plant is silent. The rubber trees that survived SALB are scattered and unremarkable. Brazilian historians and locals have complicated relationships with Fordlandia. It represents foreign exploitation and cultural imperialism, but it also brought investment and infrastructure to a remote region. The towns created employment, even if conditions were terrible and the project ultimately failed. Some families traced their history to Fordlandia workers. History isn't simple. Even failures have legacies. Even disasters create communities. So what did we learn from Fordlandia? What lessons does Henry Ford's $20 million adventure in Amazonian agriculture offer? Biology matters. You can't wish away ecological constraints. Salby exists. It eats rubber trees. No amount of American industrial confidence changes that reality. Respecting biology isn't optional, it's prerequisite for any agricultural venture. Culture matters. You can't impose foreign cultural practices on workers and expect productivity and cooperation. People have identities, preferences, and agency. Ignoring this produces resistance and failure. Research matters. Past failures contain information. When every previous attempt at Amazonian rubber plantations had failed for Salb-related reasons, that should have been a red flag. Ford's team either didn't do the research or ignored it. Both are expensive mistakes. Flexibility matters. When your strategy isn't working, change it. don't double down. Don't open a second plantation at Belterra, hoping for different results. Recognize failure, adjust, adapt, or abandon. Humility matters. Confidence is valuable. Overconfidence is dangerous. Ford's certainty that American methods would triumph over Amazonian constraints was baseless and costly. Humility in the face of complexity, acknowledging what you don't know and can't control, would have saved millions. These lessons apply far beyond rubber plantations. They're relevant to any project that involves complex systems, unfamiliar contexts, and human communities. Technology and capital are powerful. They're not omnipotent. Sometimes the fungus wins. Sometimes workers riot over cafeteria food. Sometimes nature says no, and all the money in the world can't change that answer. The Aztecs thought rubber was sacred. Henry Ford thought it was a manufacturing input that could be produced through industrial efficiency. Salby thought it was dinner. Salby was right. Ford was wrong. The trees died. The workers rebelled. $20 million disappeared into the jungle without producing a single tire. And in Detroit, Ford Motor Company quietly sourced rubber from Asian plantations and eventually synthetic alternatives, achieving through trade and chemistry what they couldn't achieve through agricultural imperialism. Next up, World War II forces the development of synthetic rubber at massive scale, permanently diversifying the global supply chain and ensuring that no single region or resource could hold automobile manufacturing hostage again. Because if there's one thing history teaches, it's that industrial powers really don't like being dependent on commodities they don't control. And when war provides both motivation and funding, chemistry can solve problems that agriculture couldn't. Meet the synthetics that saved the Allies and changed the rubber industry forever. They're not as good as natural rubber for everything, but they're good enough for most things, and that turns out to be strategically sufficient. World War I taught Germany a brutal lesson. If you're blockaded from global resources, you're screwedness, you can synthesize your own alternatives. World War II forced America to learn exactly the same lesson. Just 25 years later, and with higher stakes, both conflicts led to the birth of synthetic rubber industries that would permanently transform global commodity markets. And both proved that sometimes the best way to solve a supply chain vulnerability isn't moral reform or better trade relationships, it's chemistry. This is the story of how 2 world wars accidentally created the technology that ended natural rubber's monopoly. How geopolitical crisis drove innovation faster than any peacetime research program could have achieved. And how the modern rubber industry became a strategic duality: natural rubber for applications requiring superior performance, synthetic rubber for everything else. Turns out, when your military mobility depends on tires, and your enemy controls all the rubber trees, you get really creative really fast. Necessity meet invention. Invention meet massive government funding and existential wartime panic. Let's start with Germany in World War I, because they pioneered synthetic rubber out of sheer desperate necessity. By 1914, when World War I began, Germany was a major industrial power with a significant problem. It imported virtually all of its natural rubber from British-controlled sources in Asia, Malaya, Ceylon, other British colonies. All the major rubber-producing regions were under British administration or influence. This was fine during peacetime. Germany bought rubber on global markets, paid competitive prices, and used it for industrial applications and the growing automobile sector. German industry was sophisticated, German engineering was renowned, and German manufacturing was expanding rapidly. Then the war started, and Britain, being strategically competent, immediately implemented a naval blockade. The British Royal Navy controlled the seas. They could intercept shipping to and from Germany. They could cut off access to raw materials. They could strangle German industry by denying access to strategic imports. Natural rubber was high on the list of strategic materials Britain intended to deny Germany. No rubber meant no tires for military vehicles. No tires meant limited mobility. Limited mobility meant tactical and strategic disadvantage. The blockade wasn't just about starving Germany, it was about crippling German military capability through resource denial. Germany recognized the problem immediately. They had stockpiles of natural rubber, but those would eventually run out. They needed alternatives. They needed synthetic rubber. Here's the thing about German chemistry in the early 20th century. It was world-class. German chemical companies, BASF, Bayer Hoechst, were leaders in organic chemistry, dye manufacturing, pharmaceutical development. They had the expertise, the facilities, and the scientific talent to attempt synthetic rubber development. What they didn't have was time, adequate understanding of polymer chemistry, which was still primitive in 1914, or any proven methods for producing rubber-like materials at industrial scale. They got to work anyway, because the alternative was losing the war for lack of tires. The first successful German synthetic rubber was called methyl rubber, developed and produced during World War I. The name comes from its chemical composition polymers, based on methyl isoprene, rather than the natural isoprene found in heavier Brazilian systems. Methyl rubber was synthesized through polymerization of 23-dimethylbutadiene. Mouthful of a chemical name that basically means they were creating long-chain molecules, similar in structure to natural rubber, but produced entirely in factories rather than extracted from trees. The achievement was remarkable. They were creating a rubber-like material from petroleum-derived chemicals, in factories during wartime, with limited resources and under blockade conditions. German chemists were essentially inventing polymer science on the fly, while their country was fighting for survival. The problem, methyl rubber, was terrible. Not slightly inferior to natural rubber, terrible. Barely functional for critical applications, terrible. The material was expensive to produce, far more costly than natural rubber at peacetime prices. It had inferior properties, lower tensile strength, worse elasticity, poor durability, limited temperature resistance. Most problematically, tires made from methyl rubber lasted approximately 2,000 kilometers before failing. 2,000 kilometers, that's roughly the distance from Berlin to Moscow, which, spoiler alert, is a trip Germany would attempt in the next war and discover that logistics matter enormously. For comparison, natural rubber tires of the era lasted 5 to 10 times longer. Methyl rubber tires were consumables that needed constant replacement. For military logistics, this was a nightmare. You couldn't maintain supply lines when your truck tires wore out after brief use. But, and this is important, methyl rubber was better than nothing. It kept German military vehicles mobile. It allowed continued industrial production. It demonstrated that synthetic alternatives were possible, even if the first generation was inadequate. Germany produced about 2,500 tons of methyl rubber during World War I. That's a tiny fraction of what they would have used. In natural rubber, Germany's pre-war rubber imports were tens of thousands of tons annually. But it was enough to supplement stockpiles and maintain minimal functionality. When the war ended in 1918, Germany immediately stopped producing methyl rubber. Natural rubber became available again through normal trade. Methyl rubber was expensive, inferior, and unnecessary during peacetime. The factories shut down, the technology was shelved, but the research wasn't forgotten. German chemists had learned crucial lessons about polymerization, about creating synthetic elastomers, about the chemical structures that produced rubber-like properties. That knowledge would prove invaluable to decades later. The interwar period 1918 to 1939 saw continued German research into synthetic rubber. This wasn't driven by immediate necessity anymore, but by strategic thinking and a persistent German fear of future blockades. German chemical companies, supported by government funding, explored various approaches to synthetic rubber production. They experimented with different monomers, the chemical building blocks that polymerize into rubber-like materials. They refined polymerization techniques. They tested different formulations to improve properties. The breakthrough came in 1929, when German chemists developed Bunessa synthetic rubber that was actually good enough for practical applications. The name Bune is delightfully German in its systematic construction. Bu stands for butadiene, the primary monomer. Na stands for sodium natrium in German, which was used as a catalyst in the polymerization process. Later variants replaced sodium with other catalysts, but the name stuck. Bune S, specifically the S, stands for styrene. The second monomer in the polymer was a copolymer of butadiene and styrene. This combination produced a material with decent elasticity, acceptable durability, and properties that approximated natural rubber closely enough for many industrial applications. Bunez was patented in 1933. By that point, the Nazi regime had taken power in Germany and was actively preparing for future military conflict. The strategic value of synthetic rubber was obvious. If Germany was going to wage war again and the Nazis absolutely intended to wage war again, they needed rubber independence. Investment in Bunez production ramped up through the 1930s. By 1939, when World War II began, Germany had significant synthetic rubber production capacity. Not enough to completely replace natural rubber, but enough to reduce vulnerability to blockades. This preparation would prove critical, because World War II would make World War I's blockade look gentle by comparison, and Germany would need every ton of synthetic rubber they could produce. Let's shift continents and fast forward to 1941, when the United States suddenly discovered it had a rubber problem of catastrophic proportions. America in the late 1930s was not particularly worried about rubber supplies. The country imported vast quantities of natural rubber from Southeast. Asian plantations, primarily British, Malaya, and Dutch East Indies, paid reasonable prices for reliable supplies. The automobile industry was booming. Tire manufacturing was a major industrial sector. Everything was fine. Then Japan invaded Southeast Asia. The attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941 brought America into World War II. Within months, Japan had conquered or threatened every major rubber-producing region in Asia. British Malaya fell in February 1942. The Dutch East Indies fell in March. Burma, French Indochina, the Philippines Japa swept through Southeast Asia with shocking speed, seizing territory and resources. By mid-1942, Japan controlled over 90% of global natural rubber production. 90%. The United States was suddenly cut off from essentially all natural rubber supplies, precisely when it needed rubber most desperately for military vehicle tires, aircraft tires, military equipment, and expanded industrial production. This was an existential crisis. Modern warfare requires mobility, mobility requires vehicles, vehicles require tires, tires require rubber. Without rubber, the American war effort would collapse before it properly began. The stockpiles America had accumulated before the war would last maybe a year, possibly less, with expanded military production demands. After that, American tanks, trucks, and jeeps would be immobilized. Aircraft couldn't land safely without rubber tires. The logistics of global warfare would become impossible. President Franklin D. Roosevelt recognized the crisis immediately. In January 1940, to barely a month after Pearl Harbor, he declared rubber supply a national emergency and mobilized government resources to solve the problem. The solution came in two parts. Maximize collection of every scrap of natural rubber available domestically, and develop synthetic rubber production at unprecedented scale. Fast. The Rubber Reserve Company was established in 1940 as a government agency tasked with stockpiling strategic materials. After Pearl Harbor, its mission expanded dramatically. Coordinate natural rubber conservation and synthetic rubber development to prevent military catastrophe. The natural rubber conservation effort was extraordinary. Americans were urged to donate rubber items, old tires, rubber mats, boots, hoses, anything containing rubber. Scrap rubber drives became patriotic events. Gas rationing was partly justified as tire conservation. Fewer miles driven meant tires lasted longer, reducing rubber consumption. These efforts helped, but couldn't possibly provide enough rubber for wartime needs. America needed synthetic rubber, not experimental quantities, not small-scale production, industrial-scale manufacturing capable of producing hundreds of thousands of tons per year. Fortunately, American chemists had been paying attention to German synthetic rubber research. The basic chemistry of styrene butadiene copolymers was understood. The challenge was scaling up from laboratory experiments to massive industrial production or fighting a global war. The government solution was characteristically American. Throw money at the problem. Massive funding. Crash research programs. Construction of new factories on accelerated timelines. Coordination between chemical companies, tire manufacturers, and government agencies. Whatever it took to make synthetic rubber work at scale. The result was Government Rubber-Styrene, or GRSA synthetic rubber formulation, consisting of 75% butadiene and 25% styrene. This wasn't dramatically different from German Buenos, but American chemists refined the formulation, improved production processes, and most importantly, figured out how to manufacture it in enormous quantities. By 1944, American synthetic rubber production exceeded 700,000 tons per year. 700,000 tons. That's more than total American natural rubber consumption in most pre-war years. The scale-up was breathtaking, from essentially zero synthetic production in 1941 to complete rubber. Supply independence by mid-war. Grass wasn't quite as good as natural rubber for all applications. It had slightly lower tensile strength. It didn't handle high temperatures quite as well. For specialized applications like aircraft tires, natural rubber was still preferable when available. But GRs was good enough for most uses. Military truck tires made from GRs worked acceptably. Jeep tires functioned. Tank treads held up under stress. The synthetic rubber kept American and Allied forces mobile through the European and Pacific campaigns. Without synthetic rubber, D-Day doesn't happen. Without synthetic rubber, the island hopping campaign in the Pacific stalls. Without synthetic rubber, the massive logistics operations that characterized Allied strategy become impossible. Chemistry saved the war effort. Or more accurately, chemists working under enormous pressure with unlimited funding and existential motivation saved the war effort. Same thing, really. Here's the critical difference between World War I's methyl rubber and World War II's GRs. Methyl rubber was inadequate and temporary, abandoned immediately when natural rubber became available again. Gas was good enough to be permanent. After World War II ended, synthetic rubber production didn't disappear. It kept growing. Because once you've invested billions in synthetic rubber capacity, once you've proven the technology works at scale, once you've built entire supply chains around synthetic production, you don't abandon it just because natural rubber is available again. The strategic lesson had been learned. Dependence on any single natural resource from concentrated geographic regions is a national security vulnerability. Japan had demonstrated how quickly that vulnerability could be exploited. The United States and other industrialized nations decided that diversification was essential. Synthetic rubber became a permanent part of the global rubber industry. Natural rubber continued to be produced, and used it remained superior for certain applications. But synthetic rubber captured a larger and larger market share for general industrial uses, tire manufacturing and applications where its properties were adequate. By the 1950s, synthetic rubber accounted for roughly half of global rubber consumption. By the 1970s, synthetics dominated most markets. Today, synthetic rubber represents about 60% of global rubber production, with natural rubber maintaining its niche in high-performance applications. This strategic duality, natural rubber for specialized uses, synthetic for general applications, is the direct legacy of World War II's desperate innovation. The crisis forced development of technology that would have taken decades to mature through peacetime research and market forces. War accelerates innovation, not always in beneficial directions, not always with technologies we're happy to have, but accelerates it nonetheless. Let's talk about what synthetic rubber actually means, economically and geopolitically, because the implications extend far beyond rubber. First, geographic monopolies became obsolete. The Amazon had been broken by biopiracy and celeb. Asia had achieved plantation monopoly. Synthetic rubber broke that monopoly permanently. Any country with chemical industry capacity could produce rubber. Geographic accidents of where Hevia brasiliensis grows naturally became strategically irrelevant for most applications. This was enormous. It means rubber-consuming nations aren't vulnerable to supply disruptions from producing regions. Political instability in Southeast Asia doesn't cripple automobile manufacturing globally. Natural disasters affecting rubber plantations create price fluctuations but not supply crises. The strategic leverage that rubber-producing regions once had evaporated. Second, price dynamics changed fundamentally. Natural rubber prices are determined by plantation yields, weather patterns, disease outbreaks, labor costs in producing regions. Synthetic rubber prices are determined by petroleum costs, chemical feedstock availability, production capacity. These are different variables responding to different forces. This creates a price floor for natural rubber. If natural rubber becomes too expensive relative to synthetics, consumers switch to synthetic alternatives. This limits how much producing regions can charge. The monopoly pricing power is gone. Third, innovation patterns shifted. Once synthetic rubber became viable, chemical companies invested heavily in developing improved formulations, different synthetic rubbers for different applications. Specialty elastomers with properties natural rubber can't match. The innovation moved from agricultural improvement, better trees, better plantation management, to chemical engineering. This opened up possibilities natural rubber couldn't address. Synthetic rubbers that resist chemicals, natural rubber dissolves in. Elastomers that function at temperatures natural rubber can't handle. Materials optimized for specific uses rather than general purpose extraction from trees. Fourth, and this is the geopolitical lesson that extends beyond rubber. Strategic material dependence became a solvable problem through chemistry and industrial capacity. Oil could be synthesized from coal. Nitrogen fertilizers could be produced from atmospheric nitrogen through the Haber process. Natural fibers could be replaced with synthetics. World War II demonstrated that industrial chemistry could break resource dependencies that seemed absolute. This shaped Cold War strategy, where both superpowers invested heavily in chemical industries, partly for strategic independence. If war cut off imports, domestic synthesis could provide alternatives. The lesson was clear. Control over chemistry is control over strategic independence. Nations with advanced chemical industries can't be easily blockaded or strangled through resource denial. They can synthesize alternatives, adapt formulations, substitute materials. This is why every major industrial power invests in chemical industry capacity far beyond what pure market economics might justify. It's strategic hedging. It's insurance against future conflicts. It's recognition that World War II's rubber crisis could be replicated with other materials if you're not prepared. But here's the uncomfortable truth. Synthetic rubber didn't solve everything. Natural rubber still matters. A lot for high-stress applications, aircraft tires, heavy truck tires, certain industrial applications, natural rubber remains superior. Its tensile strength, heat resistance, and durability under extreme stress can't quite be matched by synthetics. Engineers have tried. Chemists have experimented with countless formulations. Natural rubber's properties remain unique. This means the strategic duality is real and persistent. We can't fully abandon natural rubber. We can't become completely independent of Southeast Asian plantations. The dependence is reduced, but not eliminated. Aircraft tires are the classic example. Commercial aircraft landing gear experiences extraordinary stress, tremendous weight, high speeds, sudden contact with runway surfaces, extreme temperature variations from altitude to ground level. Natural rubber handles this better than any synthetic alternative developed so far. Military applications similarly require natural rubber for certain critical uses. You can't risk synthetic tire failure on military aircraft or heavy military vehicles where performance margins matter enormously. Medical applications, surgical gloves, catheters, certain medical devices often specify natural rubber because its properties are superior for those specific uses. The elasticity, the tactile feel, the biocompatibility can't quite be replicated with synthetics. This means that despite synthetic rubber's dominance in volume, natural rubber remains strategically important. The vulnerability to supply disruptions still exists, just at reduced scale. A crisis affecting Asian rubber plantations would be manageable. Synthetics could absorb some demand, but not irrelevant. We've diversified, we've reduced dependence. We haven't eliminated it, and probably can't, short of revolutionary advances in polymer chemistry that create synthetics matching natural rubber's properties in every dimension. The strategic lesson isn't that chemistry solved the rubber problem completely. It's that chemistry reduced vulnerability to acceptable levels. That's progress, even if it's incomplete progress. Let's address the environmental and economic aspects of this synthetic revolution. Because they're significant and often overlooked, synthetic rubber production depends on petroleum. Specifically, on petroleum-derived chemical feedstocks: benzene, butadiene, styrene, various other compounds extracted from crude oil or natural gas. This means the rubber industry shifted from dependence on tree plantations to dependence on fossil fuel extraction. We've traded one environmental problem for another. Rubber plantations drive deforestation in Southeast Asia. Synthetic rubber production contributes to petroleum demand and all the environmental consequences that entails: carbon emissions, extraction impacts, chemical processing pollution. Neither option is environmentally ideal. Natural rubber requires tropical land that could be forest habitat. Synthetic rubber requires petroleum resources and generates greenhouse gases. The global rubber industry has environmental costs, regardless of whether we're talking about trees or chemical plants. The economic benefits of synthetic rubber are clearer: jobs in chemical manufacturing, stable supply chains, price competition that benefits consumers, strategic independence for rubber-consuming nations. These are real advantages with tangible economic value. But the environmental costs are also real. Climate change from fossil fuel use affects everyone. Deforestation in Southeast Asia destroys biodiversity and carbon sequestration capacity. The rubber industry, natural and synthetic combined, has significant environmental footprint that we haven't figured out how to eliminate. This is the uncomfortable reality of industrial materials. We need them, they have environmental costs, and those costs are either externalized onto ecosystems and future generations, or borne through expensive mitigation efforts that affect competitiveness and prices. Rubber's story doesn't have an environmentally clean chapter. It has chapters of different environmental problems, from genocidal extraction to plantation monocultures to petroleum-dependent synthesis. Progress in solving one problem creates others. That's not unique to rubber. That's industrial civilization struggling with its own contradictions. So where does synthetic rubber leave us in the broader story? With a permanently transformed industry, with strategic independence from major industrial powers, with reduced but not eliminated dependence on natural rubber, with environmental trade-offs that remain unresolved, and with the legacy of World War II innovation when geopolitical crisis threatens strategic materials. Advanced industrial nations can synthesize alternatives through chemistry and massive investment. This capability has shaped global politics for 8 decades. It's why resource monopolies are less powerful than they were a century ago. It's why blockades are less effective. It's why chemical industry capacity is strategically valued. Germany learned in World War I that blockades are deadly without synthetic alternatives. America learned in World War II that synthetic alternatives are achievable with sufficient motivation and funding. Both lessons remain relevant, both shape modern industrial strategy. The Aztecs revered rubber as sacred sap from sacred trees. We've turned it into a chemical engineering problem with solutions derived from petroleum. One perspective valued life and fertility. The other values strategic independence and supply chain resilience. Progress? Probably. Sacred? Definitely not. But we're not done with rubber's story yet. Because natural rubber still matters. We're still dependent on Southeast Asian plantations for critical applications. And that geographic concentration remains a vulnerability we haven't fully solved. Next up, the modern strategic duality and ongoing vulnerabilities. Natural rubber versus synthetic rubber, the applications where substitution is impossible, the geopolitical risks that persist despite synthetic alternatives, and the environmental regulations finally addressing deforestation and labor exploitation in rubber supply chains. Because if there's one lesson from rubber's history, it's that solving one problem never eliminates all problems. It just creates new ones that the next generation has to address. Welcome to Chapter 12, where we discover that history doesn't end. It just changes problems. And rubber, after all these centuries, remains complicated. Today, rubber is everywhere. Your phone case, rubber, your shoe soles, rubber, car tires, rubber, surgical gloves, rubber, that yoga mat gathering dust in your closet because you went exactly twice after New Year's. Also rubber. The material is so ubiquitous, so ordinary, so thoroughly integrated into modern life that we've completely forgotten. It once drove empires to commit atrocities and nations to synthesize alternatives during wartime crises. And here's the uncomfortable part. Despite a century of synthetic innovation, despite World War II's crash development programs, despite all our chemical engineering expertise, we're still dangerously dependent on trees growing in one concentrated geographic region. Some lessons, apparently, don't stick. This is the story of rubber's modern paradox. We solved the monopoly problem through chemistry. We diversified supply through synthetics. We reduced vulnerability through industrial innovation. And yet we remain dependent on natural rubber for critical applications, sourced from the same Southeast Asian plantations that broke the Amazon's monopoly a century ago. Welcome to strategic duality. 2 different rubber sources, 2 different supply chains, 2 different vulnerabilities. We didn't eliminate dependence. We just made it more complicated. Let's start with what makes natural rubber irreplaceable. Because understanding that explains why we can't fully abandon the plantations. Natural rubber latex from Habia brasiliensis trees has properties that synthetic alternatives can approximate but not fully replicate. This isn't marketing hype or tradition or resistance to innovation. This is material science reality backed by decades of research and billions in attempted improvements. The key differences come down to molecular structure. Natural rubber is cis-14 polyisoprene, very specific arrangement of polymer chains with particular characteristics. Synthetic rubbers are various copolymers and formulations designed to mimic natural rubber's properties, and they do a remarkably good job for most applications. But remarkably good isn't identical. And for high-stress, high-performance applications, those differences matter enormously. First, elasticity. Natural rubber can be stretched to 8 times its original length and returned to its original shape without significant deformation. This extreme elasticity, the ability to deform dramatically and recover, completely is critical for applications involving repeated stress cycles or sudden impact forces. Synthetic rubbers approach this elasticity, but with limitations. They don't quite match natural rubber's combination of extreme stretchability and complete recovery. For applications where that combination is essential, certain tire designs, specific industrial applications, medical devices, natural rubber remains superior. Second, tensile strength. Natural rubber has exceptional resistance to tearing and breaking under stress. The polymer chains align when stretched, creating crystalline regions that reinforce the material. This strain-induced crystallization gives natural rubber strength that synthetics struggle to match. When you're designing aircraft tires that need to support hundreds of tons of aircraft weight, during landing, when the tire contacts the runway at high speed with enormous force concentrated on relatively small contact patches, that tensile strength becomes absolutely critical. Tire failure during landing isn't an acceptable risk. Natural rubber's superior properties provide safety margins synthetics can't fully deliver. Third, heat resistance and durability. Natural rubber maintains its properties across wider temperature ranges than most synthetics. It performs consistently in both hot and cold conditions. It resists degradation from repeated heating and cooling cycles. This matters for applications like heavy truck tires, which experience extreme heat build-up from friction and load bearing, then cool when the vehicle stops. The thermal cycling is brutal. Natural rubber handles it better than synthetic alternatives. Fourth, and this is harder to quantify but real natural. Rubber has a combination of properties that work together in ways that are difficult to replicate individually. The elasticity plus tensile strength plus heat resistance plus durability plus specific friction characteristics create a material that performs optimally for certain uses. Engineers have tried to match natural rubber with synthetic formulations for decades. Chemical companies have invested enormous resources in developing alternatives. The results are impressive. Modern synthetic rubbers are technological marvels, but they're not identical to natural rubber, and for critical applications, not identical means not acceptable. This is why natural rubber survives in the synthetic age, not through nostalgia or tradition, but through irreplaceable performance characteristics. Let's get specific about where natural rubber is essential, because the applications matter for understanding modern vulnerabilities. Aircraft tires are the canonical example. A Boeing 777, fully loaded, weighs over 300 tons. That weight rests on 12 main landing gear tires during landing. Each tire experiences tremendous stress during touchdown, absorbing vertical impact forces, handling lateral forces during crosswind landings, managing the transition from flight to ground contact at high speed. The tires heat up dramatically from friction during landing and taxiing. They cool during flight. They're exposed to extreme altitude, cold, then ground level heat, repeatedly throughout their service life. They need to maintain precise properties across this temperature range because tire failure during landing or takeoff is catastrophic. Natural rubber is specified for aircraft tires, particularly main landing gear tires on large commercial and military aircraft because its properties provide safety margins synthetics can't match. Engineers have experimented with synthetic formulations. The results don't quite meet the performance requirements, so aircraft tires remain predominantly natural rubber. This means every commercial flight you've taken, every military transport operation, every cargo flight depends on natural rubber from Southeast Asian plantations. The entire global aviation system has a dependency on trees growing in Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, and a few other tropical regions. That's a vulnerability. Heavy truck tires similarly specify high natural rubber content. Not pure natural rubber usually, but blends weighted heavily toward natural. Long-haul trucks carry enormous loads over extended distances. The tires experience constant stress, heat buildup, wear. Natural rubber's durability advantages make it preferred for applications where tire longevity and reliability directly affect operating costs. The global logistics, system shipping, trucking, freight, transportation depends substantially on natural rubber. Not entirely synthetic blends work for many applications, but for heavy-duty, high-stress uses, natural rubber content is specified. Military applications are similarly dependent. Military aircraft, heavy vehicles, specialized equipment often specify natural rubber for critical components. When performance margins matter, when failure could mean mission failure or lives lost, engineers default to natural rubber's proven properties. Medical applications round out the critical dependencies. Surgical gloves are predominantly natural rubber latex because the material provides superior tactile sensitivity, elasticity, and barrier properties. Surgeons need to feel what they're doing through glove material. Natural rubber latex delivers that sensitivity better than synthetic alternatives. Catheters, certain medical tubing, specialized medical devices similarly use natural rubber for its biocompatibility and performance characteristics. Synthetic alternatives exist and are used, particularly nitro rubber, for latex allergy concerns, but natural rubber remains preferred when its properties are needed. Add all this up aviation, heavy trucking, military, medical, and you have critical infrastructure and essential services dependent on natural rubber. The volume isn't as large as synthetic rubber consumption for general purposes, but the applications are strategically and economically critical. We're not talking about consumer products where substitution is easy. We're talking about aircraft that can't land safely, medical procedures that become riskier, military operations that face equipment failures, logistics systems that become less efficient. This is why natural rubber matters, despite synthetic alternatives. This is why Southeast Asian plantations remain strategically important despite World War II's lessons about supply diversification. Speaking of Southeast Asia, let's talk about geographic concentration. Because the numbers are stark and the vulnerability is real, As of 2018, the most recent comprehensive data available, the Asia-Pacific region accounts for 91% of global natural rubber production. 91%. That's not diversification. That's extreme concentration. Thailand is the world's largest producer, accounting for roughly 35% of global output. Indonesia is second with about 25%. Vietnam, India, and China round out the top 5, collectively adding another 20%. Malaysia, once the dominant producer, now accounts for about 6%, but remains significant. Latin America, remember the Amazon, where this whole story started, produces about 2% of global natural rubber. 2%. After centuries of being the sole source, after the genocidal rubber boom, after all the blood and suffering, the region produces essentially a rounding error in modern statistics. Africa produces slightly more than Latin America, but remains marginal. Other regions produce negligible amounts. The Asia-Pacific concentration is overwhelming and has been for over a century. This geographic concentration creates multiple vulnerabilities that, mirrored though, don't fully replicate the vulnerabilities that World War II exposed. First, geopolitical risk. The South China Sea, through which much Asian rubber exports transit, is contested territory with ongoing tensions between China and multiple Southeast Asian nations, plus U.S. military presence and interests. A military conflict in the region could disrupt shipping routes and rubber supply chains. This isn't hypothetical. It's a scenario that military planners and supply chain analysts actively worry about. Rubber is one of many strategic commodities that would be affected by South China Sea conflict, but it's significant enough that disruption would have global economic impacts. Second, regional instability. Political instability, civil unrest, or governance failures in major producing nations could affect production and exports. Thailand has experienced multiple coups and political transitions. Myanmar, smaller producer but regionally significant, has ongoing civil conflict. Indonesia has separatist movements and regional tensions. These aren't existential threats to global rubber supply, but they're sources of potential disruption that affect prices and availability. When production is concentrated, regional problems become global problems. Third, climate vulnerability. Natural rubber production depends on specific climatic conditions, tropical temperatures, high rainfall, suitable growing seasons. Climate change affects all of these, changing rainfall patterns, increased frequency of extreme weather events, temperature shifts all threaten plantation productivity. Southeast Asian rubber-producing regions are experiencing climate change impacts. Some regions are seeing reduced yields. Some are experiencing more frequent droughts or floods. The long-term stability of production in current regions is uncertain as climate patterns shift. Fourth, disease and pest vulnerability. Remember South American leaf blight, the fungus that ended the Amazon's rubber ambitions. It's still confined to the Americas. If salb was somehow introduced to Asian plantations through accidental transport, through deliberate biowarfare, through natural spread that's currently prevented by ocean barriers, the consequences would be catastrophic. Asian plantations are densely planted and highly productive because they lack SALB. Introduce the fungus, and the plantation model collapses. Global natural rubber production could drop precipitously. The economic disruption would be enormous. This is a known vulnerability. Quarantine and biosecurity measures exist to prevent sow bee introduction to Asia. But prevent isn't impossible. It's a persistent risk that agricultural scientists and industry analysts worry about constantly. Add these vulnerabilities together: geopolitical tensions, regional instability, climate change, disease. Risk, and the picture is clear. Natural rubber supply remains vulnerable to disruption, despite being produced at massive scale across multiple countries. The concentration in one geographic region, dependent on one species of tree, creates systemic risk. Now, let's talk about the synthetic side of the duality, because synthetics have their own vulnerabilities that are different but equally real. Synthetic rubber production depends primarily on petroleum, the chemical feedstocks butadiene, styrene, isoprene. Various other compounds are derived from crude oil or natural gas through chemical processing. This ties synthetic rubber prices and availability to fossil fuel markets. When oil prices spike, synthetic rubber production costs increase. When geopolitical events disrupt petroleum supplies, synthetic rubber becomes more expensive or potentially scarce. The global petroleum market is volatile, affected by OPEC production decisions, Middle Eastern conflicts, economic sanctions, production disruptions, and countless other factors. This means synthetic rubber supply chains have their own geographic dependencies, just tied to oil-producing regions rather than rubber-producing regions. Saudi Arabia, Russia, the United States, Canada, Iraq, other major oil producers indirectly affect synthetic rubber availability through their petroleum production decisions and stability. During petroleum supply shocks, like the 1973 oil embargo, or more recent disruptions from Middle Eastern conflict, synthetic rubber prices surge. Industries dependent on synthetic rubber face cost increases that ripple through supply chains. Tire manufacturers, industrial rubber producers, consumer goods companies all face margin pressures or need to pass costs to consumers. The strategic vulnerability is different from natural rubber's geographic concentration, but it's real. You can't be truly independent when your synthetic alternative depends on global petroleum markets that are themselves volatile and geopolitically complex. Second vulnerability: production capacity. Synthetic rubber manufacturing requires sophisticated chemical plants, significant capital investment, and technical expertise. Not every country has domestic synthetic rubber production capacity. Many nations import both natural and synthetic rubber, leaving them dependent on global trade for both supply sources. A major conflict that disrupted global trade would affect synthetic rubber supplies as surely as it would affect natural rubber. The synthetics don't provide true independence unless you have domestic production capacity and secure access to petroleum feedstocks. Third, vulnerability: environmental regulation. Synthetic rubber production generates significant carbon emissions and chemical waste. As climate regulations tighten carbon taxes, emissions limits, chemical disposal requirements, synthetic rubber production costs may increase substantially. The European Union, California, and other jurisdictions are implementing increasingly strict environmental regulations that affect chemical manufacturing. These regulations are necessary to address climate change and pollution, but they create cost pressures on synthetic rubber production that may affect global supply and prices. There's also increasing consumer and corporate pressure for sustainable materials. Companies face reputational risks from products made with petroleum-derived synthetics. This creates market pressure toward alternatives potentially back toward natural rubber or toward novel bio-based synthetics that are still in development. The point is that synthetic rubber isn't a perfect, invulnerable alternative to natural rubber. It solved the geographic monopoly problem but created petroleum dependence. It reduced vulnerability to plantation disruptions but introduced vulnerability to oil market volatility. It's strategic diversification but not strategic independence. Let's talk about the efforts recent and ongoing to address the environmental and labor issues in modern rubber supply chains. Because they're significant and represent genuine progress compared to the genocidal extraction systems of the rubber boom. The European Union Regulation on Deforestation-Free Products, or EUDR, went into effect in 2023. This regulation targets 7 commodities including rubber that drive deforestation. Companies selling these products in the EU market must prove their supply chains don't contribute to deforestation. This is unprecedented. For the first time, major consumer markets are imposing supply chain accountability for environmental impacts happening thousands of miles away. Companies importing rubber to Europe must trace sourcing back to specific plantations, demonstrate that the rubber wasn't produced on recently deforested land, and maintain documentation proving compliance. The regulation has teeth. Non-compliance can result in substantial fines, market access, restrictions, and reputational damage. This creates real incentives for companies to clean up rubber supply chains and source from sustainable producers. Is it perfect? No. The regulation has implementation challenges. Tracing complex, multi-layered supply chains from plantations through processors to manufacturers is difficult. Small-scale producers may struggle with documentation requirements. Enforcement across global supply chains is complicated. But it's progress, real, measurable progress, toward ensuring that rubber production doesn't drive tropical deforestation. That matters enormously for biodiversity conservation, carbon sequestration, and indigenous land rights. Labor conditions in modern rubber plantations are also receiving increased scrutiny, though progress here is slower and less comprehensive than environmental regulation. Southeast Asian rubber plantations vary widely in labor practices. Some operations, particularly large, professionally managed plantations supplying major international companies, have decent labor conditions, fair wages, worker protections, and reasonable working hours. These operations respond to corporate social responsibility, pressures, and supply chain auditing. Other operations, particularly smaller plantations, or those supplying less scrupulous buyers, continue exploitative practices. Low wages, debt bondage systems, poor working conditions, lack of safety equipment, excessive work hours. The abuses aren't as extreme as the genocidal violence of the rubber boom, but they're real and persistent. The difference between now and the rubber boom era isn't that exploitation has ended. It's that there is accountability, pressure, monitoring systems, and consequences for the worst abuses. Non-governmental organizations investigate and publicize labor violations. Corporate buyers face reputational risks. Consumers in wealthy markets increasingly care about supply chain ethics. This creates incentives for improvement that didn't exist during the rubber boom, when violence was the business model and nobody with power cared about indigenous lives. Modern exploitation is constrained by accountability mechanisms, market pressures, and regulatory frameworks that make the worst abuses more difficult to sustain. Progress? Yes. Sufficient progress? Debatable. Ongoing problem requiring continued attention? Absolutely. Here's where we need to compare natural and synthetic rubber systematically, because understanding their relative advantages and vulnerabilities clarifies the strategic duality. Source: natural rubber comes from Habea brasiliensis trees in tropical plantations, primarily Southeast Asia. Synthetic rubber comes from petroleum-derived chemical feedstocks processed in industrial plants globally. Advantages: natural rubber has superior elasticity, tensile strength, and heat resistance for high-stress applications. Synthetic rubber has consistent properties, reliable supply given petroleum availability, and lower cost for general applications. Vulnerabilities: natural rubber is vulnerable to geographic concentration, Asia-Pacific dominance, disease risk, Selby potential, introduction, climate change impacts on plantation productivity, and geopolitical instability in producing regions. Synthetic rubber is vulnerable to petroleum price volatility, oil supply disruptions, environmental regulations, increasing production costs, and dependence on chemical manufacturing capacity. Applications: natural rubber is essential for aircraft tires, heavy truck tires, high-performance applications requiring superior properties, and certain medical devices. Synthetic rubber dominates general tire manufacturing, industrial applications, consumer products, and uses where cost matters more than maximum performance. Environmental impact: natural rubber production drives deforestation, though increasingly regulated through frameworks like EUDR. Synthetic rubber production contributes to carbon emissions from petroleum use and chemical processing. Neither option is environmentally neutral. Price dynamics: natural rubber prices fluctuate based on plantation yields, weather, disease outbreaks, and regional economic conditions. Synthetic rubber prices fluctuate based on petroleum costs, production capacity, and industrial demand. The two markets influence each other high. Natural rubber prices drive substitution to synthetics where possible, which affects natural rubber demand and prices. Strategic implications: no single source provides complete independence. Natural rubber dependence creates vulnerability to Asian plantation disruptions. Synthetic rubber dependence creates vulnerability to petroleum market volatility. True supply chain resilience requires both sources maintained simultaneously, with ability to shift between them as conditions change. This is the strategic duality in practice. We need both. We depend on both. We're vulnerable through both. The solution isn't choosing one over the other. It's maintaining both while managing the distinct risks each presents. Let's address the question that should be obvious by now. Have we learned anything from rubber's history? The honest answer is some things, but not enough. We learned that geographic monopolies are vulnerabilities. The Amazon monopoly made the world dependent on one region until biopiracy broke it. The Asian plantation monopoly made the world dependent on another region until World War II forced synthetic development. We recognize monopoly risk now and actively work to diversify strategic material sources. We learned that synthetic alternatives can reduce but not eliminate dependence on natural resources. Synthetic rubber provides options, flexibility, and insurance against supply disruptions. But it doesn't provide complete independence, because natural rubber's properties remain superior for critical applications. We learned that supply chain transparency and accountability matter. The rubber boom's genocidal violence was enabled partly by supply chain opacity. Consumers had no idea about the horrors producing their tires. Modern supply chains have more transparency, more monitoring, more accountability. Not perfect, but better. We learned that environmental and labor regulations can constrain the worst abuses. The EUDR targets deforestation. Labor laws in producing nations, however imperfectly enforce, limit overt exploitation. International pressure and corporate social responsibility create incentives for improvement. These mechanisms didn't exist during the rubber boom. But we also failed to learn some critical lessons, or learned them and chose to ignore them. We didn't learn to avoid geographic concentration. 91% of natural rubber from Asia-Pacific is the same kind of concentration that made the Amazon monopoly vulnerable. We recognize the risk in principle, but accept it in practice because moving production is difficult and expensive. We didn't learn to diversify truly strategically. Latin America produces 2% of global natural rubber, despite having the native species and potential growing conditions. We could develop rubber production in Africa, in suitable tropical regions globally. Creating genuine geographic diversification, we don't, because Asian plantations are cheaper and more efficient and established. We didn't learn to prioritize labor rights proactively. We address labor exploitation reactively, after abuses are exposed under pressure from advocacy groups and market forces. The incentive structure still rewards cheap production, which creates pressure toward exploitation even when regulations exist. We didn't learn to solve environmental trade-offs. Natural rubber drives deforestation. Synthetic rubber depends on petroleum. We've created regulations addressing symptoms but haven't fundamentally solved the underlying tension between material demand and environmental sustainability. The pattern is clear. We learn tactical lessons, diversify sources, develop alternatives, monitor supply chains, but resist strategic lessons that would require fundamental changes to how we organize production and consumption. We optimize within existing systems rather than questioning whether the systems themselves are sustainable or ethical. Rubber's history teaches that commodity extraction under inadequate regulation and oversight produces predictable horrors. We've improved regulation and oversight. We haven't eliminated the underlying dynamics that create exploitation when profit incentives align with power imbalances and geographic isolation. So what's the modern bottom line on rubber? What's the strategic and ethical reality we're living with? We use approximately 30 million tons of rubber annually, globally. Roughly 40% is natural rubber, 60% synthetic. That ratio has been relatively stable for decades, reflecting the strategic duality natural rubber for applications requiring its superior properties. Synthetic for everything else, the natural rubber comes overwhelmingly from Southeast Asian plantations, worked by millions of laborers in conditions that range from acceptable to exploitative, depending on specific operations and supply chain pressures. The plantations drive ongoing deforestation despite regulations, though the rate has slowed compared to historical clearing. The synthetic rubber comes from petroleum-dependent chemical plants globally, contributing to carbon emissions and tied to volatile oil markets. Production is cleaner than it was decades ago due to environmental regulations, but far from carbon neutral or fully sustainable. Both supply chains have vulnerabilities. Both face environmental and ethical challenges. Both are essential to modern industrial civilization. You can't eliminate either without massive disruptions to transportation, healthcare, manufacturing, and consumer goods. We're dependent on rubber, we're dependent on both kinds of rubber, and we're dependent on supply chains and production systems that have persistent problems we've mitigated but not solved. This is the uncomfortable truth about strategic materials in globalized industrial economies. You can't opt out. You can't achieve purity. You can push for improvements, better labor conditions, reduced deforestation, cleaner production processes, but you can't eliminate dependence on complex, geographically dispersed, imperfectly regulated supply chains. Every tire on every vehicle, every medical glove in every hospital, every rubber seal in every industrial machine, all of it comes from this system. All of it carries this legacy. The sacred sap the Aztecs revered became the commodity that drove genocides, then became the strategic material that forced synthetic innovation, then became the modern duality we depend on without thinking about it. We're still touching rubber multiple times per day. We're still driving on it, wearing it, using it in countless applications. And we're still largely ignorant of or indifferent to where it comes from and what it costs to produce. That ignorance is more comfortable than the alternative. But it's also how systems persist unchanged. When consumers are disconnected from production, when supply chains are opaque, when the true costs are hidden or externalized onto people and places we'll never see. Here's the final question. What are we doing right now in our phones, our cars, our homes? Our homes that is being extracted through systems we'd rather not examine. What modern convenience is built on suffering or environmental destruction we've outsourced to places we'll never visit? Rubber taught us the answer. Lithium for batteries in electric vehicles and phones. Cobalt for electronics, mined partly by child labor in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Rare earth minerals for computer chips and renewable energy technologies. Extracted with environmental devastation in China and other regions. The pattern repeats. The commodity changes. The structure doesn't. We identify a material as essential. We create enormous demand. We pressure supply chains for cheap production. We externalize costs onto producing regions. We maintain willful ignorance about extraction conditions. We make incremental improvements under pressure while preserving fundamental dynamics. This is the rubber playbook applied to modern materials, and we're running it right now with multiple commodities simultaneously. Because the lessons of rubber's history apparently don't generalize well. Or maybe they generalize perfectly, and we just choose not to apply them because doing so would require questioning consumption patterns, acknowledging complicity, and accepting higher costs for ethically produced materials. Rubber's history is a mirror. What we see reflected isn't just past atrocities, it's current systems, current choices, current dependencies built on structures we'd rather not examine too closely. The Aztecs thought rubber symbolized life and fertility's sacred sap from a sacred tree. We turned it into a commodity so valuable that millions died extracting it, then stowed the trees to grow them elsewhere, then abandoned the original source to economic collapse. Then invented chemical alternatives that depend on oil, then regulated some of the deforestation while ignoring ongoing labor exploitation, then continued using it daily without thinking about any of this. progress. We've gone from genocidal extraction to merely exploitative production. We've gone from geographic monopoly to strategic duality with different vulnerabilities. We've gone from complete supply chain opacity to partial transparency and inadequate accountability. That's improvement. Real improvement. Multiple steps forward from the rubber boom's horrors. It's also nowhere near sufficient. Not ethically, not environmentally, not strategically. Every time you drive on tires, wear rubber-soled shoes, or see a surgeon snap on gloves, you're touching the legacy of the Putumayo genocide and the Congo Free State. You're participating in supply chains with persistent problems. You're benefiting from materials extracted through systems that still prioritize cheap production over worker welfare and environmental protection. The material is neutral. The history is not. And pretending we've moved past it doesn't make it less true. So that's rubber's modern reality. Strategic duality. Persistent vulnerabilities. Incremental improvements insufficient to address fundamental problems. Supply chains we depend on without fully examining. Materials essential to modern life, produced through systems with ongoing ethical and environmental costs. We learned some lessons from rubber's history. We developed synthetics. We diversified supply. We created accountability mechanisms. We regulated the worst abuses. We didn't learn the deeper lessons about commodity extraction, supply chain ethics, geographic dependencies, and the human costs of cheap materials. Or we learned them and decided they were too inconvenient to act on fully. The rubber story isn't over. It's just changed settings. From sacred Mesoamerican chemistry to genocidal Amazonian extraction to British biopiracy to Asian, plantation dominance to World War II, synthetic innovation to modern strategic duality with all its contradictions and compromises. In the next chapter that's being written right now with lithium and cobalt and rare earths, using the same playbook rubber established over centuries of extraction, exploitation, innovation, and incomplete reform. If this history is worth anything, it's as a warning we keep ignoring while pretending we've learned our lessons. Rubber taught us what happens when materials become indispensable and the people producing them are treated as expendable. We're still running that experiment, just with different materials and slightly better oversight. Next time you're stuck in traffic, look at the tires on the car in front of you and remember that rubber has a history. That history has a body count. And we're still adding to both, just more slowly and with better paperwork. So that's the story of rubber from sacred Mesoamerican. Chemistry to genocidal extraction to biopiracy to synthetic salvation to modern strategic vulnerability. If you made it this far, thanks for sticking with me through mutilations, fungus, and Henry Ford's hubris. I hope you learned something that'll make you sound smart at parties, or at least give you nightmares about supply chains. Let's take a step back and look at what this whole bloody, fungus-plagued, geopolitically chaotic journey actually means. Because rubber's history isn't just a collection of interesting facts and horrifying anecdotes. It's a case study in how industrial capitalism interacts with natural resources, human populations, and the biological constraints of our planet. It's a warning we keep ignoring while pretending we've learned our lessons. And it's a mirror reflecting our current moment. We're making exactly the same mistakes with different commodities, wondering why the patterns keep repeating. Let's break this down by epochs. because rubber's history falls into three distinct phases, each with its own logic and consequences. The Sacred Era, 3,000 years of indigenous mastery. The story begins around 1600 BCE with the Olmec civilization, which figured out how to stabilize rubber using plant extracts. This wasn't accident. This wasn't luck. This was sophisticated polymer chemistry developed through observation, experimentation, and accumulated knowledge passed down through generations. By the time Europeans discovered rubber in the 18th century, Mesoamerican peoples had been using it for 3 millennia. They made balls for ritual ball games. They created waterproof coatings. They produced rubber goods traded across extensive commercial networks, and they treated rubber as sacred latex, symbolizing blood and semen, representing life and fertility worthy of offerings to the gods. This era teaches us something crucial that we consistently fail to remember. Technological sophistication isn't the sole property of industrial civilizations. Indigenous peoples developed advanced knowledge systems that Europeans dismissed as primitive, then spent centuries trying to rediscover through science when Charles Goodyear accidentally discovered vulcanization in 1839. He was rediscovering what the Olmec had known 3,000 years earlier. Different methods, same result. Stabilized rubber through cross-linking polymer chains. The Olmec used plant extracts. Goodyear used sulfur and heat. Both worked. Goodyear gets his name in history books and a tire company named after him, while the Olmec chemists are footnotes in archaeological studies. That's colonial amnesia in action, erasing sophisticated indigenous knowledge and crediting Europeans with inventing what was actually rediscovered. The Sacred Era ended when Spanish conquest destroyed Mesoamerican knowledge systems. Books burned, priests killed, apprenticeships disrupted, trade networks collapsed. Within generations, much of the accumulated wisdom that had produced advanced rubber technology was lost. This pattern repeats across colonial history. Conquer, destroy knowledge systems, then spend centuries trying to recover what was lost. It's not just tragic, it's stupid. We erase sophisticated knowledge, then invest enormous resources reinventing it badly. The Bloody Era, vulcanization to genocide. The second epoch begins with Goodyear's 1839 discovery and the subsequent explosion of rubber demand driven by the bicycle boom and automobile revolution. This is where rubber's history gets dark, stays dark, and demonstrates exactly what happens when industrial capitalism meets colonial extraction systems. Vulcanization made rubber industrially viable. Suddenly, the material could withstand extreme temperatures, resist degradation, maintain elasticity under stress. Applications exploded. Tires, hoses, gaskets, waterproof coatings, industrial belts, electrical insulation. Demand skyrocketed. And there was only one place on Earth where rubber trees grew naturally, the Amazon basin. The economics was straightforward and horrifying. Wild rubber trees grew dispersed through rainforest, making harvesting labor intensive and difficult. Paying free workers market wages would have consumed profit margins. The solution from the perspective of rubber barons was forced labor enforced through systematic violence, debt bondage, impossible quotas, commission-based management rewarding brutality, torture for failure, execution for resistance. This wasn't cruelty for its own sake. This was optimized extraction violence as management technique, terror as productivity tool, genocide as business model. The Putumayo genocide killed 30,000 indigenous people in 12 years. The broader Amazon rubber boom killed an estimated 100,000. Some indigenous groups lost over 90% of their population. That's ethnocide, the deliberate destruction of entire peoples and cultures. And it wasn't isolated to South America. King Leopold II of Belgium ran the Congo Free State using identical methods. Rubber quotas enforced through systematic violence, the Force Publique cutting off hands as punishment and proof of ammunition use. Between 1 and 10 million Congolese people died between 1885 and 1930. 2 different continents, 2 different colonial powers. Identical pattern, wild rubber extraction plus colonial power plus profit incentives equals genocide. This wasn't coincidence, this was causation. The economic structure of wild rubber harvesting made brutality not just likely, but inevitable. Roger Casement investigated both genocides. He documented the structural parallels. He proved that this wasn't about bad individuals, but bad systems, extraction systems designed to maximize output while externalizing human costs onto populations deemed expendable. His reports created international scandals. They forced some reforms. They established the template for modern human rights documentation. And then Britain executed him for treason in 1916, because he had the audacity to apply the same moral clarity to questioning British rule in Ireland. The bloody era teaches us that economic structures determine human costs. When you combine resource extraction with power imbalances, commission-based incentives, racist dehumanization, and geographic isolation, you get predictable atrocities every time, reliably. This lesson matters because we keep creating the same economic structures with different commodities and acting surprised when exploitation and violence emerge. The strategic era, biopiracy, fungus, and synthetic salvation. The third epoch begins with Henry Wickham's 1876 biopiracy smuggling 70,000 rubber seeds out of Brazil and transporting them to England. Those seeds went to British colonies in Southeast Asia, where plantations were established without the pests and diseases that plagued Amazon rubber cultivation. The key biological factor, South American leaf blights S. Helbia fungus, native to the Amazon that makes dense rubber plantations impossible in South America. The fungus evolved alongside Hevia brasiliensis and attacks concentrated plantings with devastating efficiency. Hisia didn't have salbei. Hisia could grow rubber in efficient plantations. The Amazon couldn't compete. By 1912, cheaper Asian rubber flooded global markets. Prices crashed. The Amazon rubber economy collapsed, and the genocidal extraction system became economically obsolete. The violence didn't end because people decided genocide was wrong. It ended because the business model failed. This is simultaneously encouraging and depressing. Encouraging because it shows that systems built on violence are vulnerable to disruption. Depressing because it suggests moral arguments aren't sufficient to end atrocitized economic obsolescence. Henry Ford tried to overcome Salby through American industrial efficiency. He established Fordlandia em 1920. Setch invested $20 million, equivalent to $349 million. in 2024. Imposed American cultural practices on Brazilian workers and watched 95% of his rubber trees die by 1929. The workers rioted over cafeteria food. Ford never produced one drop of latex for Ford vehicles. Biology defeated capital. The fungus won. Then World War II forced synthetic rubber development at massive scale. When Japan conquered Southeast Asia and cut off natural rubber supplies, the United States faced existential crises. Modern warfare requires mobility. Mobility requires tires. Tires require rubber. Without rubber, the Allied war effort would collapse. The solution was Government Rubber-Styrene GRS, synthetic formulation of 75% butadiene and 25% styrene. By 1944, American synthetic production exceeded 700,000 tons per year. The crisis forced innovation that created permanent supply chain diversification. Post-war synthetic rubber became a permanent fixture, not because it's superior to natural rubber, it's not, for high-stress applications, but because it's good enough for most uses and eliminates dependence on geographic monopolies. Strategic duality emerged. Natural rubber for critical applications requiring superior properties, synthetic rubber for general industrial uses. The strategic era teaches us that supply chain concentration is vulnerability, that biological constraints can override economic power, that chemistry can break resource dependencies, and that crisis accelerates innovation faster than peacetime markets. But it also teaches us that we didn't fully learn these lessons, because today we're still dependent on Southeast Asia for 91% of natural rubber production. Same geographic concentration, different region. The vulnerability persists. Core lessons. What rubber history should have taught us? Let's be systematic about the lessons rubber's history offers. Because some of them we've learned and some we've stubbornly refused to internalize. Lesson 1. Technological discovery is often rediscovery. Europeans invented vulcanization 3,000 years after indigenous peoples. This pattern repeats across colonial history. Indigenous knowledge dismissed as primitive, then rediscovered and credited to Europeans. We still do this. We still undervalue traditional knowledge systems. Then act surprised when modern science confirms what indigenous peoples knew all along. Lesson 2. Economic structures determine human costs. Wild rubber harvesting plus colonial power plus commission incentives equals genocide. The pattern is consistent across continents. This wasn't about individual cruelty, though cruel individuals certainly participated, but about systems designed to maximize extraction while externalizing human costs. This lesson generalizes. When you combine resource extraction with power imbalances and profit incentives that reward brutality, you get predictable exploitation. We see this pattern playing out right now with lithium mining, cobalt extraction, rare earth processing. The commodities change, the structure doesn't. Lesson 3. Nature has veto power. Salby permanently ended the Amazon's rubber competitiveness. Fordlandia's failure proved that capital can't overcome biological constraints. You can invest billions, apply sophisticated technology, and hire the best experts and still lose to a fungus. This lesson matters as we face climate change and environmental degradation. Nature imposes constraints that economics can't wish away. Respecting those constraints is an optional prerequisite for sustainability. Lesson 4. Supply chain concentration is strategic vulnerability. The Amazon monopoly made the world dependent on one region. Asian plantations created a new monopoly. Both created vulnerabilities that only became apparent during crises. We recognize this pattern but continue accepting concentrated supply chains because they're efficient and profitable. World War II forced synthetic rubber development to address this vulnerability, but we still source 91% of natural rubber from Asia-Pacific. We still depend on concentrated lithium production, concentrated rare earth processing, concentrated manufacturing of critical components. We've learned the lesson in principle, but ignore it in practice. Lesson 5. Accountability is retrospective, not preventive. Roger Casement documented genocides after millions died. International pressure forced reforms only after economic collapse was already underway. Modern supply chain accountability, like the EU's deforestation regulation addresses problems reactively. After damage is done and advocacy groups force action, we don't prevent exploitation through proactive oversight. We respond to exposure of existing exploitation through incremental reforms that leave fundamental structures intact. This pattern persists because preventing exploitation is expensive and inconvenient, while responding reactively allows us to feel virtuous without fundamentally changing systems. Lesson 6. Progress and atrocity are partners, not opposites. Every bicycle tire, every automobile tire, every surgical glove in the modern era was built on bodies during the rubber boom. Industrial advancement required and justified violence. We benefited from that legacy without acknowledging the cost. This is the uncomfortable truth about industrial progress. It's not morally neutral. It's built on extraction, exploitation, and externalized costs. Acknowledging this doesn't mean rejecting progress. It means being honest about what progress actually costs and who pays those costs. The Casement standard, the ethical benchmark we mostly ignore. Roger Casement's philosophy that there is a commission and a right to defend the weak against the strong, and to protest against brutality in any shape or form, established an ethical benchmark for evaluating commodity production. The Casement standard asks, are we willing to examine how materials are extracted? Are we willing to challenge systems that produce systematic violence or exploitation? Are we willing to prioritize human welfare over cheap production? Applied to modern supply chains, the Casement standard is uncomfortable. It forces us to confront that our phones contain cobalt mined by children. Our electric vehicles contain lithium extracted with environmental devastation. Our electronics contain rare earth minerals processed with worker exploitation and ecological damage. We know this. We have evidence. We have documentation. We have modern casements investigating and reporting on these conditions. And we mostly shrug by the products anyway and assume someone else will fix the problems while we enjoy the benefits. The Casement standard judges us harshly. We fail it consistently. And unlike the rubber boom era, when consumers genuinely didn't know about extraction conditions, we have no excuse of ignorance. We know, we just choose not to let that knowledge significantly change our behavior. Modern parallels. Running the rubber playbook with new commodities. Rubber's history isn't just historical. It's a playbook we're running right now with multiple commodities simultaneously. Lithium for batteries. Extraction drives environmental destruction in Chile, Bolivia, Argentina, Australia. Water depletion in desert regions. Ecosystem damage. Indigenous land rights violations. We need lithium for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage. We are creating massive demand without ensuring ethical extraction. The pattern is familiar. Cobalt for electronics. Democratic Republic of Congo produces 70% of global cobalt. Much of it is mined in dangerous, unregulated conditions, including child labor. We need cobalt for phones, laptops, electric vehicles. We know about the conditions. We continue sourcing from the same regions. Geographic concentration plus exploitative extraction equals the rubber playbook updated for the digital age. Rare earth minerals. China dominates processing over 80% globally. Extraction and processing cause severe environmental damage. Workers face toxic exposure. Strategic materials essential for defense, renewable energy, and electronics concentrated in one nation's control. We recognize the vulnerability but haven't meaningfully diversified. The pattern repeats because the incentive structures haven't changed. Cheap production is rewarded. Externalized costs don't appear on balance sheets. Consumers in wealthy nations are disconnected from extraction conditions. Supply chain opacity provides plausible deniability. We've made incremental improvements, better monitoring, some regulation, corporate social responsibility programs, but we haven't fundamentally changed the dynamics that create exploitation when profit incentives align with power imbalances. Rubber taught us exactly what happens with this playbook. We're running it anyway. The unresolved tension, natural rubber's irreplaceability. Here's the strategic problem we haven't solved. Natural rubber remains irreplaceable for critical applications despite a century of synthetic innovation. Aircraft tires require natural rubber's superior properties. Heavy truck tires specify high natural rubber content. Medical gloves depend on natural latex's tactile sensitivity. Certain military applications require natural rubber's performance characteristics. We can't fully abandon natural rubber. We can't produce it sustainably at scale in South America because SALB makes plantations impossible there. We're dependent on Southeast Asian plantations for 91% of production. That geographic concentration creates vulnerabilities, geopolitical risk, climate change impacts, disease introduction risk, regional instability. Synthetic rubber provides diversification but not independence. Synthetics depend on petroleum, creating different vulnerabilities tied to oil markets, Middle Eastern geopolitics, and carbon emissions. We've created strategic duality to sources, to supply chains, to sets of vulnerabilities. That's better than single-source dependence. It's not strategic independence. It's risk diversification with persistent exposure. The unresolved tension is that we need materials with properties that only specific sources provide, and those sources are geographically concentrated and environmentally problematic. We can't synthesize our way out of this completely. We can't diversify production sufficiently to eliminate concentration risk. We're stuck managing vulnerabilities rather than eliminating them. What we refuse to learn, the lessons we ignore. Let's be honest about what rubber's history should have taught us but didn't. We refuse to learn that geographic concentration is unacceptable risk. We recognize it intellectually. We accept it practically because moving production is expensive and difficult. 91% of natural rubber from Asia-Pacific is the same concentration risk that made the Amazon monopoly vulnerable. We've just changed which region holds the monopoly. We refuse to learn to prioritize labor rights proactively. We address exploitation reactively after abuses are exposed under pressure from advocacy groups and market forces. The incentive structure still rewards cheap production, creating constant pressure toward exploitation even when regulations exist. We've built monitoring systems and regulations, but we haven't changed the fundamental economics that make exploitation profitable. We refuse to learn that environmental costs are real costs. Natural rubber drives deforestation. Synthetic rubber depends on petroleum and generates emissions. We've created regulations addressing symptoms. The EU's deforestation regulation is real. Progressible, we haven't solved the underlying tension between material demand and environmental sustainability. We refuse to learn that supply chain transparency requires constant vigilance. Opacity returns whenever monitoring decreases. Companies minimize disclosure. Complex supply chains obscure origins. Consumers prefer not knowing uncomfortable details. We've improved transparency compared to the rubber boom era, but we haven't created systems that maintain transparency without constant advocacy pressure. We refuse to learn that incremental improvements aren't sufficient. We've gone from genocidal extraction to merely exploitative production. That's improvement. Real improvement. It's nowhere near sufficient. The standard shouldn't be better than genocide. It should be fair compensation, safe conditions, environmental sustainability. The pattern is clear. We learn tactical lessons, monitor supply chains, develop alternatives, regulate the worst abuses, but resist strategic lessons requiring fundamental changes to production and consumption patterns. We optimize within existing systems rather than questioning whether the systems themselves are sustainable or ethical. The environmental epilogue. Regulation as reactive half-measure. The 2023 EU regulation on deforestation-free products represents genuine progress. For the first time, major consumer markets are imposing supply chain accountability for environmental impacts happening thousands of miles away. Companies must prove their rubber doesn't come from recently deforested land. Non-compliance brings real penalties. This matters. This changes incentives. This forces supply chain transparency and accountability. But it's also reactive, not proactive. It addresses the symptom forest loss, not the cause demand for cheap commodities from poorly regulated regions. It only applies to Europe. The rest of the world operates on the old playbook, and it's deforestation focused, not comprehensive. Labor exploitation, water pollution, pesticide use, biodiversity loss beyond forest clearing, these issues remain inadequately addressed. This is the limitation of reform within existing systems. You can address specific problems through targeted regulation. You can't solve systemic issues without systemic change. And systemic change rethinking consumption levels, accepting higher costs for ethical production. Fundamentally restructuring supply chains is politically and economically difficult. So we get incremental regulation addressing visible problems while deeper issues continue. It's progress, it's insufficient, and it's probably the best we're going to achieve within current political and economic constraints. Running joke, callback, final form, progress. Remember that sacred sap the Aztecs revered. the life-giving latex that symbolized fertility and was offered to gods in sacred cenotes. We turned it into a commodity so valuable that millions died to extract it. We enslaved populations through debt bondage and commission-based torture. We documented the genocides through meticulous investigations that changed nothing fundamental. We stole the trees through biopiracy and planted them in colonial holdings. We watched a fungus permanently destroy the original source's economic competitiveness. We invented chemical alternatives dependent on petroleum when geopolitical crises forced innovation. We regulated some deforestation while ignoring ongoing labor exploitation. We created strategic duality with different but persistent vulnerabilities. And we continue using rubber daily in tires, shoes, medical equipment, consumer products without thinking about any of this, without acknowledging the legacy, without examining current supply chains, without accepting responsibility for the systems we participate in and benefit from. Progress. We've gone from genocidal extraction to merely exploitative production systems with incremental oversight. We've gone from complete supply chain opacity to partial transparency and inadequate accountability. We've gone from sacred reverence to industrialized indifference. That's the arc. That's rubber's journey from Olmec chemistry to modern strategic duality. And if you think that arc represents triumph over barbarism, evolution toward justice, or learning from history, think again. We've changed the setting, we've modified the methods, we've built monitoring systems and regulations. But we haven't fundamentally changed the dynamics that create exploitation when materials become indispensable, and the people producing them are treated as externalities. The uncomfortable truth: you're touching the legacy right now. Every time you drive on tires, or rubber-soled shoes, or see a surgeon snap on gloves, you're touching the legacy of the Putumayo genocide and the Congo. Free state, not metaphorically, literally. You're participating in supply chains that descended directly from those genocidal systems, modified through reforms but not transformed. The material is neutral, the history is not, and pretending we've moved past it doesn't make it less true. This isn't about guilt. Individual consumers aren't responsible for supply chain structures they didn't create and can't control. This is about acknowledging reality. Modern convenience is built on extraction systems with ongoing problems we've mitigated but not solved. You benefit from cheap rubber. That cheapness comes partly from externalized costs, environmental damage, labor exploitation, concentrated risk. Acknowledging this doesn't require you to stop using rubber products. That would be impossible. It requires honest recognition of what our consumption patterns actually cost and who pays those costs. The rubber in your tires was produced somewhere by someone, under conditions you probably don't know and likely wouldn't fully approve of if you did. That's not unique to rubber. That's most modern consumer products. But rubber's history makes the pattern explicit, documents the costs, and demonstrates what happens when we choose not to examine supply chains too carefully. Why this still matters, the warning we keep ignoring. Rubber's history is a warning that we're actively ignoring while running the same playbook with different commodities. The warning is this: when you make a material indispensable, when you create massive demand, when you pressure supply chains for cheap production, when you maintain geographic concentration, when you resist regulation and oversight, you get predictable outcomes: exploitation, environmental destruction, strategic vulnerability, periodic crises, forcing reactive reforms that don't address root causes. We're doing this right now with lithium, cobalt, rare earths, and numerous other strategic materials essential for the green energy transition and digital economy. We recognize the patterns from rubber's history. We continue anyway because the alternatives accepting higher costs. Fundamentally restructuring supply chains, reducing consumption are politically and economically unpalatable. This is the choice we're making. Repeat rubber's playbook with new commodities while pretending we've learned from history. Implement incremental reforms while preserving the systems that create problems. Maintain plausible deniability through supply chain complexity while benefiting from exploitation we'd rather not examine. Rubber taught us exactly where this leads. We learned the lesson well enough to describe it. We refuse to learn it well enough to change behavior. The question we should ask, what are we using right now? Here's the question rubber's history forces us to confront. What are we using right now? In our phones, our cars, our homes, that is being extracted through systems we'd rather not examine? What modern convenience is built on suffering we've outsourced to places we'll never visit? Rubber taught us the answer. The specific materials change. The pattern doesn't. Your phone contains cobalt from mines in the DRC, where children work in dangerous conditions. Your electric vehicle contains lithium extracted with massive water use in drought-prone regions. Your computer contains rare earth minerals processed with environmental devastation and worker health impacts you'll never see. Your clothing was likely produced in factories with labor conditions ranging from barely acceptable to exploitative. You know this. I know this. We collectively know this. And we mostly shrug, conclude that individual consumer choices can't change systemic problems, which is true, and continue participating in these systems while hoping someone else will fix them. This is the psychological convenience of long, complex supply chains. They provide moral distance. You're not exploiting anyone directly. You're just buying a product. Someone else extracted the materials. Someone else ran the factory. Someone else made the decisions about working conditions and environmental standards. Your role is passive consumption. Your culpability is diffuse and deniable. But rubber's history demonstrates that passive consumption enables extraction. That demand drives supply chains. That willful ignorance is a choice with consequences. That I didn't know becomes I chose not to know when information is available and we decide not to examine it too closely. Final reflection. The Hevea brasiliensis tree still grows. The Hevea brasiliensis tree still grows in the Amazon, surrounded by the ghosts of 100,000 dead. The genocide ended. The trees remain. The forests that witness systematic violence are silent about it now, teaching no lessons to people who won't listen anyway. Asian plantations still produce 91% of the world's natural rubber, worked by laborers whose conditions we don't monitor closely enough. Some plantations have decent labor practices, some don't. Supply chain complexity ensures we rarely know which is which when we buy tires or shoes or medical equipment. Synthetic plants still pump out styrene butadiene compounds derived from petroleum, tying our alternative to another extractive, destructive industry. Carbon emissions from synthetic rubber production contribute to climate change. We've traded one environmental problem for another. The sacred sap became slave labor, became biopiracy, became geopolitical crisis, became environmental regulation, became ... what? The story isn't over. It's just changed settings. The players change, the roles remain constant, the material flows from extraction to consumption, carrying costs we externalize and histories we forget. This is modernity's relationship with strategic materials. Dependence without acknowledgement, consumption without examination, benefit without responsibility. We've built civilization on extraction systems that violate our stated values, that maintain those systems by not looking too closely at how they operate. Rubber demonstrated this pattern with unusual clarity because the history is well documented. The genocides were investigated and reported, and the economic structures were explicit enough that we can't claim ignorance about how commodity extraction produces systematic violence. And yet we continue with rubber, with lithium, with cobalt, with rare earths. The lessons are clear. The warnings are explicit. The changes required are obvious. And we optimize around the margins while preserving fundamental dynamics, because changing those dynamics would be expensive, difficult, and require accepting uncomfortable truths about how our prosperity is produced and maintained. If this was worth your time, what comes next? If this deep dive into rubber's dark history was worth your time, I hope you'll carry some of these lessons forward. Not as guilt individual consumers aren't responsible for systems they didn't create, but as awareness, understanding that modern convenience has histories and costs that we're encouraged to ignore. Next time you're stuck in traffic, look at the tires on the car in front of you and remember that rubber has a history. That history has a body count, and we're still adding to both, just more slowly and with better paperwork. Next time you see a product marketed as sustainable or ethical, ask what that actually means. What's being measured? What's being expected? What trade-offs are being made? Incremental improvement is valuable. It's not the same as solving problems. Next time someone claims that market forces and consumer choices will solve supply chain problems, remember that the Putumayo genocide was profitable. The Congo Free State paid dividends. Market forces drove exploitation because exploitation was economically rational within systems that externalized human costs. And next time you encounter advocacy about modern supply chain abuses, lithium extraction, cobalt mining, rare earth processing, recognize the pattern. This is the rubber playbook. We know how it goes, we know where it leads, and we're running it anyway while pretending this time will be different. Maybe this time will be different. Maybe we've learned enough to avoid rubber's worst outcomes with new commodities. Maybe regulations, monitoring, and accountability will prove sufficient. Or maybe we'll document the abuses retrospectively, implement inadequate reforms reactively, and maintain systems that prioritize cheap production over human welfare. Like we did with rubber, like we're doing right now. The choice is ours. The patterns are clear. The warnings are explicit. And the rubber in your tires is still carrying a legacy we'd rather not examine too closely. Sleep well. There are more stories to come. The history of rubber from sacred sap to slave labor to strategic necessity is complete. But the larger story of how we extract, process, and consume strategic materials continues. Different commodities, same dynamics, same choices about whether we'll learn from history or repeat it with better documentation. Rubber taught us the price of elasticity. Millions dead, populations destroyed, ecosystems damaged. Strategic vulnerabilities created and incompletely resolved. We paid that price. We're still paying it through modern supply chains with ongoing problems. And we're incurring similar debts with lithium, cobalt, rare earths, and countless other materials essential to modern industrial civilization. Those bills will come due. The question is whether we'll address them proactively or retrospectively, through prevention or belated reform, by changing systems or optimizing around their worst abuses. Rubber's history suggests we'll choose retrospective reform and incremental optimization, because that's what we always choose when the alternative requires fundamental change to consumption patterns, supply chain structures, and the economic systems that make exploitation profitable. But history isn't destiny. Patterns can be broken. Lessons can be learned and applied. Systems can be changed if enough people decide the costs of maintaining them outweigh the conveniences they provide. Rubber demonstrated the costs. We documented them thoroughly. We know what commodity extraction produces when oversight is inadequate and human welfare is treated as externality. The question is whether that knowledge changes anything. Sleep well. There are more stories to come, and you're living in one of them right now. The history of rubber, from sacred sap to slave labor to strategic necessities, complete, but the larger story of how we extract, process, and consume strategic materials continues. Different commodities, same dynamics, same choices about whether we'll learn from history or repeat it with better documentation. Rubber taught us the price of elasticity. Millions dead, populations destroyed, ecosystems damaged, strategic vulnerabilities created and incompletely resolved. We paid that price. We're still paying it through modern supply chains with ongoing problems. And we're incurring similar debts with lithium, cobalt, rare earths, and countless other materials essential to modern industrial civilization. Those bills will come due. The question is whether we'll address them proactively or retrospectively, through prevention or belated reform, by changing systems or optimizing around their worst abuses. Rubber's history suggests we'll choose retrospective reform and incremental optimization, because that's what we always choose when the alternative requires fundamental change to consumption patterns, supply chain structures, and the economic systems that make exploitation profitable. But history isn't destiny. Patterns can be broken. Lessons can be learned and applied. Systems can be changed if enough people decide the costs of maintaining them outweigh the conveniences they provide. Rubber demonstrated the costs. We documented them thoroughly. We know what commodity extraction produces when oversight is inadequate and human welfare is treated as externality. The question is whether that knowledge changes anything. Sleep well. There are more stories to come, and you're living in one of them right now.